people. And well, I did it. I did it. I did it. I got something done today. I made a Typology episode. And I must say, it's very gratifying to see the kind of response those videos get, I put one up yesterday, something about Dear Kristen, I did before. So I got over 400 views, which is pretty good for me for long form videos to get that many views that quickly. It's also worth noting that when I instant premiered it, and there was like 10 people there watching it, which is pretty crazy to get that much action on an instant premiere. So it's gratifying. It's a reminder of the potential of the channel to be engaging to other people in ways that are exciting, rather than just I love live streaming, and this is gratifying for me to just chat with a few people here and there while I'm streaming. Rarely do we, sometimes we get as many as like 19, 20 people here when I'm streaming, but rarely. That's very gratifying for me, but when I'm doing the type police stuff, it's extra engaging to me because of a few reasons. One, people are excited about it, they like those videos, and two, it gets me feeling like I'm part of a larger YouTube community more because I'm, watching this other channel stuff and critiquing it. You don't know how you got here so fast? Well, I scheduled the premiere just not very far away from here, just like a block away, so makes sense. So I'm proud of myself for getting something done, and accordingly, I rewarded myself. How did I reward myself? How do I normally reward myself? That's right. I ate the rest of the mushrooms. I ate them just before I started the stream. It's fairly painless. So, tonight might get a little unhinged, but not too unhinged. I think I ate about 1/8 of mushrooms, exactly. So, that's not very many mushrooms, really, for me. A bit of a head, by which I mean I eat mushrooms a lot. The proper amount of times to eat mushrooms is once a week. Unfortunately, I got a little impatient. If I wanted to eat it once a week, well, then I should have waited till Wednesday. I actually thought I thought I was jumping the gun by one day. I'm actually jumping the gun by 2 days. I didn't intend to do that. If I had realized that before right now, I would have waited till tomorrow to eat them. That's fine. They'll do something. It's not going to be a super hard trip or anything, but I suppose I could take an extra Adderall to make everything a little more fun. Would that work? Well, it might not make me trip out harder, but it would make me be on more Adderall. Maybe I will do that. Gay by innuendo, too, for me. I don't know what gay by innuendo refers to in this instance. I mean, when you say gay by, then there's nothing innuendo about it, right? You're being very direct. So why is the world unhinged? Well, I mean, you guys are living in it. pretty unhinged place. Everything seems all crazy these days. People doing weird stuff. AI just being crazy. Like I used the Gemini AI today to generate an image for me, a police station, and the one where the cops putting the person into the cell. So I said to Gemini first, like, make an image of a police officer putting a person into a cell, and it did. But then the cell door was closed. It looked weird, so they're like pushing him into a closed cell door. So I said, try again, but make the cell door open. So it gave me the exact same picture, but with the cell door open. And I was like, try again, but make the police officer a man with a beard. And replace the lady with the man with a beard. Same picture, and I got exactly what I was looking for. On the other hand, I then asked Gemini to generate a sound effect of uh, um, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. I was reading the chat. I totally forgot what I was saying. I'm doing fine, average misfit. Doing just fine. How are you? So what was I talking about? Before I totally lost train of thought when I read that thing about OnlyFans founder dying. So young. Dying so young. Hi there, Inner Rambo. How you doing? So, I don't remember what I was talking about. I still don't. Go on in if you want. Go on in. Oh, lovely day. So pleasant outside. Call me a liar then. You were just rewatching my old debate with Jack from World Society. What an annoying experience that was. Like, okay, this person is doing everything in his power to prevent me from accomplishing anything with language. You're just chilling out, looking for good vibes as usual. Well, I wouldn't mind having all the money of the OnlyFans founder, but I'm not interested in myself, like, going out and trying to profit by empowering depravity. Not that I think he's guilty of any kind of wrongdoing. I'm just saying that that's not my way of being at all. I'm a lot more actualized in a lot of ways than I was then. You know, there are plenty of instances of me engaging with YouTube in various ways that I regret, wish I could do differently, wish I had another shot at it. It's like, for some reason, it it even happens now, but it certainly probably happened a lot more then, that I am very slow to pick up on the fact that I shouldn't be surprised when people are not like are not engaging in good faith with me. He thought it was some kind of debate, right? And it was framed like that, but I was trying to actually do intellectual work. If it had been, if it to be called the debate in the first place, it should have been structured such that there were speeches and question and answer time and such. You know, uh, I favor a paradigm in which it's like court, where or a deposition where you're asking them questions, they have to answer them, and they can't answer other questions that are not asked. That's how it should be, you know. Oh, did I? Okay. Well, obviously, I guess I was still operating under the idea that he would be convincible. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff I regret. Wish I could do differently. But I do feel as though I'm a lot more well equipped now to deal with something like that than I would have been then. I'd probably still get all mad. Just because, are you fucking kidding me? Right? Like, people in their ways. That Rust guy was absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. I was trying to be productive and got frustrated. He was slithering around with definitions. That is a mighty fine pine, but actually, I don't think it is a pine. I think it's a cedar tree. We don't have a shit ton of pines around here because sometime before we moved here, there was a problem with some kind of beetle that killed pine trees when the winter wasn't cold enough. And a lot of pine trees died. So we do have a lot of cedar, and there's plenty of like baby pine trees around now that those beetles got killed by a cold winter. But a lot more cedar trees, really, than probably anything else. There's a live oak tree right there. And this is a maple tree, but it's not come into leaf yet. And it's a kitty. It's a kitty in a mirror. Here's what she looks like without the mirror. I'm in California. I'm near Yosemite National Park. And we also live even closer to the Sierra National Forest. Sierra National Forest is kind of like all around us, but this neighborhood obviously is private property lots. But it's cool because, I'm in California. Sierra National Forest, wow, that's national. So, like, if I ever want to go pew pew out in the wilderness, I could just go out there and it's perfectly legal. I have gone and shot at target before. I even hit it one time. And then I thought, you know what? This is boring. I don't understand the appeal. And I really don't understand the appeal. Like, okay, I hit it. Did it need to be punished in some fashion? Like, the only reason I'm trying to hit that thing is just because I put it there and now I'm trying to hit it. I don't think it would be gratifying for me to be good at that skill or anything. What typology type you was thinking? About what? Please don't see the E word. Please don't say the A word. It might have been 5 years ago, possibly. I don't remember exactly. GG. Missing GG. No saying the E word. I don't know. I don't know why you don't want to email him. Who? Just DM Destiny? About what? I probably have emailed him before. You're saying like debate Destiny about evolution? I'll debate anybody about evolution anytime, anywhere. Um, that's not a. That is so much more worth debating than typology stuff, because with typology stuff, before you can even begin to debate anything, it's like the two people are using the same terms to mean different things, and obviously only one of them, me, wants the definition of them to actually be meaningful. And so the debate unavoidably is always going to be about, should we be serious in thinking about typology? And the answer is yes, but they are going to demonstrate that they believe or behave according to the idea that the answer is no. So I don't like debating typology at all. Nobody's qualified to debate typology at all. They are only qualified to learn about it from me, and they're wildly wrong. Childlike nonsense is not worth engaging at all. Evolution, on the other hand, well, that one I'm much more fine with debating, because at least everybody means the same thing when they say chromosome. Everybody means the same thing when they say mutation, genetic drift, what have you. Of course, winning debate on evolution, I've already learned, does not convince anybody. But I'm happy to win it anyway. It's like, in no fair articulation of outcomes could it conceivably be determined that I lost such a debate. But people might conclude that anyway. Obviously, if we're debating about evolution, it's impossible for me to lose the debate, because it's like yeah, people might view it as me losing, but the only way they could do so is by ignoring the affirmative burden to affirm and not caring about the affirmative failure to do so. They'd probably justify, siding with evolution in the debate by saying, well, it may not be perfect, but it's the best explanation we have, which is just an indication of their failure to understand anything. But accordingly, I have no problem debating evolution anywhere because it's not just a waste of my time, like debating typology. Do I think FI polar is the same as emotional unavailability? No. Oh, I convinced you that boy Klaus? Oh, wow. Well, I'm pleased to hear that. Thank you for telling me. I don't think that in general people are impacted like that. Yeah. Socionics is correct about the JP thing. The JP thing is incorrectly labeled in MBTI. So Rachel is P, even though, because she starts with an NI, which is a perceiving function, even though they call her INFJ. And bipolar is not the same as emotional unavailability. Like, emotional unavailability is, I don't know exactly what that means, but bipolar is not the same thing as emotional unavailability. Because I think of it as meaning something like somebody who just is not engaging authentically. They're just, like applied stoicism or something. But I don't really know. I'm an example of FI polar, but I'm not emotionally unavailable. In fact, I'm emotionally omnipresent. Like, it's very easy to tell what my emotions are, and I will engage with you, with my emotions on my sleeve. I'm not going to just try to be detached because, like, obviously, disinterest and from a parsing perspective is important, but that's totally a separate thing from your emotions. Like, my disinterested parsing of this concludes the following, but that doesn't mean I won't get mad at you when you're giving me a whole bunch of pushback, right, or something like that. So, or it might be that I joyfully share this revelation because I just determined something, and so there I'm sharing with you my emotion, but it's not relevant to the parsing. Get rid of the TSA, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for both of us, Rachel, we are late to that party, and that can cause problems sometimes. But FI, yeah, we should get rid of the TSA. Exactly. That boy Klaus is correct, though. It's possible if we get rid of the TSA, all of a sudden, people will be busting out on planes, be busting out big ass bottles of shampoo, and just like lathering up right there on the plane. How to test for NI or TE or FI? Well, the test for each of those would be different. Like, I've got some good NI polar tests that seem very reliable. I've got the nutshell this long sentence with a bunch of unnecessary details and redundancies. Antipolar can't tell apart things that are most relevant, central to what's being expressed, and things that are just sort of ancillary or unnecessary. You can also test NI by doing the felony murder question, which tries to elicit from the other person ideas about what the salient point is on something. The way I asked it last time I thought was good, and the the incredible answer I got could not have been more demonstrative than bipolar. But the thing to note is you can't tell NI slot from any specific test, right? I can be very impulsive on negative emotion, especially when I was younger. Well, I mean, I think most people are susceptible to some extent to acting out in anger, and it's generally ill advised for all people, probably, to do so. I'm not as prone to taking action in my emotions as some other types might be. Eighth slot SE is pretty good in action, you know. Well, let's wait longer and think more before making a decision. It's something that actually sensing eighth is pretty good at. So yeah. Oh yeah, I verbally scolded people out of anger, but I don't make decisions or take physical action in anger. And I think that's what causes people problems. And when I use words in anger, um, I uh, I certainly it's not the case that I'm going to say different words than I would say when I'm not angry. They're just in a different tone. Stay away from your daughter. Is your daughter Rachel? I don't think so, Leon Hawkins. Nobody did anything. It's just slandery nonsense. So yeah, I might blow up and yell at somebody when I'm angry. But the thing is, it's like there's a fundamental difference that gives me an advantage in dealing with anger because most people when they're just using words when they're angry, they say things they don't mean and or they say things they wish they hadn't said because they were angry. I don't ever say things I don't mean, nor do I say things I wish I didn't say. I just may say them meanly. And the only reason I'm saying them meanly, I'm sure, is because whoever it is not listening to me when I'm saying them nicely. If they were listening, then we wouldn't be having this problem in the first place. Obviously, it's possible for me to get angry about other things, but I feel pretty discombobulated at the moment. We're just letting the mushrooms take effect. on the way up like this, there's inevitably a certain amount of like, oh, just like when you go up in a plane before you get to the flat part. But just let me just process this for a second here. There's not a good word to describe how I feel right now. There should be a word for it. A word that means the feeling you have when you're going up on the mushrooms, when you're feeling physically unsettled. Maybe also mentally, but you're in this uncomfortable liminal state, neither on the ground nor in the air all the way. The volatility of state change and all that. Equilibriums are nice and steady and unvolatile. But the period of time between equilibriums, well, that is not steady, predictable, or anything. It's very volatile. It's called a period of state change. I'm very pleased with the Typology video. It's nice and clean. I was amazed, like, asking you shall receive. So I got this, like, update your OBS thing. I put, okay, fine, I'll update it. Well, the problem I've been complaining about, not really a problem I've been complaining about, but the reality I've been trying to figure out workarounds to, that I cannot monitor media objects in OBS. Well, guess exactly what the new OBS update did. It means you can monitor media objects in the interface. So, I was like, well, what do you know? I guess I should have updated this some time ago, maybe. It always says you want to update, remind me later, update now. I'm always like, remind me later. Oh yeah, we're on a plane to Shroom City. Bro, having FI in your first 4 slots is horrific because I do have, and you don't want that. I don't want that. That's true, but I think your relationship with it is going to depend on what slot it's in exactly, and also your life. You talk about FI and SI. They are our subjective ways of doing epistemology stuff. Brett Cooper, famous YouTuber, she said she thinks she's an ENTJ. Maybe I'll check it out. I mean, I generally don't think of random people who just mostly do content about something else, but they're like, I just took this test and I thought I was a meow, but it says I'm a meow. I don't normally think of those as particularly juicy perps, but if they have a lot of people who watch their channel, then I can certainly do a welfare check. Stop by, do a welfare check. Second slot FI. Yeah, I'm sure it's gotta be. it's got its struggles like any other tool function. Certainly, I know that. Yeah, the struggles come not obviously exactly from the tool so much as from the polar, but I love being TI tool. I hate being FI polar. I kind of think that maybe it's the ultimate absolute value that you have as your polar. But it's hard for me to say whether one of the tricky things about cognitive functions is it doesn't work very well as a like what's the word I'm looking for? It's not very. When the two sides of something are the same, starts with an S. What's that word I'm looking for? Symmetry. The symmetry of it doesn't work out well. Peace be unto you too. Thanks for. You seem very much like show media kind of engagement. So the symmetry of it doesn't work out very well. Like FI polar is not necessarily going to express the same as some other polar. Like I may say that FI is my foremost ultimate absolute value, but that has a lot to do with the fact that it's FI and not some other function. FI is fundamentally about what's important to you. So it's natural that for me, that my polar would be like, well, what's really important to you is your polar. Well, because what's really important to everybody is FI. It's what matters to them. Like FI and SI have a interesting kind of battle for primacy. Your emotional problems don't matter if you're in physical pain. All of a sudden, like, I was feeling depressive anxiety, but now I've got crippling physical pain because I broke a leg or something. Well, your depression and anxiety are going to go right out the window. You have no attentional room left for that when you're in agony. But similarly, if you're emotionally suffering, it doesn't matter how physically comfortable you are, you're going to feel like a prison. Regardless, those subjectivities combined equal what really matters in life for everybody, regardless of their function stack. Like Rachel and I had a fight last night. She was mad at me for not going into the hospital with her. And I guess what's more pertinent is the fact that her very weak relationship with her subjective functions means that she inevitably tries to find larger meaning for things that engage her, probably either of them, but especially her FI. So, she felt like hurt feelings or abandoned or something. And because she's NIFE, she's going to try to figure out some larger meaning from it. But the only meaning from it is I'm FI polar and I didn't want to go in the hospital. you know, it's depressing in there. She's going to want it to be informative in some way about like our relationship or something. Whether I'm trustworthy as a partner, some such. These are the unavoidable consequences of our polar. For me, anyway, my polar. I don't know. Obviously, and that's one of the ways in which it's not symmetrical either. Like somebody who's anti-polar, they're gonna experience consequences too, but it'll look very different. It'll look like I'm remembering a fight, not a fight, but like me getting mad at my dad because of his you know, complete inability to distinguish things on the grounds of relevance. But dad, that doesn't make any sense. How in the world could it possibly blah 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 blah? Wow. So if you're anti-polar, I guess you get hit with that. If you're FI polar, you get hit with what I got hit with in the kitchen last night, which is basically you hurt my feelings, and now I'm not sure if you, now because I'm NIFE and not FI up front, I don't, I have to revisit all of my maps and understandings of things. Well, obviously that's gonna make me mad because because FI shit. You can't. It's like I can't figure anything out if we're talking about FI stuff. I can't give you any correct answers. I can't. There's nothing I can do at all with FI. I'm just completely crippled at a loss of. I don't know what to do with that. I try to explain things, won't do any good. I, when I'm facing FI questions, I'm trying to understand them. One way I know that it must be a FI in there somewhere is that I slow down what I'm saying until I just eventually just fall silent. And I'm trying to think. I'm not getting anywhere because FI, it's like, I've got a machine that's designed to push objects, and all of a sudden, I'm in this pile of stuff that's either air or water or anything but an object. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to push? I push objects. There's nothing to push here. In fact, there's not even any ground for my object pushing vehicle to stand on. Now I'm just in free fall, wondering, what am I supposed to do here? Why am I here? And how could anybody get anything done here? The answer is, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know. So I do know the answer to those questions. I just looked here. I felt abandoned and pitied. I wasn't pitying you. I can understand why you'd feel abandoned. But, oh, I see, pitied by others because I had abandoned an FE issue. I got you. I got it, right. Well, I mean, the FE thing I can totally understand. That doesn't require any complication on my part. I didn't do that to you, Rachel. I didn't do that to you. I did not leave you in the hospital bed all night. I did say I wouldn't do that to you, but I'd still have the same question. Why is it beneficial for me to sit here in this hospital chair all night while you're sleeping in this bed and the baby's in a box in another room? I can't even see it. Why is it beneficial to anybody to have me sitting in this fucking chair? I didn't get it then. I still don't get it. Like, even back then, people were like, dude, you should have done that. Like, why? Why not? How would it be helpful for me to fail to get any sleep and have to sit in a chair all night in a place where there's nothing to do? And why is that helpful to anybody? I do not understand. I'm sorry. I just don't understand. If I had to go back in time with Delilah and Melinda and me, I would do exactly the same thing. I'm sorry. I just would. Not because there's anything wrong with Melinda, although certainly that's the case, but because there's absolutely no reason for me to stay in that fucking chair all night. It's ridiculous that other people expected that I should do that. To what possible end? I have no idea. I would absolutely do exactly the same thing again. I could not understand then. I cannot understand now how in the world people would be like, bro, like, how in the world would they not be like, why is this even coming up as a topic of conversation? It's a perfectly natural thing to do. Like, oh, I get it. You wanted to stand outside instead of waiting inside the DMV. Not something that you would ever think would be a topic of discussion among people. But, that's FI, obviously. I get the FE thing for Rachel that other people pitied her because her husband didn't care enough to stay with her during this ordeal or something. But, I just differentiate between things that, like, it would have been different if I didn't know what was wrong with her, or if 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 I had thought I would have not done it, I would not have left the hospital. I thought I was being helpful, getting the groceries we needed to get, and not requiring Rachel to sit in the car and wait after the hospital while I went and got stuff from the grocery store that we needed. Obviously, that's FI Polar, prioritizing the wrong thing. That's one of the other like horrible things about FI. It's like I needed to do it that way because that's how Rachel wanted it, not because it's inherently better that way. Like I can imagine somebody else who doesn't want, for example, me, who doesn't necessarily want anybody with them there because they already got enough stimuli and like when I'm in pain, I don't want anybody around really. I'm just kind of licking my wounds. That's so weird looking. All the breeze and the light and stuff. And me starting to trip, you know. So, you can't glean any universals. You can't look to universals by and large with FI, though you can somewhat, right? Like obviously nobody wants to be abused, belittled, all those other kind of things. But to know what you should do to be a good partner for Rachel requires you to be paying attention the whole time to like, what her FI and obviously I can't even pay attention to my own. It reminds me, Kay left her cello bow over here. And I FI is one of those things where I accept and know that I didn't. I should have behaved differently, but it doesn't generalize well. Like, it doesn't inform me about. Maybe it informs me if Rachel has to go to ER again or future hospital stuff. But it's not informative about how people should act with people regarding hospitals. And it's not informative even about how I should engage Rachel regarding, say, I don't know, trips to the supermarket. Like, if she okay, well, like it's not informative about say mailing a package. Let's say if she had to mail something, and we went to the post office, and I was pulled up and I looking at my phone, maybe got a text or something. It's not informative that I should prioritize staying with her and go in with her into the post office rather than dealing with the thing on my phone because obviously that's not very important, you know. Whereas the hospital thing is important. And the thing is also, we can't know about the hospital thing's importance based on any kind of objective thing. Like I, I already knew what was wrong with her, knew that they had a good solution for it, that it wasn't life threatening, it wasn't going to cause lasting problems, etc. Blah blah blah. I already knew all that stuff when I dropped her there to get taken care of. That doesn't that doesn't matter at all, right? Like that's why FI is uh, I mean, just across the board, just not the sort of thing anybody would want to think about because you can't do anything with anything. It's just what it is for its own little reasons, and is that's it. Like you can't you can't do anything with anything about it. It's not intended to be informative about things. It's not intended for anything like that. It's the most purely experiential and subjective of all the things. It's an end in itself, right? It's not like even people who have FI in an instrumental value still can only be conceived of ultimately as an end in itself. And I mean, most significantly, and this is why it's so terrible, most significantly, I can have done something wrong without having done anything wrong. that's that's FI for you. I did something wrong because I was not prioritizing what was important to Rachel at that moment, which I should have been prioritizing. And yet, I did not do anything wrong at all, in the sense that I did everything right. I took her to the hospital. I made the doctor's appointment thing before we went to the hospital. I filled out the paperwork. I didn't say, well, wait until I'm done building this cabinet or something like that. Not only did I do all that, but I also was helpful while she was busy at the hospital by getting the groceries, bringing them home, putting them away, which is normally her job because I figured she wasn't going to be feeling that great. Doesn't matter, right? None of that matters. The fact that I didn't actually do anything wrong because I still did something wrong. And I'm not trying to deny that I did something wrong. I'm just explaining why FI is so horrible. It's so unfair and horrible. And that's one to grow on, everybody. The takeaway from all this is not ultimately that I should have gone inside the hospital with Rachel. It's that FI is unfair and horrible. Everybody understand that now? That's the takeaway. Show media just says whatever. Just don't be afraid to time his ass out or whatever. If anybody's saying anything that bugs you. No, I'm not actually hating on FI. I'm saying I'm trying to explain how it's always and only and forever an end in itself. You know, it's the ultimate reason for everything, right? Like, if if you look at some event in a moment and something happens, like let's say kicking a tree, well, emotion is necessary for that to be anything other than just happenstance. In other words, you have to have it be motivated by something, otherwise it's an accident. So emotion is at the forefront of every single bit of actual free will and agency that anybody ever exercises. The problem with the thing I don't like about it is the things I described, right? Like the fact that it is an end in itself means that nothing else to do with it. Like, you know, you hurt Rachel's feelings, you made her feel abandoned because of your actions. It doesn't matter whether I intended to or not, right? Like, obviously, it would matter if I did intend to. That would be indicative of something else, but Um, but it's the reality of experiencing guilt without corresponding wickedness. It's weird. I guess it's like civil liability. I encourage civil liability. But again, it's weird because it's one of those things where you can't look to any kind of standard like a reasonable expectation. Then you're talking about FE stuff. The reason it's a problem is because it mattered to her. And all the other issues like, well, you should have blah 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 blah. I mean, I'll take all those tickets on FE grounds or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, it doesn't matter, right? What matters is that it was important to her, and I didn't provide what was important to her. But I provided something else is not gonna cut it, right? Well, I guess in that sense, FI is not being unfair. I just don't like the verdict, which were otherwise, I guess. Feels unfair to me because I mean it doesn't feel unfair in this instance, I guess. Like with the Delilah's birth thing. That's just ridiculous. I mean, I am fucking sorry, but that is absolutely ridiculous. There's absolutely no reason why anybody should have to stay in the hospital room all night long when they're not going to let your baby go home until the next day anyway. They ended up not letting her leave until like 1 or 2 in the afternoon or something. The fuck I'm going to sit in that chair that whole time for absolutely no reason. The fuck. On that issue, that's not even an FI issue. That's just purely an FE issue. People want you to look like, do caring theater or something. There's absolutely no fucking reason why anybody should stay in that in that hospital room all night when you know already they're not possibly going to release you, your baby, and your wife until at the earliest the next morning. Go home and get a good night's sleep, for fuck's sake. I would do that 100 billion times. If I were given 100 billion opportunities, I'd do exactly the same thing 100 billion times. And anybody who says one should do otherwise, I don't care how important it was to my wife. If it's really that important to my wife that I spent all night in the hospital room for absolutely no fucking reason, then she needs to get her fucking FI checked, right? Fuck that noise. Like, what about what's important to me? Well, it's really important to me that you spend all night in the hospital room for no reason. Well, it's really important to me that you shut the fuck up. So I guess we're at an impasse. I mean, seriously. It's very important to me that you suffer for no reason. Okay, well, fuck off. I mean, how else would anybody respond to that but fuck off, right? If I is supposed to do something different, so I could better care for my child when she's in a box in another room, and not like I'm somehow loving my wife more by uncomfortably watching her sleep. It's ridiculous. The whole thing is just so insane, right? Like, how could anybody possibly think that it's a good idea for me to stay in the hospital room all night long for no reason? How could anybody possibly think that? It's not like her life was touch and go or some other nonsense like that, right? She had given birth. She was all doped up, loopy from the fucking, what's it called? What's that shot they give you when you're giving birth called? Oh, fuck. Are you fucking kidding me with this fucking TV again? You want to talk about FI? I do not like this. I do not like this. Stop doing this. God. You and your songs. I guess this song kind of goes with these trees, but can you just stop, please? Can you stop with your fucking screensavers and your garbage? Your autoplay music. Did I want to have Delilah? Of course, I was thrilled to have Delilah. What I didn't want really was that horrible wife. But the reason I got married in the first place is I wanted to have a child. I wanted a Delilah. The point is, of course, that I wasn't able to spend any time with Delilah during that night. She was in a box in another room. They wouldn't let me in there even if I wanted to go in there. Being idle in a hospital, someone's resting in the bed is actually difficult. Usually friends and family take turns. It's understandable if the person's sick, right? She's not even sick. She's just gave birth. She's fine. She'll be totally back to normal in a couple of days. It's not a medical emergency per se. It's a normal part of humans being a species that work. So, there's no like, gosh, well, we don't know what's going to happen here. Kind of need to stay. There's no like, oh, but this is so scary. I don't know if I'm going to live or die. So be next to me kind of shit. It's just for absolutely no articulable reason that anybody could ever give me. I was expected to stay in the hospital room all night. Well, fuck that noise, and you can take your fucking FI and shove it up your ass. I don't care how important it is to you. It's stupid. It's stupid, and I'm not going to be party to that kind of idiocy. Certainly not at the cost of me getting a night's sleep and not being able to pull bong rips. I was like, fuck this noise. I'm going home pulling bong rips. Obviously. Any sane person would do the same thing. And the other is, even if all this, there were things at risk, there's absolutely nothing I can do about it. And being there isn't going to change anything. It's like, oh, I get a call. We think your mom's going to go soon. Oh, for fuck's sake, I have been there over and over again, said all my goodbyes, everything. Just die or don't or whatever, but what difference does it make if I'm fucking standing there? She has absolutely no capacity whatsoever. She's a complete vegetable. And I've already tried to time this with you guys before, been there, waited, and then she's fine. So fuck off. I'm not going over there again. Oh, but Eric, I don't care about all that stuff. It's stupid. I don't care about it. Like, my mother was not my mother anymore. I had said my goodbyes 100 times, 1,000 times. But I was saying goodbye to somebody who had already left a long time ago. Do I regret not being right there when she died? No, I don't regret it at all. Do I regret not being right there when my dad died? I was pretty close to right there. But no, I don't regret that either. I don't regret not watching that happen. Obviously, you know. Obviously, life provides us many opportunities to experience horrible FI disasters. You know? And the thing is, Rachel wasn't in the hospital. She was getting something fixed. She was not like, again, the specifics matter, right? Like, if Rachel were in the hospital and we didn't know what was wrong and she was experiencing all this pain and stuff, obviously it would be very alarming. I'd be very concerned and worried. I'd want to know constantly what was going on. But we didn't have that situation. We knew exactly what was wrong with her, and we already knew that this was, in fact, one of those ideal situations where somebody doesn't need to go to the ER, but it's a temporary problem. There's a solution to it. They can answer our questions, give articulable answers to everything. It's not life-threatening or anything, provided we get it dealt with right away. And she's back to normal the next day or two. So, accordingly, you know, treat it accordingly, right? Like it, it's you. The FI thinks it doesn't matter somehow whether it doesn't think anything. It doesn't matter, right? Like, well, the only thing that matters is how Rachel felt, and all these other things are irrelevant. So, in that regard, FI can just go fuck itself, right? Because seriously, how is anybody supposed to use it as a guide for anything if nothing makes any sense? And that's the horrible thing about it is like it does make sense, but there are no clear lines. Like it's very obvious that why and that and it's indisputable that somebody would not be okay on FI grounds to belittle and humiliate them. Or they would not be okay on FI grounds to give them the silent treatment or something. Those are clear-cut cases, right? But the reason, don't tell me. Are these all? These can't be. No, they're not. Okay. But like with things like this, I don't even know how to talk about it. It's impossible to even talk about. Because at the end of the day, it's always the same thing. It's like, well, what matters to her is her subjectivities, and they don't need to have any justifications, and you should care about them regardless. And I do, but yeah, it's like, I guess I didn't prioritize the right subjectivities at the right time in the right way. People then, of course, Um, this is where FI gets super unfair, and it's not really FI. This is more like FE or even NI or SI. I'm not sure, but people think that because I failed to prioritize the right subjectivities in that instance, they can glean some information about me from it or about anything from it. It's not indicative that somehow I don't care. It's not indicative of anything. It just happened because I'm bipolar, I guess, and is indicative of absolutely nothing more than that. But people want to pretend that they can understand something by looking at that action. There's nothing to understand from any FI things. FI is definitionally the antithesis of understanding. It's not saying that it's bad, right? But that, because obviously the only reason to live is to experience joy and all the wonderful things that life has to offer. But accordingly, because it's so rich and comprehensive of all that subjective stuff, it definitionally, necessarily, is not there to help you understand anything. You might realize how your boundaries have been crossed, or maybe you shouldn't be with this person, or stuff like that, from how you feel. But what people who aren't FI do is they think that, well, because this, because somebody actually feeling a feeling might be indicative about their relationship with that person, how that person makes them feel, or something. That we're going to remove from the equation now the actual emotion and look at the event and pretend that we can do language work with it and stuff like that because we're not FI friend stack. Well, that's just crazy. Nobody should do that. The point is that you can't take FI out of its proper domain and try to do things with it that are not within its proper domain. If you want FI stuff to be informative to you, then you have to let FI be informative to you, like how you feel about this specific thing. It's not informative beyond that at all. If you're not FI friend stack, then that bad feeling may be informative to you about something, but but to the extent that you're going to do work, well, you're not going to be able to work with that. It's all very confusing. This is the problem of trying to deal with FI in general. It's all very confusing. You don't get it. The only good definition of FI you're ever going to get is from me. Nobody out. This is what I'm saying. It's like, um, I. This is the problem with FI, right? Like, I did something wrong. I accept that, and the reasoning behind it is because it was important to Rachel that I behaved differently than I did, and because I was not with her inside the hospital, she felt abandoned or whatever. There's no disputing any of this kind of stuff. That I did something wrong. I would point out also that FI has this horrible way of it being irrelevant what else I did. You know, it, it's irrelevant that I did this other thing that's of value because the question is what was important to her, not what was important in general. And I accept that that's proper. That's the proper concern, right? That no, I'm not disputing any of that. I'm also saying that specifically Rachel, if you want me to be naming somebody, that she's going to kind of, because of her personality type, she's not consciously going to be equipped to deal with FI and all the things that it implies or doesn't imply, right? So she's going to be trying to translate this into things that do make sense, like FE and TI stuff. And in this instance, there's absolutely no further meaning to be made about the event except that I'm FI polar and fucked up, you know? Other people might also make meaning about it, like, well, this is informative about how much Eric cares about Rachel or how much he values her or whether he really loves her, other kinds of questions like that, right? It is not appropriate, obviously, to to do that kind of work because that's not the appropriate area for FI to operate in at all. Like, FI doesn't work like that. People who really love their dog could still be abusive to it. It's like that's you can't get indication from their behavior of how much or little they care about something. And it certainly is the case here that while some people might interpret that as me not caring enough for Rachel, it's not informative about that at all. And the no, it does render other things irrelevant. Okay, or to the extent that it doesn't render other things irrelevant, then it we are no longer even having any specific question, right? What I'm saying is on the question of did I is it and that's the other FI. Maybe it's not concerned about whether I did something wrong or not. It's just concerned about how people feel. Well, and even more so, I don't know what to do with that at all. There's nothing I can conceivably do with that, nor is there anything that Rachel knows how to do with it either. She's experiencing feelings that are totally legitimate and valid, but she's unavoidably, because she's a not FI type, she's going to try to make meanings like I try to make out of them, which is instead of like me trying to coalesce it into what I did wrong and why I did something wrong, or whether I did something wrong, and having a nice solid answer about, well, it's because I didn't prioritize what was important to her, and she felt this way, and I could have prevented that by behaving differently. It's a nice, clear answer. That's fine. And of course, for us to get to that point, we have to acknowledge that other things are irrelevant. Like it's irrelevant that I went to the grocery store and did something that was useful because that wasn't what was important to her. If you're saying that it doesn't render that irrelevant, then fuck FI entirely, right? Because obviously you can't win. You can't do anything with it at all. If in fact these other matters are relevant, then I don't even know what question we're asking. In fact, nobody could possibly know what question we're asking. The whole idea of asking questions itself is rendered irrelevant by that whole mushiness of things. My frustration right now, I mean, my frustration right now is that I'm trying to is that this I don't know. I didn't start off in this topic, obviously, and I'm not exactly sure how it got here, but my frustration is that, like, you know, Rachel's got her feelings and stuff and thinks that they're indicative of something that they're not indicative of at all. You know, it's like, my frustration is that we're dealing with a legitimate FI thing here, but neither of us is equipped at all to deal with FI stuff. Rachel's also not equipped to deal with SI stuff either, so she likes to try to find reasons why we're good together and not good together that have absolutely nothing to do with any of the data that would actually be informative about that, you know? Like her feelings and her experience. In this case, she actually has feelings. And she's like, well, surely these are informative about something. But they're not informative about anything other than the fact that I was a dumbass. You know, because people who aren't FI front stack, we think that, you know, things mean things. I've got to squirt down these wasps again. I can't believe how they came back so fast. I squirted down all of their nuts. There was not any of them. And now there's like quite size. There's first of all there's a shit ton in terms of quantity, but there's also at least one or two of them that are quite advanced already. Considering I think I squirted down like 2 days ago. But they were not dissuaded by my previous squirting. I'm going to have to obviously squirt them again. But before I squirt the wasps down, I am going to engage with the chat. I also have to go pee. I mean, no, I mean, we don't even need to use different terminology to be productive here with parts. I fully acknowledge that I should have behaved differently. No, we didn't break up. Of course not. I hurt Rachel's feelings because she had to go to the hospital the other day because she's passing a kidney stone. And it's very painful to do that, apparently. And also, depending on the specs of it, could be dangerous. So we didn't have any. I tried to. We tried to solve the problem with a online virtual appointment first. They told us to go to the ER. We went right to the ER, and obviously, once she got there, they gave her some stuff, and she started feeling better. And they did some tests and determined how big the kidney stone was and stuff like that. But the point is, I didn't go inside the hospital with her. I went in the waiting room with her, filled the paperwork and stuff. And then I figured she was in good hands. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go get some groceries. But she didn't like that. And she would have preferred if I had stayed with her. She felt pitied by other people because I didn't stay with her. And the other people were like, why doesn't that guy care more about his wife? So I understand the FE thing, certainly. And I get that the salient issue here is what was important to her, not anything else. And everything else is irrelevant to the question of what I ought to have done. So there's nothing to be, there's nothing in dispute here. It's like, I don't even know if I should apologize. I didn't wrong her in any meaningful way. But I can guarantee her that the same thing were to happen again, obviously, I would stay with her because I wouldn't want to incur this kind of outcome. And the most important takeaway from all of this is that caring about somebody, loving somebody, is not monopolized by FI people. And just because I am not as my loving and caring for Rachel isn't as driven by the immediate subjective experience of emotion. Where are you meowing for? Oh, you want me to come inside. That's one of my least favorite things that cat does. It's fine for him to meow for me to let him outside. When he's meowing inside, I open the door and he just tells me, it's time for you to come inside. Well, he can go fuck himself. I don't care about his feelings about this matter at all. He has successfully conveyed to me what he wants, and that's fine. But I don't want that. So, too bad, cat. Anyway, the point is, it's unfair of FI to use its metrics to evaluate how much or whether I love or care for somebody. Because obviously I care for Rachel immensely and love her infinitely to the end of the world. And it's not predicated on FI at all. You know, if my status about things were determined by my feelings, then statuses for things would change all the time. After all, sometimes I feel mad and sometimes I feel sad about something. It doesn't change what it is. Like, if I'm mad at Rachel, it doesn't change the fact that I love her and cherish her and everything. It's just a temporary emotion. Whereas love and cherish and stuff, those aren't emotions. Those are statuses that you afford to somebody. Like the word love may be, in some sense, referential to some emotional experience, but to link those kind of ideas to emotions is to deny access to those of us who aren't FI front stack to critically important parts of human life. And that's not a correct thing to do, accurate or fair. I get that FI people can reasonably come to conclusions about things with their feelings, but I certainly cannot. And it's ridiculous to think that whether or not I'm like trustworthy as a partner or serious in my commitments or whether I love Rachel or anything like that, the idea that somehow it could be informed by my fluency with FI is not just wrong, it's insulting. It's fine for FI people to make decisions the way they do, but I'm not them. And the idea that accordingly I can't have certain kinds of character because I don't ascribe to their mushy randomness is absurd. And like these are kind of things that Rachel is susceptible to believing because she watches these idiots on YouTube who try to tell her about like how a relationship should be, or if your man does this, then it indicates the following big deal. Well, those fucking idiots, obviously, if maybe you're dealing with somebody who's FI very conscious and they do something that hurts your feelings, it's indicative of something because they know exactly what they're doing and that's why they're doing it and what have you. Whereas for me, I didn't obviously mean to hurt Rachel's feelings, and it's not indicative of anything at all except for the fact that I'm Typology. It's not indicative of some like, well, your man doesn't really value you if he does like this stuff. The fuck, you stupid tard. Get down, Wasp. I don't want you anywhere along here. Get away. I don't want any watch here. You can just fuck off. Ah, got myself wet. You might well say, why is Rachel even asking these kinds of questions? Why is she watching videos about this at all? Why would she be like, I'm still trying to figure out if this is a good relationship or not? Well, that's because she has no conscious access to introverted sensing at all. Instead of referencing the obvious thing, which is her own experience, she's going to try to find some map that says, yes, you're happy. Yeah. Instead of like, if you ask most people, are you happy? They're going to give you whatever answer they give you. But regardless, if you ask them, how do you know if you're happy? And they give you an honest answer, and you're Rachel, you say, well, I look to some external indicator about what happy people are like. And see if I resonate, That's how Rachel determines if she's happy. How do I determine if I'm happy? Well, I have SI conscious, so I mean, that's a tough question for me too, though. Like, am I happy? How do I determine? I'm happy right now. I'm in a good mood. I'm happy right now. I feel a little bit hungry. I'm happy to explain things as always. The issue with me and Rachel being one of, it's explained best by our mutual lack of conscious fluency with introverted feeling. Rachel's proclivities also being explained by her total lack of introverted sense. And most importantly, what I'm doing here is not using introverted feeling. I'm explaining things. And isn't it better when we understand things without using our feelings? Absolutely, it is. Oh, Rachel, Jesus Christ. Come on, dude, seriously. Because, in fact, I did not willfully hurt her feelings, stating that if it were done if I had another opportunity, I would do it differently. I wouldn't do the same thing again. I mean, the thing is, like, I get it if I accidentally crash into you, right, and incur some liability, then I apologize because I've done something specific that's, even though it was not intentional, I would still have reason to apologize because I incurred that harm. But when I incur harm for not doing something, it's a separate matter, obviously. There's no reason anybody should apologize for not doing something. They may have incurred, unless not doing something was intentionally designed to incur this outcome, right? I did not intend to hurt Rachel's feelings, and while I recognize that I did, and that it would be preferable if I hadn't, and therefore I should have done something differently, that's not the same thing as doing something wrong. And if the world were sane, obviously nobody would apologize unless they did something wrong. I can acknowledge it was important to Rachel and I should have done something differently, and that if I had been more conscious of what was important in that moment, I would have done something more different. I would have done something differently. I can I can acknowledge I can commit to doing something differently in the future, no problem. But to apologize when you didn't do anything wrong would itself be wrong. I can express regret that things happened the way they did and a mutually shared desire, wish that they had happened differently. All of those things are legitimate things to say about this, right? But that I did something wrong is not a legitimate thing to say about this. And that's not about that's not related to FI or any other function, right? It's just the accurate truth of the matter. Like, I don't, I know you're very sad about your dog getting hit by a car, but I did not hit it. So, there's nothing for me to tell you about it. Wow, but FI says, FI should have nothing to say about that. If I didn't do something, then there's nothing else to be said about it. How anybody feels about what I didn't do is irrelevant. But the thing is this, okay? Um, I I am not again, it's like the issue here, the only issue here that I can see, and the only issue that I think is significant from my perspective is issue that's not resolved, right? Like so I the, right after it happened, next day or whatever, I talked with Rachel about it. I conceded all the FI stuff. I agreed that that was not the right thing for me to have done. And I did all the, I was not accountability avoiding it all. And so accordingly, as I never am, okay, accordingly, the issue was resolved in full. So the only thing is to the issue and dispute now is where and how can we try to build additional meaning beyond that? And to the extent that Rachel and I have conflict, it's because she wants to use this event to be informative somehow about me and my commitment to her, my love for her, or anything else, right? I acknowledge that I should have done something differently at the time. And also am correct in informing everybody that it's not informative beyond that of anything. And anybody who wants to make it informative, if so, for example, if Rachel says, if your man does this to you, what does it mean? Well, I mean, all the answers that are going to be complete bullshit. The only thing it means in this instance is that I'm FI polar. And, it's like, so I make mistakes about definitionally what that means is I'm going to not prioritize what's really important sometimes. It doesn't mean that I'm completely incapable of doing so. It just means that it's a weak spot for me and I have to get there in other ways, right? Like SI is a good way for me to learn that this is important to her and that I don't want to incur this shit again, right? But beyond that, any try like oh God. Obviously, if you judge the fitness of somebody as a partner based on FI criteria, I'm going to be unfit in every instance. And it's not correct that because I'm not FI, that I'm untrustworthy as a partner, not a good partner, don't care about her, or anything else. And I get that people in the chat are not the ones necessarily saying that, okay? But what I'm that's the point I'm trying to drive home here, is that there's nothing else I can do or say about the specific incident, so it's resolved. And any attempt to make meaning beyond that is false, wrong, unfair, and in fact is not informative at all about anything. So that's my point. And I should make that point because it's correct. My cousin wanted me to ask you a question because he watched my dad said. His question is, how do I distinguish between learned behavior and maturation of functions? Functions don't actually mature at all. People do. So, like, my extrovert intuition hasn't changed at all, but I have learned a lot more things, and I can include those in my extrovertedly intuitive stuff. And the point is, those tests that are tests that can't be gamed. That's the beautiful thing about them. It doesn't matter how much. If you're TI polar, it doesn't matter how much prep you do. You will TI maybe a little bit more than other functions, but you will not be able to pretend to be good at it. Polar. It is impossible to prepare at all or learn or game at all polar tests because what somebody's polar reveals is that they cannot distinguish between things according to relevance or significance in argumentation. So like that that question about felony murder, when I asked him what the salient legal point was, and he listed just an endless succession of different legal points with some of which were somewhat relevant, some of which were absolutely irrelevant, and the question of the single salient point that everything contingent upon, it was just, he couldn't even conceive of what the question meant. So that is why you cannot game these tests. I mean, it's like in an imaginary world, in theory, people could game them, but experiential data has shown us over and over again that in fact that's how cognitive functions are. Because you are your functions, you reflexively pay attention that way all the time. Like, I'm 54 years old. I pay attention this way all the time. Can you imagine me then all of a sudden being able to display the competence of a 54-year-old who pays attention in different ways? Can you imagine me being able to display the competence of that person, even if we're just imagining that it's not implicit and it's experiential? There's no way to fake 54 years of experience. But more significantly, it's not experiential. It's not the sort of thing that you can get better at or whatever. It's like you might be able to imitate doing things well with your left hand, even though you're right-handed, but ultimately, it's unavoidable that you're better at things with this hand and worse with this hand. If you do a battery of tests on somebody who's one-handed to check to see dexterity or whatever, unavoidably they're going to reveal the fact that their left hand, if they're right-handed, is weaker. It's unavoidable. You can't pretend away that shit. You can't prep away that shit. Cognitive functions are the same thing. And I get that people who are wrong about functions are wrong in that way a lot of times. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't matter if I have a personal bias towards the test. And this is what I'm saying. Like, people project their own frames of reference. For people who are FI, it matters a great deal how they feel about something as to what they're going to determine about things. If they're FI2, for example, that's how they determine everything, is how strongly they feel about it. I don't quite get how that works in general, but that's fine. The point is, for people who are FI, it's almost impossible for them to conceive of somebody who not only isn't impacted by bias at all, but who can't be impacted by bias. Like, not that I don't have biases, I might prefer this or that, but I cannot not determine, just like everybody can get how with math, like 3 plus 3 equals 6, that there's a right answer and there's a wrong answer and it's clear, and it doesn't matter what you want the answer to be, everybody's going to agree on that. See, I'm like that with everything. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. I may hate the fact that yeah is the correct thing, but I cannot see it as anything other than what it actually is, regardless of my feelings. Bias is only a problem if it impacts the decision-making metric. So I might be filled with biases from top to bottom about all kinds of things. That's not how I'm making decisions, so it doesn't matter. And the thing about the tests that he's talking about, me being biased in favor of those tests, the results speak for themselves. Like, it is the fact that your ESFJ friend was unable to display basic competence on a relevancy question that, it's like on that particular function, it may not be as like shocking to people as others, but when you encounter polar whatever and the test results, it's like hard for people to believe. When I ask a question like, can you break this into 5 steps? They go, well, I mean, anybody could do that. Ask a harder question. No, I mean, that's the point, is that shockingly, there's a percentage of the population who absolutely cannot do that, no matter how many tries you give them. They cannot ordinate things at all. So the thing is, these results exist. My explanation for them makes sense. If your friend doesn't think I'm biased in favor of my test, he's not understanding what tests do. The test results just exist, right? And our job is to explain them and or either explain those results or use those results to validate or falsify our model. And I do both things, and obviously it's like we can only evaluate such matters based on whether they're doing the process right. Nobody else is even close to doing the process right, so I actually am. You could critique plenty of methodological things for sloppiness, and that's fine. Obviously, I've not approached the question as though I were doing science to be published. But to the extent that you have critiques about what I'm doing, I assure you, the problem is not my feelings. If any critiques that are based on Eric's feelings, well, they're not even qualified to begin critiquing anything at all. Because obviously, a proper critique has nothing to do with my motivations, but instead with my words, my explanations, and other things. If anybody were qualified to critique anything, therefore, they wouldn't even dream of thinking about my motivations. And the fact that they are thinking about my motivations informs us clearly they are not qualified to critique, and that their critique is wrong. The thing is also, I don't want, it just occurred to me as I hear the laundry doing, I don't want this live stream to create any distance or conflict between me and Rachel. I only want it to resolve those matters. Like, to be correct about things. To acknowledge where I was wrong, etc. Like, where I should have done differently, I should say. And to commit to doing differently in the future. This is not intended as a critique of Rachel. It is intended as a critique of any extrapolation from the event into meaning beyond the scope of the event. Many people are going to say, well, Eric, she just wants you to apologize and hug her and feel what she's feeling. I've already done all of that. I didn't apologize maybe, but I expressed regret. I've hugged her, blah, 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 blah. So the point is that this whole line of talk is just to address the not good and not productive and not correct additional meaning making that may occur, I get that obviously people have emotional needs and it's critical that their family and loved ones meet those needs and so forth. I also get that I am unavoidably going to be reductive in trying to collapse those things into meaningful questions, and answers. But I don't know how else to do things. It's the only way I am. It's like I'm never going to have explained to me adequately to make me actually consciously attend with introverted feelings. It's not possible for anybody to pay attention by ways that are not who they are by learning about them. Obviously, like, it doesn't matter how much I learn or talk about extroverted sensing, I still have a problem with doing shit. In fact, learning and talking about it is part of the way in which I have a problem with doing shit. Well, accordingly, understanding all this advice stuff as objects of analysis it's not going to change my way of paying attention at all. It's still going to be an absolute value for me that I feel bad about and I'm not going to understand at all. Here come the yawns. Uh-oh. I think I should eat something. And obviously I should drink some fluids as well. I'm fairly dehydrated. So I mean that's one of the tricky things about FI that's going to continually confound me is that a lot of times what the issue is not a failure to have an answer, it's just some time is needed to process things. Well, I don't like that at all. I operate in a world where we don't need any time to determine, like once something's been determined, that's it. It's determined, and there's no time factor involved at all. I'll tell you what, there's a time factor involved with this ground beef. it needs to go into the freezer. I obviously should not put it into the freezer in this big chunk like this. I'm just, future Eric is gonna hate this Eric right now so much for doing this. This future Eric has to deal with this big ass block of frozen beef. Oh, well, I don't want to take it apart right now. I want mushrooms. I don't want to deal with that shit. I earned the mushrooms because I did some work today. I didn't want to make a Typology episode. I was not feeling it. I forced myself to do it anyway. I took an extra Adderall to make myself have a little bit more motivation. And I did it. I did an excellent job of it too. I'm very pleased with the product. And it took a while, but it was worth it. And I earned these mushrooms accordingly. I said to myself, you're gonna take mushrooms today, Eric. You better get this done first. Because otherwise you do not deserve to take them. Well, if you want to motivate me to work, make drugs contingent upon it. And I will get that shit done. No questions asked. Oh, I can only do mushrooms if I complete this? Well, I guess there's not really any question as to whether I'm going to complete it or not then. Anyway, the point is that I've earned this mushroom trip. And you know what I have not earned? A bunch of FI mushiness that I don't like and don't want and don't want. I don't like it and I don't want it. That's my FI about it. And you know what? FI is good enough explanation for something, and it's good enough for this too. I don't like it, I don't want it. You know, I may have blind spot FI, but it's still at least as good as a newborn baby's. I know that I don't like that, and I do like this. And that's fine. Oh, God. The simple act of going out of a door is thrown all into asunder by the fact that there's another cat out there. Yes, trouble was out there, and he looked at you, and he came inside. So now, why do you not want to go outside anymore? Like, why did you want to go outside in the first place? It had nothing to do with him, I'm sure. You generally don't like him and avoid him. So, like, okay, I get, oh, he's right there. Make him get out of the way before I go through his doorway because he's a dick. I get that. That's fine. But why change your mind about being inside or outside once you learn that he's going to be inside? Because you don't even like him. Cats. They don't make decisions the same way that I do. And accordingly, they are wrong. Cats, why they're wrong. A treatise by Eric. Listen, cats, you could just stop being so wrong all the time. I was like, I don't know if I want to go inside or outside. You're not. That's wrong of you. Well, meowing not to let you out, but to make me come back inside. That is wrong of you, cats. And you should not be like that. prior to the groundbreaking and revolutionary work of Eric, people used to think the cats were not wrong. They couldn't be wrong. That was something just for humans. Well, Eric had explained, in fact, yes, cats can be wrong, and yes, cats are. And why, of course, how and why they're wrong. Namely, they're wrong because they shouldn't be like that. And why are they wrong? Because they want to be wrong. That's why. That's what makes me so mad at them. They're intentionally being wrong, even though I've explained to them many times. What am I doing here with this breath? I'm trying to take the crust off, but I just end up with this ball of. I'm just eating the crust anyway. Okay. I'm gonna leave that right there. That's how not to eat a piece of bread. You clip that and call how to eat bread wrong. Well, anyway. I think about Rachel saying something like, I'm not going to be around the stream as much, which means she's feeling hurt. You know, I didn't say anything intended to hurt her at all, nor do I think anything I said was hurtful. It's like, there are clear, bright lines for things for a good reason, you know? Like, if somebody betrays you, that means something specific. And it's informative about them in specific ways. If somebody's not there for you when you need them in substantive ways, then that might be informative. Maybe they were just off doing something and had no idea, right? But for stuff like this, it's like, well, I hoped you would be more like this, but I failed to articulate it. And yes, I should have figured it out. I should have known anyway. Well, I mean, this kind of thing is not informative about anything. And me pointing that out should not be hurtful to anybody. I don't know. It's like Rachel and I both live in a world where emotions are fine if they're if they're justified. And you understand intellectually otherwise, but obviously, I don't really understand how anybody can operate as though, as though emotions are fine regardless of justification. I get that they're all valid, but like, it may be perfectly valid for you to cycle through an endless series of different emotions all the time about the same thing, but it doesn't mean it's informative or like correct at all for you to do so. Nor does it mean that it's a good way of living. So, okay, let me go look at the chat for a bit. I've been, as usual, on mushrooms, ignoring the chat. You know, something about mushrooms just makes me want to soliloquize. Alright, let's see here. I get sometimes it's not words of desire, but truth of action. That's all fine, but the the action I provided was all, nobody could complain about any of it. I, as soon as she expressed concern, I booked a doctor's appointment immediately with a virtual one. It was like 30 minutes later. Paid for it. When they told us to go to the ER, didn't question it, just took her to the ER, filled out the form. It did all of the action that one could reasonably point to it, call action, you know? So that wasn't the complaint. The complaint was not that um, I failed to do necessary actions or that my actions weren't indicative, were indicative of something other than caring about her. Truth calms SI in an INFJ. Well, I mean, I would, I the way I think of it is this: if it were any two people, if Rachel was not involved in this at all herself, her her understanding of this couple would be absolutely perfect, and she'd be amazed by what an exemplary, wonderful couple it is. Her intuition would be spot on the money, and she'd be right. The thing is, being in the relationship herself means it's sometimes engaging her FI. She has no conscious access or tendency, habit of using her own experience to determine anything. It's like, wow, being an NIDOM means I understand that I can't trust my experience. I can only trust things that are outside of me. And that's great if you're just trying to understand the world. It's terrible if you're trying to understand your own experience and your relationship. My cousin literally just thinks I don't have NI tool. He puts NI on a pedestal from our perspective. I mean, introverted intuition is just one of two possible ways of knowing things. It's not better or worse than, like, shape constancy isn't better or worse than object permanence. Intuition, being intuitive about something doesn't mean, even if you make the correct intuitive leap, it doesn't mean it's correct. You can come up with myriad examples where the correct intuitive conclusion to draw from these clues is meow, but it turns out that SI wins. Those things were just incidentally happen to be clumped together for random reasons. Does that mean you were bad at intuiting or something? Absolutely not. You intuited the correct thing to intuit, and it was still wrong. Because that's how the world works, you know? Sometimes intuition is well suited to know something, and sometimes experience is well suited to know something. And most of the time, from my perspective, you're never well suited to know things. You should just determine them. Obviously, you should know things like from my perspective, you should know things that matter with intuition, and you should know things that don't matter with experience. And you should determine things that matter with logic, and you should only determine things that are determinable. You shouldn't try to determine things that are only knowable or know things that are only determinable. Because, of course, it's going to be my perspective because I have double fluency in knowledge. With 4 or 5, that's for everybody. They're 4 or 5, they have double fluency. And I have the correct determination function for the external world, not for subjectivities. And I have the correct kind of action for being correct about the external world, you know, when paired with logic. What's the point of pairing it with feelings? Well, that's the point of that is like K, right? When she heard that Rachel was passing a kidney stone and she realized it, she was like, "Oh my God!" She was appalled that they were there imposing on on Rachel's SI that triggered her, K's FI thing as well. Whereas I'm like, she doesn't seem to be in pain or anything. I mean, like, she seems fine to me, a little drugged up, which makes her happy usually. So I don't understand what the big deal is. Well, that's the difference between FI and TI, the tool function, I guess. What kind of content do y'all think ENFJs would strive at? I don't know if they strive at, but they're gonna make content that's holistic. So instead of parsing and explaining like I'm doing, you know, they're more likely to say things that are, you know, they're being a, they're more likely to attend to things that can only be known holistically rather than deconstructed. Sometimes they might attend to things that can be deconstructed but try to know them holistically. Regardless, ENFJs are alright with me because they're much less likely to be expressly wrong than some other types. More likely to do things that are inoffensively adjacent to matters that matter, things that matter to me. I'm their benefactor type, so the thing about benefactor beneficiary that socionics does is that the benefactor doesn't listen to the beneficiary at all. And I've found that to be true on both ends of it. Like, my dad did not listen to me at all. It did not matter what I said. It might as well have just been said by a chirping bird or something. He had no impact on anything that he thought or did at all. In fact, he was very much convinced that the best way to do things was willfully to not ask my opinion about it at all because he didn't want to hear it and he was convinced that whatever I had to say would only cloudy an otherwise already cloudy enough picture. In fact, the reality is my insight would have clarified everything, but that's only from in an NI way, and he was NI polar, so from his perspective, I was just talking gibberish. I've also found it to be true the other way around. Like, as the benefactor type, I found that I have trouble listening to ENFJs. We had this wonderful ENFJ realtor. He, unlike anybody, any other instance I can think of, this guy had to tell me things multiple times for me to hear him. Granted, it was a very tumultuous time um, in my life, and there's a lot of stuff going on or whatever. But that never happens. That people have to tell me things multiple times for me to hear them or read them or something. It just never happens. If I am like within earshot and not and listening at all, that me not hearing them or ignoring what they say, the pertinent details, it just does not ever, 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 ever happen. But it happened with that guy. It was so stunning that I remember it. It also happened with, in a different way, with this other ENFJ realtor we had. And with her, what I realized is, okay, this is not quite so literally me not hearing her existence. It's me not thinking that anything she says matters. But Rachel thinking these things matter that she was saying too. Like for Rachel and her, it was a great deal of concern as to factors that might be influencing the buyers or whatever. To me, it's like these kind of vagaries, you can't even determine whether, like, in fact, this specific thing links to that specific outcome or anything. The only thing that mattered to me was, is it priced right? In other words, we don't want it priced too low because then two phenomena. One, we're not getting maximum we could out of it, but also people are going to think, what's wrong with it? We don't want to price too high because obviously people aren't going to pay more than it's worth. If in fact we're not getting enough attention at this price point, there's only one thing that matters. We need to lower it, right? It doesn't matter why other things that we're not going to change at all. Like, well, people might not like this or might not like that or whatever. Well, I mean, that's who cares? Like, the point is, what should we do to make more people interested in it? And the answer is lower the price. Why more people aren't interested at it at the higher price does not matter at all to me. It's completely irrelevant, and I don't even know why we're talking about it. So that's what it means when you say benefactors don't listen to the beneficiaries. In that example, I obviously was correct in not listening to her because she wasn't saying anything that mattered at all. But I still listened to her and heard everything she said. But it's like as soon as she started down this whole line of thing, I realized, okay, everything from here to here does not matter at all. And it's completely just she might as well just be saying sounds rather than words. Why would FI be an undesirable experience for somebody with FI6? Well, it's not undesirable to have feelings, obviously. What's undesirable for, say, an INFJ is to be compelled by reality to use their feelings to determine something when they think that in a fair and just and appropriate world, things are determined with logic, and that if the person had good FE, then I wouldn't have to be addressing this FI feeling stuff, right? So in other words, people like Rachel and me are mostly very dry. We still have feelings about things, for sure, and those feelings matter a great deal. But if we're forced to adjudicate something using feelings, then that's the kind of thing that we don't want to deal with. Like, we don't ever want to be a judge in a contest of that. It's like, what makes you feel the strongest feeling of this way? Because that's not how we think things should be adjudicated. So for an INFJ, when, like, let's say somebody's making them feel bad, now all of a sudden they have to determine things using their feelings. If everybody was sane and civil and everybody was polite and all that stuff, then I wouldn't have to determine that I don't want to be around you because you make me feel bad, or you know that even though you make me feel good, I don't want to be around you because of these other legitimate reasons. Put that way, it makes sense why it's hard to imagine why anybody would ever be anything different than that, right? Like, obviously, nobody would want to purposefully, if they're given the choice, have to evaluate things that way. Like, hey, I'm trying to be cool and have a party here, right? But you're being so bad that I have to change the rules of general operation and kick you out specifically because of your badness. Or potentially, I'm trying to have a party here where everybody has a good time, and you're over here having a good time in the way that matters to you, but that prevents others around you from having a good time. So put this way, it seems insane to imagine having anything other than countervalued FI, right? That's also not the case because these examples, analogs, are only part of the story. And the reason why it's an undesirable experience for somebody who's FI6 is because ultimately it's not a conscious function. And like for me, TE, I want to deal with things with TI. If I am not permitted to deal with things with TI, I do accept that it's reasonable of the world to demand TE of me, even though I hate it. I don't want to do that job, but I get that it's the part of the job that I don't like, and sometimes I might have to do it. That includes things like coming up with structures for to get other people to inadequately explain what I explain well. I did that as a coach, you know. Like, okay, well, I got to make curriculum for these other teachers. I got to account for the fact that they are of varying degrees of competence, and you know, be happy with something other than some mush, right? Not like this is exactly what it should be, because obviously the only way it could be exactly what it should be is if I'm doing it. And be okay with, well, here's a product that we're selling that has mixed outcomes, uncertain desirability to various people who buy it for reasons unknown. Unlike, when people hired me, they hired a win. There's no confusion there. My job is to take their loser kids and make them into winners. And I did it consistently for years. There's no mushiness about it, right? Well, you got some educational outcomes or whatever. You can't measure that shit. You can measure wins and losses. Anybody else in the chat feel as though they're not being authentic, always LARPing in typing sessions or something? Oh, I haven't felt like that in a very long time, but I think there was a time in my life when but I guess the best way to put it was uncertainty about how to be, or some fundamentally misguided questions about how to determine that kind of stuff. Obviously, the more connectivity you have with FI and SI, and the more absolute valued they are, the less of a concern authenticity is going to be from your own perspective. If you've got SI1, FI3, or back or flip flop it, then you're not going to be worried about whether you're authentic or not. It's not going to be a concern of yours. In fact, you'll be like, anything deviating from this kind of thing is people being phony, you know? The whole idea of authenticity, like, there's nothing inauthentic about engaging on a meaning level to say, convey these following meanings rather than on an experiential level. There's something more authentic, I guess, about, say, kicking somebody than yelling at them. But really, when people say authentic, what they mean is not attending via the communicative world. And sure, some people, anybody would say, well, that person's being super phony. And there definitely is a difference between being communicative and attending to communicative outcomes versus being communicative and attending to other people's perceptions kind of outcomes. I think that's what people call inauthentic. As far as like not knowing exactly how you should be in that realm, well, that's probably indicative of some code switching challenges. Like, yeah, it seems like the kind of workaround somebody's weak FI would have. It's kind of the equivalent thing of being like, well, I mean, it's like me when I was a little kid, learning that you needed to have an answer for these various questions, like what's your favorite, whatever. And so, you know, picking an answer at random, not getting that the question was supposed to be like, how do you feel? What do you feel more strongly about? And even if I had gotten that, I still would have framed it as like, well, what answer is going to make me look more cool? Or something like that, you know? I I just fundamentally did not get the idea of evaluating anything based on how I felt about it. It was it's only with age, cognitive function, understanding, a bunch of other stuff that I recognize that that is its whole domain of thing, right? Rather than just this insane irrelevancy that people pay attention to for absolutely no reason. Or for that perspective, it would have been just simply like, you know how when people talk about their feelings, they're really talking about having an answer to questions about feelings rather than actually referencing anything? Without me explicitly saying that, but just demonstrating this misconception all the time. No, I totally get it. Everybody has to have an answer to questions like, what's your favorite whatever? Or, what do you care about a lot? So I picked a random answer too, just like everybody else does, I'm sure. I mean, how else could you answer this question except picking something random? It's one of those things people do. We like to have random answers to these questions that don't mean anything, and that's fine. I get it. People have traditions and stuff. Like, everybody says Merry Christmas around December. It's not because of any particular reason. It's just, it's that time of year. Just like that time of year, we might say, ho, ho, ho. We might say, like, what's your favorite whatever? It's the same thing. It doesn't mean anything, obviously. Well, I was operating under that misconception all the way until adulthood. Maybe longer, maybe until cognitive functions. But the thing is, before then, I would have long before then, I was entered into a fully antagonistic phase about it. Like, okay, I do not understand why you keep talking about this irrelevant stuff. Like, anybody who talks about this irrelevant stuff, even then it would have been just displaying a misconception. I would have been like, this is just an attempt to prevent me from making my point or whatever. They're just dissembling, or they're trying to muddy the waters and prevent anything from being done. I wouldn't have thought like that they're saying this because that's like they're not in my frame of reference. they're they have no idea at all about what I'm talking about, and they're just expressing how they actually feel about things. And it's not intended to do anything argumentationally or whatever. I That was just beyond the scope of my conception until I had the tools to understand things, in which case it became within the scope of my understanding. Like that's what words do. When you have a word that draws a distinction between things, it creates a part of reality now that is observable to you in a way that it was not before. If you go to talk to some, I don't know, Inuits or whoever says this stuff, where they're like, oh, we've got 30 different words for snow. Well, prior to learning those distinctions, you will not have observed or made those distinctions in the snow at all. And not even conceivable for you to do so. If you were to do so, you'd have to, at that moment, generate a new word for it. Like you look at two piles of snow and you go, wow, they're about the same. They're both powder, sort of. I snowed a day ago. And, they're not ice. What else is there to say about it? And they're like, well, did you notice how this pile and this pile, which are right next to each other, this one has more clackety and this one doesn't? And then they explain to you what clackety is with other words. And all of a sudden, you cannot look at snow without noticing whether or not it has that shit. That's the power of words. That's the amazing thing that words do. It's how words make reality. Think how impoverished a reality you'd have if you only had a few distinctions. You'd only be able to see a few things. Like if you only had distinctions for tree and house, then everything would have to be either a tree or a house. That's all you would even see. Everything was trees or houses. And you wouldn't be able to eat any food because you'd think it was either a tree or a house. Some people might be like, listen, Eric, you don't have to engage reality with words, otherwise, how would babies eat? Well, the point is, why do you think babies don't remember anything? Because they're not actually consciously engaged with reality in any meaningful sense. They don't have any words, so they can't engage with reality in any meaningful sense. They're just experiencing things, and that may be something, but it's not engaging with reality in any meaningful sense, right? Like the difference between you being just a newborn baby, just who can't remember anything, has experiences that mean nothing, inform you not at all about who you are or anything. An actual human being with only one difference: words. And sure, once empowered with words to live a rich, full life, there's plenty of experience that we want to have and that we should have. And we indeed find it meaningful and can find it meaningful because of words, because we're able to make distinctions between things. Of course, there are those people out there who do not respect the sovereignty of words over things. And those people, to use words as correctly as I can go fuck themselves. Those people are committed to the temple of wrongness. I see them all the time, such as this guy Rust that I type placed. What? That is, oh God. I cannot see beautiful words being treated like that, used for that inanity, for that disinformation purpose, for that just abhorrent wrongness in everything he says, positioning it as informative to people who should watch it and learn something. Nobody's ever going to learn anything from that fucking nonsense, obviously. And, yeah, well, how this is what words made, right, Eric? Words made this. It made this guy who's totally wrong. Yes, he can only be wrong with using words by first being empowered by their glorious wonderfulness. The fact that he then turns around and treats them like a whore is not, it doesn't make that any better. Like, if you're gonna use words to mean nothing, then talk about nothing. Say, like, I had a great time at 4th of July this year or something. Or isn't it fun to do blah, blah, blah? You know, you don't see me going to people riding horses and tell them to start talking about it instead of riding horses. Listen, you people, that's not riding horses. You need to get off those horses right now and start talking. That's the best way to ride horses. I would never do that. I would never do that. But people who are good at riding horses ride up to me all the time and they're like, hey, you know what would be a good way for you to talk is by riding horses like this. That's not a good way for me to talk. It's not a good way for anybody to talk about anything, to ride horses. Like, oh, here's some shit I found on the internet. Let me just buy it wholeheartedly. Nothing really ever means anything anyway. And I just read it and comment on it as though those things actually exist. Oh, look at what it says about this person who says this type, says this garbage. Wow, I guess people are like that who are that type. Just goes to try to sow what you expect from that type. Are you serious? Stop riding horses through here. Ride horses over there someplace. Are you serious? Well, we can better understand what someone's type is by adding a bunch of garbage. No, we cannot better understand someone's personality by adding a bunch of garbage that's irrelevant. Like, we can really understand well by reading these testimonials. That is not a way to understand anything, for fuck's sake. That's a good way to ride horses, maybe. These people in their ways. I wonder if anybody can guess what drug Eric's on by the tenor. Hi, Lulu. Hello, my beautiful friend. I have strong FI emotions for this dog. And they're very informative. to me in ways that they should be informative. In other words, I don't think that because I love this dog, ENTP Wing 8 Archetype 4, blah, blah, blah. I just think I love that dog because I love that dog. Also because it's a great dog. So those are a couple of reasons. Hi, Jared. Hey, you left a cello bow here too. Maybe on your way back, grab it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Jared, of course, will remember. Yes, I don't. I was stunned this morning. I think it was this morning. Yeah, it was earlier today. I think. Anyway, this is where my SI is. He came over and got his tuner that he left over here. I'm like, who leaves their tuner someplace, goes home drunk, wakes up the next morning, and realizes they've left their tuner someplace. Only an SI Dom does that. Maybe SI Tool. It would have been weeks for me before I noticed my tuner was missing. For sure, if you know, and when I did realize it was gone, I would have had no idea at all where it went. It wouldn't have been like, oh, I bet I left it at that place where I was drunk at a couple of weeks ago. I would just be like, tuners doing what tuners do, just disappearing sometimes. Fortunately, my guitar actually has a tuner built into it, so I can't lose that tuner without losing the whole guitar. I hate shit like that where here's the thing, and here's a couple of little things you also have to have with it. Like, okay, well, we all know how this works out with toys, right? You get one of those robots that shoots things. Those things get lost for sure, 100% of the time. Then you go to Antiques Roadshow, they'll be like, wow, if he had those little things, then it would be worth a lot. But because he doesn't have those, it's not worth anything. And you go, oh, well, forget about it with those little things. Whatever it is, whatever it's for, I'm not going to keep those little things. I'm going to lose them. They're going to be missing. And then if they're critical to the performance of the main thing, I'll just be at a loss for what to do. I've got an idea. Maybe make your thing so that I cannot lose the little things, like the tuner and the guitar. Make it impossible for me to lose it. Instead of more difficult or something, make it impossible for me to lose it. Just like with the microwave dinners. Instead of making it like a lot more convenient than cooking, but you have to open it and stir it around. Instead, I got an idea. Make it all the way more convenient than cooking and not do that. It's like, I didn't come to you frozen dinner for some half measure. If I wanted to cook, I'd cook, and I do plenty of times. When I come to you frozen food, it means I don't want to pay any attention to that stuff, and you just need to be. The fact that I even have to put you in the microwave and push a button is already too much stuff to have to do. Because I'm already at that point saying, fine, SI, you can have some food. I don't want to spend any more attention on you than I have to. So, obviously, like, microwave dinners are incomplete solvency to that problem. That's not acceptable. Okay, so this microwave dinner, first you put it in the oven for 10 minutes. Then you take it out, carefully grate some potatoes. Like, you are missing the point, frozen dinner. You are missing the point entirely. I am trying to avoid all that stuff. That's why I'm settling for you. But some people want some sort of middle ground, I guess, where they want to be like, I don't want to cook, but I still want to cook a little bit. That's not me for sure. When I want to cook, I want to cook. Or like maybe I don't know how I feel, but Rachel's like, I would like this. Then okay, well that's plenty of motivation. When I don't want to cook, I don't want to cook. It's very straightforward. There's no intermediate ground. Like, I'd like to cook this much of stuff. I don't. Why would it's like an activity like fishing? Why would you want to go fishing at all if the only thing you're going to do is put weights on your line? That's like making microwave dinner. Look, I've decided to not go fishing. Don't say, well, here, but put some weights on my line for me. That's you're missing the point entirely, obviously. If I wanted to go fishing, I would have gone fishing. And it some people maybe do want that middle ground, but I find that hard to believe. People who don't want to go fishing, but still want to do some fishing stuff. Like, I still want to bait the hook and, you know, hold the fishing pole, but I just don't want to do any other parts of fishing. Well, what makes those parts of fishing so special? I mean, I get everybody likes different parts of fishing, but I always thought that it was came with a whole package. You might really like the part where you mess around with your tackle and stuff, but I never understood that you could like those things in isolation from the whole event. I guess you could, people come home and they mess with fish stuff. Like, I'm gonna tie my own lures and some such inanity. I do this instead. They have various things to show for it that are absolutely worthless and mean nothing. I, on the other hand, have this to show for it. All these words that I'm saying. Isn't it wonderful? And unlike those fishing lures, which can only conceivably benefit the fish that they catch, who are blessed with being caught with such a wonderful lure, my words can travel far and asunder and benefit everybody with their correctness. So that's why it's better to do this than to care about fishing. And that's why microwave dinners should not make you open them part way and stir them. Ipso facto, I think game set match, I proved my point. And in fact, you think I haven't, then obviously you're just tying a bunch of fishing lures. Okay, well, I've been standing out here with a cigarette, presumably intending to smoke it. But I will refer you to this unlit part as a good indication that I've not smoked it. I think the other thing I've been kind of wanting to do, but not done, is get my glasses so I can read the chat. Or I could go inside to read the chat, you might be saying. Here's the problem. This guy right here remains unsmoked. So That's going to require outsidedness. Are you okay, Rachel? I did not mean to be hurtful at all. I'm sorry. If I hurt your feelings at all, I'm sorry. Obviously, I never want to hurt you. And I never want to take too lightly stuff that's important to you.
No. I know it's not on purpose. It just feels so bad.
I mean, I'm sorry that my not being where you wanted me to be at a time when you were going through something. I'm sorry that contributed to this emotional stuff you're having right now. And certainly it was the cause of it, even. It's also the case that I've become appropriately defensive when you try to make meaning from this oneness meant beyond the scope of it. So if you're going to be saying like it's informative about how I am as a partner, then that's both not fair and that's why I react the way I do. You know? I did not mean to make you feel bad, obviously. And I recognize in the future that's important to you. And I did not understand how important it was to you, obviously, in the moment. We could point out the fact that you did not voice that, but that's beyond the point, right? You shouldn't have had to. You were going through a medical emergency, etc. But the reality is, neither of us are outside from our sky. So, in our world, like, it's those, for me especially, those kind of things are going to be difficult to realize in a timely fashion. You know?
I don't know I have problems with it. I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to like tell people that like I'm like this like perfect partner either. Like I messed up a lot too.
Nobody thinks you're saying that, Rachel. Nobody. And I'm not accusing you of being anything but a perfect partner. I will say that when what you experience as worries about us, I understand as uncertainty about us and therefore uncertainty about me, right? That there's still an open question about whether I'm a good partner for you, the right partner for you, whether this is the right relationship, whether you're happy, whether you should be happy. All of these questions that you want to entertain all the time. I understand them for what they actually mean, which is they're critiques fundamentally of the relationship and of me. Because you don't believe in it enough to stop questioning it, right? And the reason maybe I didn't react well in this instance, where it's entirely my fault, is because I understood that, oh God, this is going to play into that thing, and now I'm going to have more defense I'm going to have to do about the relationship and about my fitness as a partner and other things like that. So the thing is, you were absolutely the perfect partner for me. And also, I'm the perfect partner for you. Accordingly, I don't question whether you're the right partner for me, nor do I look to when things happen as indication that you're not, right? In this case, something happened that you have good reason to feel how you feel about it. And I messed up. But it's not the same thing as a betrayal, right? It's like, it's an honest mistake that I didn't intend, etc. And accordingly, you know, the momentary stuff will pass because it's not indicative of an actual thing like a betrayal or some other reason to not trust me. The momentary feelings will pass. And, you know, I I should only feel so bad about it because of the reasons we articulated, and also that we're not we have a bad habit of making meaning out of, both of us do, out of subjective stuff, right? That we shouldn't make meaning out of. For you and not me, you have the habit of turning that into questions about the relationship. So that obviously I have reason to not be happy with because it's been ongoing for a very long time. And it's obviously insane and absurd, given that we've been together for this long and married and everything, for you to be still unsure about anything about the relationship, about me, about whether I'm it's insane, right? It makes no sense at all. But more importantly, it's also makes me have to defend the thing all the time. Which I don't want to be the one who's defending.
I don't really have faith in it.
Okay,
like,
well.
I feel alone already. Like, I feel alone already, so like.
Okay, but the thing is, this is what I'm talking about feelings, right? You have these feelings right now. And also, there's a separate question of what meaning should you take away from this?
I don't know. That's why I look it up.
That's why I'm telling you.
If my friend told me, like, I'd be like, get out.
Really? If your friend told you about our relationship, now this is what I was saying earlier on the live stream. If in fact we were any other people that you were not involved with at all, you would intuit absolutely correctly about this relationship. That in fact, not only is it a great relationship, but that any woman would kill to be in a relationship like this.
I don't think women kill to be in a relationship anymore.
No, maybe this one.
No, I'm serious. I don't.
Have you looked around?
Women don't care. No, seriously though. In all actuality, women do not kill to be in a relationship anymore.
I'm not. Okay, fine. So maybe other women would not kill to be in this relationship. The point is, if you were not sitting here with me right now, but instead were observing this whole thing, your intuition about it would be correct. Instead, because you're involved and you're trying to intuit about your subjectivities, it's totally wrong. And that's the truth of it. And once again, I'm having to fight and say, no, in fact, this is a good relationship. No, in fact, you're happy, Rachel. You have every reason to be happy. You have absolutely nothing to complain about. I'm the one, again, having to do that. Because, like I said, yes, the emotions about the hospital thing don't matter long term, right? What matters is this. What matters is the fact that the reality that I always have to explain to you that you're in the right relationship. Can you imagine if the roles were reversed and you had to convince me that I was with the right person? If you were, in fact, the one being like, I'm not really sure about things. I'm not sure if I am in the right relationship. And you were positioned to say, you definitely wouldn't do this. You wouldn't fight for the relationship. It would be over. If the roles were reversed. If I said, I'm not sure we could be in this relationship, I'm not sure I'm in the right relationship, I don't know if you love me at all, blah, 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 the relationship would be over. Because you wouldn't fight for it. So, think about it. You use your conscious functions for a second instead of your FI. Fucking ridiculous. I tell you. This is all insane and absurd, obviously. Nothing's going to happen to me and Rachel. We're obviously the right people to be together. And this is why this is so insane and infuriating. Because with a little clarity, she's going to be like, oh, yeah, my bad. I'm so sorry I did that to you, whatever. Whatever, it happens. I don't care that much. the thing is, I wouldn't care at all if it weren't an ongoing problem. Like this just goes to show you how terrible it is when a rationalist, intuitive, is trying to do business in subjectivities. A place where he is incredibly ill designed to do any good work at all. She's not designed to make any good meaning from her feelings, and she's almost incapable of gleaning anything from her experience. Well, this is what happens when an INFJ tries to do stuff with subjectivities. It's a complete clusterfuck of wrongness. That's not what they're designed for. I don't know if it ever helps to tell somebody, why don't you try using your conscious functions? It's kind of like a joke because obviously, what other functions could they try to use? you know? But the point is, I wonder if it ever is actually helpful to dislodge people from a sixth slot. Because, definitely you can get stuck in your sixth slot. Like, may not be conscious, but I might be spending a lot of time, nevertheless, thinking about how to solve a problem. So much so that, like, hey, wake up and look around. There's more to life than just this one problem. Are these wasps still trying to be here after I squirted them again? I hope not. It's like all this emotional stuff will pass. Like, like the weather, it doesn't matter. What matters ultimately are the words that Rachel and I agree about. Like those stay permanent. So we need to reach agreement here about whether it's appropriate for her to do this stuff. It's not, and she should agree that it's not. And then in the future, when she does it, I can say, well, we agreed that this is not appropriate. So, like, obviously, I love Rachel immensely. I'm not fixated on fairness all the time. I don't care if things are fair or whatever. But I have my limits. And I tend to be very careful, obviously, with what I say, even when I'm upset with her. And the reason I'm upset in the first place is because she has decided to forego her normal care with words and to be wrong. And to be wrong in a way that is, you know, it, it has subjective impacts. So in some sense, it doesn't matter because those just pass away. But more importantly, it's indicative of a fundamentally wrong idea about how a relationship should work. And while any various subjectivities will pass, and I don't care about them particularly, like, it, on some level, it may hurt my feelings that she doesn't doesn't think I'm a fit partner, but it doesn't really because I recognize that that's not actually what she thinks about anything. She's talking with her FI which is not the way anybody should ever say words. Like, so accordingly, I don't take her seriously at all. She's not. It's not Rachel in her conscious functions at all. It's her six-slot countervalued FI. So I understand that, and my hurt feelings or whatever, to the extent that I have them, don't matter because they'll pass easily. But what does matter is whether or not that's an acceptable relationship behavior on grounds that are not linked to my subjectivities. And it's not an acceptable behavior. And it's indicative of unhealthy ways. I get it. Other people are more subject to being wrong because of their emotions than me. And I understand that, and that's fine. I'm not expecting her to not have been wrong because of her emotions. But that's why agreement is the only thing that matters. Once we agree on what is the correct position on things and how to do things, then the matter is resolved. We don't have to discuss it anymore. We've reached agreement about it. And I don't mean I've compelled in some way her assent. I mean, we actually agree for all the right reasons. And then, next time she's been thrust into unconscious functions, as we all are sometimes, I will simply remind her of what's permanent rather than what's passing. Words, they don't go away, unlike feelings. Lots of people wish they would go away, but they don't. I take that back. Does not erase what you said. It adds to it that this person is severed from this notion. They no longer assert that, and maybe even they repudiate that or rebuke that or whatever. But it does not change the fact that at one point that was their assertion. I've had plenty of things that I once asserted that I no longer assert for good reasons. There's nothing damning about me because I once asserted the wrong thing. But it's also the case that there's no erasing things that are said. That's why words are better than feelings. Like, Rachel and I both will obsess on one or the other have said the wrong thing at some point. I mean, said this. But obviously, like a stomach ache, how you feel one day, you don't even remember those things because they're not informative at all. And we can see clearly in this instance how distress comes along with being pushed into your non-conscious functions and that it doesn't produce good outcomes. So that's my bad for putting her in her FI to some extent. Um, it's also the fact that she's trying to process all that crazy SI shit that was happening to her. as FI, which is more conscious than her SI. And that's also fine, but also not informative of anything. Like I said, unlike subjective matters, words don't go away. Well, granted, because I'm at the absolute top conceivable level of processing words and the variations between them and such, I am perfectly capable of understanding her words as not representing her and what she means because of this kind of distressed state, and accordingly, um, not being impacted by her words and this when she's making, and not treating them as I would normally treat words and stuff. I'm capable of doing that, but most people obviously would not be capable of doing that. Obviously, when we're evaluating a given behavior for acceptability, we have to evaluate it on a universal standard, not based on whether, like, well, Eric can figure this out, so it's fine for her to say that stuff. No, doesn't work like that. Oh, God. This fucking TV. I am so done with this shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You're just standing someplace, minding your own business, and all of a sudden there's a big blast of unwanted, unrequested music. Autoplay music. Get the fuck out of here. How, why, whoever thought this was a good idea? Who in the world thought it would be a good idea to update everybody's TV so that when it goes to sleep now, it plays music automatically? Who thought this? Like, they obviously didn't think about, well, what if their speakers are up super loud because they're doing something with a computer or something. They obviously didn't think, well, what if they've fallen asleep and they don't want to be woken up with this autoplay music? Okay, first world problem, fine. But my point is, TE critic here. Whoever thought this was a good idea was fucking retarded. They obviously didn't think at all about how it would actually play out. Just think you're the one making this decision. And you're like, should I have people's TVs on this new update, because they're smart TVs, should I have them, when it goes to sleep, automatically start playing music as well as showing like the screensaver pictures? So ask yourself, if you were making this decision, would you say yes? And if so, why would you say yes? There might be a setting to turn it off. My point is this. The default is that it's on. And somebody made the decision, said this was a good idea. What could they possibly have been thinking? Can you think of anything they could conceivably have been thinking that would make that this was a good idea? Like, what made them even consider it as a possible idea in the first place? You know what's wrong with our current screensaver for the TV when it goes to sleep? You know what's wrong with this reality that we currently have? A lack of music. Who how did this even, like, in what world did this even come up as a possibility? You're talking about, well, I understand how it came up. While we're here at work, our job is to do things to update the TVs with. Can anybody else think of anything else to do to update the TVs? Because we've basically done everything that you could do that would be desirable. Oh, maybe we could put some music. Okay. Fuck it, let's do it. It sounds like a terrible idea, but it's something. That is how it happened. No, my guy, I do like complaining about it. And in this instance, I am pleased with how much uh, ideational ground it's given me to cover here. That's true. But I assure you that I am absolutely not happy at all every time this happens. Most of the time it happens probably is, I wouldn't say most, but a lot of times that it happens, I'm not even streaming. So, and I can assure you, I'm just mad about it then. I may not even say anything out loud, but I probably do. Oh, this fucking TV. I probably just say that. This is one thing that genuinely makes me mad a lot more than like the TV dinners thing, right? The TV dinners, I don't like the fact that they think they can get away with their silly nonsense, but it doesn't actually make me mad. I recognize that I can ignore the instructions and not turn it around in the middle, and that's fine. And I do all the time. Sometimes I do obey the instructions. Like, for example, if there's a brownie in there, you can't, it's like you get like a Hungry Man dinner at like Salisbury steak or whatever, and it's at 8 minutes. It, I have before tried to not take the brownie out part way. It is just a rock if you cook it for 8 minutes. That's not how long that thing's meant to be cooked for. But I can assure you this, I did not get that Hungry Man again after that time because it's like, are you serious? Partway through, not only do I have to stir something, I have to actually remove something from the dinner and put it aside on a separate plate and stuff. Boy, you are really missing the point of this whole TV dinner thing. I'm not supposed to make any dirty dishes. Now I gotta have a separate dish just for the brownie? Come on. But so that doesn't really make me mad. I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous for NI reasons. Either, shit or get off the pot, right? Like, I don't like well, we're a little bit of shit and then a little bit of getting off the pot. I just think it's funny. Like, other things that are demonstrative of bad NI, like this TV thing, though, that I am genuinely mad about because it's so insane and it impacts me all the time. It's potentially threatening to blow out my TV speakers because obviously I have my speakers up louder than I need them to be because I'm adjusting other ways than via the TV volume. So it's absolutely infuriating and ridiculous. It's like, this is what happens when NI Polar hits you right in the face. Oh, we could out a corkscrew. We got some music. Get the fuck out of here with your NI Polar. Okay, why do you care about this guy? He was just a pornography, what do they call it? Monger. Nothing to celebrate there at all. He should rest in peace, I suppose, because he's dead, but certainly nothing to celebrate. The cat clean itself. Yeah, it's one of the features of cats. They clean themselves. Unlike dogs. I mean, only some cats actually seem to care about it. Like a Pia cleans herself pretty well. Trouble just is like they'll give a couple cursory licks here and there and be like, fuck it. I'll let Eric pick up all his hair and stuff. Why don't I lick in it? I don't want to swallow this shit and I'm a cat. I don't know how to spit. So I understand his reasoning. I respect his approach to the matter, frankly, more than Capia's, but maybe that's just me seeing intuitive to intuitive. That what happened? Oh, this light just happened to go off at the same time as those other things happening. Just incidental, not indicative of anything. What's going on with this light? So that's a great example of how intuition came to a certain conclusion that was wrong. Like the dryer finished, this beeps happened, this light went off all at the same time. I was like, what did it blow a circuit or something? In fact, it was just incidental. Those things had nothing to do with each other. I just had to jiggle the light bulb a little bit. Goes to show you the limits of intuition, right? I've learned that the hard way plenty of times. Like coming, assuming, come on, these three things occurring in close temporal proximity and having obvious links to one another surely can't be incidental and unlinked. Oh, yes, they can. Oh, yes, they can. And that's the danger of trusting your intuition too much. So it's an unavoidable reality for me or most any other intuitive that when the way of knowing that they value more highly or trust more and and they know something 100%. Like, look, sometimes I'm a little bit intuitively unclear, but this is obvious, it's definite. Well, people are just stunned when that kind of knowledge is proven to be inadequate. It's surprising sometimes if your intuition is not right, like this instance. But when people's SI is not right, they call it the Mandela effect. Intuition's great. Intuition is great at knowing what it's supposed to know, and it's exactly what it should be. Like obviously, without intuition, I wouldn't be able to tell what music's good and what music's bad. And when I'm trying to know about stuff like that, it's the only kind of knowledge that matters at all. Experience is not informative at all. So just goes to show you. In fact, experience is contraindicative of correctness about stuff like that. Familiarity might get you confused about whether something's good or not if you're prone to that kind of confusion. The idea that NI is a lie detector is ridiculous. I don't know where exactly that came from. It is the case that INFJs are paying attention to the kind of cues that somebody who's lying might give, right? But that's specific to INFJs, not NI in general. And it's also the case that INFJs can be somewhat gullible because if somebody's not giving cues of deceit, then they're going to be knowing based on those kind of cues rather than some other deliberative approach to the question, right? So I think it's a terrible generalization and incorrect, and also incorrect in a weird way. Like, it is the case that in I knowing that like that's the kind of thing you have to know about with intuition, assuming assuming you're not trying to make judgments about the person and whether they're a liar, but simply about whether somebody's lying right now, right? It is the kind of thing about which one would have to know and correctly attribute intuition to the kind of knowing that one would have to use. But in fact, it's still wrong because it's like for the reasons I articulated, even if you wanted to try to make that claim in some kind of defensible way, it would only conceivably be NIFE. It wouldn't be NITE. So that's what makes it such a bad, wrong thing to say. So I hope you've learned your valuable lesson here today. Because I tell you what just got triggered with me regarding what you're saying about life detector is dumbness detector. I detected that that's dumb. Who is Carl Jung? Just some guy, like all the rest of us. Just some guy with a funny name. He talked about stuff, but who doesn't talk about stuff? It's kind of like the number one thing people do. Arbiter. Other people may say that people do stuff other than talking about stuff. In fact, I like to watch. I like to watch people doing stuff that's not talking about stuff a lot, like people playing sports or people trying to survive in the wilderness. Although that involves some talking for sure. The basketball also involves some talking. Usually, if I'm listening to the broadcasters, which obviously, if I'm not live streaming and watching sports, I am listening to the broadcast. Oh my God, I missed it. Thank God. Thank God I missed it. I don't really want to, I certainly am not going to watch it, but I don't know what to do, frankly. Should I try watching any of the USC South Carolina game and just confirm that we get stomps and kind of like accordingly afford a little bit of hope that maybe we conceivably could have won this game? Impossible, I know, but should I try to even watch any of it or should I just look at the score? That's the question. I mean, it's like if I look at the score and it's a blowout, then I'll be like, well, I'm glad I just looked at the score. If I look at the score and there's something other than that, I'll be like, maybe I should have watched this. But there's like 100% chance, basically, that if I look at the score, I'll be glad I just looked at the score. Because there's the possibility of USC putting up any kind of fight this year against mighty South Carolina, a much bigger, one of the best three teams in the country, probably best two. It's just, there's no way. Not this year. We don't have the size. Our best players are freshmen, a true freshman. We're just basically waiting for Juju Watkins to come back, and we don't have a good year as far as size in the middle. We'll do better next year, I'm sure, but there's not any chance that we didn't get absolutely stomped by South Carolina. I'm just gonna look at the score. I'm just gonna look at the score. Fuck it. Let's see. If in fact like we had won, it would be amazing, most crazy upset in history happened. So I don't see that on the front page of. Okay, I see. We only lost by 50 points. We only lost by 50 points in basketball. Oh gosh, I wish I had watched that one. That would have been fun. That would have been an absolute delight to watch that game. No, I'm sorry. I did my math was wrong. Or I saw when it was small, I couldn't see the first number right or something. We only lost by 40 points. Wonderful. That's much better. That's a lot better. You know, when you look at the stats, if our scoring leader was London Jones, we've got a problem. Because obviously our scoring leader should be Jazzy Davidson in every instance. She should get the vast majority of the shots. She's an excellent shooter, silky smooth. I trust her with basketball, even in clutch moments. When she misses, I just think that what just happens. She's not phased by it. She shoots exactly the same whether it's the game's on the line or it's 1 minute in the first quarter. She's got ice water, I tell you. Anyways, if she's not our leading scorer, obviously we got problems, significant problems. And this was the case here in this game with South Carolina, where apparently they shut her ass down because I'm trying to find how many points she scored. Oh, 16 points. Okay, she scored over 30 in the first round. So that is absolutely shutting her down. And we, whatever they did defensively, the point is, I'm sure they just steamrolled us the whole game. They're a bigger team. They're older. They have too many advantages. I'm glad I didn't watch the game. But I want to assure you, it is not indicative at all about whether we're going to be competitive with that team next year. Next year, we're going to be a lot better. And South Carolina, at best, will be the same. You know, it could play out a couple different ways in this kind of thing, where this could be like, oh, well, SC's peaking and they made the tournament finally, and this is their best shot to beat South Carolina, and it gets dumped. And then it's all downhill out in the future. That's not the case here at all. So we've got plenty to be happy about. Plenty to be happy about in basketball town. Apparently, the men's team as well. Musselman apparently has gotten a recruiting class, according to ESPN. These are their words, not mine. Will immediately vault USC into one of the best front courts in the country. What? Well, Eric Musselman has a proven track record as a college basketball coach. He also coached a little bit in the NBA. But I believe, last at Arkansas. He takes every program he goes to, gets him into the tournament in fairly short order. It's actually like slow, contraindicative of his record that we didn't go to the tournament this year, the men's team. I'd say they woefully underperformed. But normally he's got a team in the tournament for sure in his second year, as long as it takes him. This time, year two didn't work out for him. Doesn't matter. I lost no faith in his fundamental coaching ability, recruiting ability, etc. Otherwise, how would we get such a badass recruiting class? Well, actually, I do know how. USC obviously has a lot of money to spend on NIL stuff. So, also, it's in Los Angeles, a media capital, and there's various other reasons why people are very attracted to USC as a place to play basketball, besides Eric Musselman. But they typically all say Musselman's a great guy when he's not actually coaching. He's super chill. I've read various things about him, so I'm pleased with the men's coach for sure. And who could be anything but thrilled, absolutely thrilled with the women's coach? I don't care about this year getting stopped by whatever. Um, Lindsay Gottlieb is all praise is due. You are exactly what the women's program needed, and you have delivered in every conceivable way. I think you're a wonderful coach. Do I think, in terms of X's and O's, that you're as good as like Gino or Emma? Or, no, I don't. But that's why you have that old lady with you. Rose Bird, is that her name? That can't be her name. That cannot no, that cannot be her name. I don't know what her name is. That old tall lady. Well, she's not old, but she's probably like late 60s, early 70s, mid 70s. I don't know. Somewhere in there. That lady. She, I trust with the X's and O's, okay? Gottlieb, I trust her with the whole, like, we're a team, we're a family. You know, like, everybody. Well, actually, I shouldn't maybe trust her with that after losing those 3 girls last year. And I believe that was her strong suit, was retaining people, getting the right people, etc. You know, putting together a unit of people to accomplish a goal rather than the actual X's and O's of coaching. But losing Kaylee Heckle, that one really hurt. But that one hurt more than any of them, for sure. It was crushing. It was the worst possible transfer from the team other than Juju Watkins, and for me. And also, I think it really hurt the future of the team in the short term, and that's why we sucked this year, is because we lost Kaylee Heckle, we lost Avery Howell, and we lost, who's the other one? Howell went to Washington, Heckle went to UConn. Who's the other one? Why can't I remember her name? Well, regardless, we had this amazing group of freshmen last year, which included, maybe it was, well, last year, yeah, I think it was last year. It included Kaylee Heckle and Avery Howell and Kennedy Smith and this other girl whose name I can't remember and can't even think of what she looks like for some reason. Um, and then, you know, obviously they were coming and supporting some strong older people. Like we had Marshall, she graduated, or I don't know, went to the WNBA or something. But it was like, yes. And then she lost all of those girls, except she kept Kennedy Smith, which was critical. I am not going to deny that. If I had had to say, like, pick one of these ones to lose, Kennedy Smith or Heckle, I would have been very pained to determine that. I would have been like, get rid of Heckle, I guess, because I liked Heckle a lot because she was they called her Canine, and that was a great name for her. She fought for every ball. She was just, it was crazy. She was little, but she would, I mean, I've never seen any basketball player so fiercely competitive for every second of every single thing in the game as Kaylee Heckle. It was amazing to watch. It's understandable why anybody would be such a huge fan of Kaylee Heckle, and how thrilling it was to be a USC basketball fan with her on the court and Juju Watkins. And it's like, oh my God, this team is not just fantastic right now, they're going to be so a rich, satisfying stew for years to come. And then to lose 3 of those freshmen was just, oh God, why would they leave? Well, different reasons, I guess. Like, you can't find out actually why they left from looking at what they say publicly. But it was brutal. I'm still recovering from it, really. Like, that really ripped the heart out of me. But that's okay. We're riding through this year. And next year, we're going to have Jazzy Gibson. We're going to have Juju Watkins back. And apparently, we got a bumper crop of incoming, highly touted recruits. I'm sure we'll do well in the transfer portal as well. USC is not at all afraid to spend NIL dollars on women's basketball. Sure, I don't think I'll ever get to enjoy it quite as much as I enjoyed Heckle fighting every last inch for everything in the coming team. But instead, I'll have different, equivalently powerful joys for the way they are. Like, Jazzy Gibson, she's not a Judy Watkins. She's not going to win a game single-handedly. But she is silky smooth. I love watching her play. She's always the smoothest one on the court. And it's obvious to her, it's obvious to watch her that she doesn't make any care at all as to whether it's a determining decision or not. She's wonderful to watch. She's wonderful to watch in a way that's different than wonderful to watch Kaylee Heckle. And that is a particularly exciting thing to watch. A particularly emotionally gratifying thing to see. This little person in this game full of big people, continuously beating them by playing so crazily hard, It's very gratifying to watch. Anyway, you might be saying, oh, Eric can just talk for a long time without even looking. Remember, everybody, this is not normal. The reason I'm not looking at the chat and stuff is because I'm on mushrooms. I'll admit it, I'm on mushrooms. Well, I'm talking about the basketball game, obviously. I don't try to mix different things. Like, I don't, when I'm like learning about the pyramids, I don't think it would be better if there was some bouncing titties right here, right? Obviously my attention is on the pyramids. The fact that whatever else is going on is not relevant to what I'm trying to learn about. Well, I don't want that kind of stuff mushed in with it, obviously. Just like I don't want porn in my news feed, I also don't think about chicks like that when I'm watching women's sports. I'm caring about USC basketball, and I do like the players. I like their stories. I'm much more connected with the women's team than I am at all with the men's team. But that's almost entirely because they're very good and the men's team is not. So if the men's team were to be that good, I'd be just as connected with them. And obviously, I was a lot less connected with the women's team this year because they were a lot less good. the only thing that made me connected with them at all are the ways in which they were like outstanding and showed good promise for what's to come. And in particular, that this year that looked like Jazzy Davidson. It was a pretty underwhelming team. But understandable when your superstar is recovering from ACL tear. Boom, 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 boom. That was such a bummer when she went down. Oh my God. What a horrible moment. I knew right away like she tore her ACL. And there wasn't even anybody to blame. Like the other girl, she didn't do anything particularly unusual or whatever. It just happened. Everybody that I appreciated the fact this was a USC home game though. I did appreciate the fact that everybody in the stands blamed the other team entirely the whole time. Boo, you fucking horrible people. You injured Junior Watkins. Even though they had done nothing, I appreciated the fact that the USC fan base there full throttle blamed them anyway. What else could one do in such a horrible moment? I don't know. They were there, let's blame them. It was some like shitty team that had zero chance of beating us. They were just like, I get to play USC where I'm on the floor now. Now coach said I get to be in the game. And this girl just kind of like running next to her. She fucking tears her ACL. This poor girl is just subjected to an onslaught of verbal abuse, continuing well after the game, apparently, from USC fans blaming her for this. I mean, obviously, that's bad. I feel bad for the poor girl, etc. But I also think, well, somebody had to be blamed. You were in the vicinity. I understand the USC fans feel the need to hold, somebody must be held accountable for this horrible thing that happened. Unfortunately, there was nobody to hold accountable. It was just, she was down. We weren't going to see her play all the rest of that season for sure. Not only that, but all of this year was, mercifully ended now at the hands of a stomping by South Carolina. It's too painful. Both the men's and the women's seasons this year were so painful to watch. Seems like both teams were experts at how to lose games that were, either in hand or well within reach at least or something. Yeah, it was it was kind of a case study in agony watching these teams. But that's the price you pay for the enjoyment you feel when they win. Like how much satisfying is it gonna be when the A's win? Rachel and I have put in, since we got here, serious time invested in the athletics as fans. Like, this year, watching the men's team, I wouldn't know hardly any of their names even because, I didn't care enough to get that invested because they kept losing and stuff. I often watch it with the sound off, so I'm also not gonna. I associate this person with that name, etc. But with the athletics, I would recognize any of the players if I saw them in the street for sure and know what their name is and stuff because of the way baseball is. Anyway, We persisted through the horrible first season of the Athletics, where they were one of the worst teams in baseball. I was like, why did I decide to become an Athletics fan instead of a Giants fan? I don't know how. It's like I arbitrarily decided that, and then now all of a sudden I am an Athletics fan, and I can't change that fact somehow. I'm not interested in any other teams, etc. How did this even happen? Well, it's a great team to be a fan of, frankly. Fantastic team. Started at the bottom. We came here. We got to see a game at the Coliseum, Open Coliseum. There was the lowest attendance they've ever had in history. We just happened to go to it. Under 3,000 people on Monday night. I was like, why are these great seats so cheap? Well, I guess that's why. Because nobody wanted them. Rachel and I did. And the other people that were like around where we were sitting were clearly like non-athletics fans. They were like in town and why not catch a game kind of a thing. So there's basically nobody there at all. It's great for the larger narrative, right? To know that you've been through these bad times and you saw then like there's these are bad times, but I see stirrings of promise. And you've gotten to watch as all of a sudden now we've got Nick Kurtz. All of a sudden we got Jacob Wilson. And Brent Rooker's really continuing to pay off. Shea Langolier's matured into a solid catcher with good offensive numbers, for a catcher, right? You expect limited, you can excuse limited some things offensively, especially if they're good at framing and stuff. I'm not sure where Langoliers is with that, but anyway, I'm satisfied with Shea Langoliers as a catcher. I think he's a good catcher. I think he's a good force of positivity on the team as well. Seems like a good guy. Anyhow, as the Athletics have gotten better, well, last year things had broken in different ways and different times of the season. We hadn't gone through this slump or whatever. That was a playoff caliber team. We definitely were as good as whatever like the worst teams in the playoffs were. We could have beaten them on any given day. It was a team that believed in itself and also had good reason to. You could feel the spirit of enthusiasm around them. Coming into this season, expectations naturally are high. What I'm telling you right now, though, is that those expectations are going to be met, and I'm going to experience an astonishing amount of joy because it's not just the joy of them winning right now, it's the payoff of seasons worth of shared build up to this, right? The team's having it. I'm also sharing in this build up the whole way by watching them lose often enough. Obviously, if I'm just the third inning and it's 12-0 Yankees, I'm just turning that shit off. I'm not insane. I don't say I'm gonna sit through every game no matter what. No, I'm not insane. But nevertheless, I've been through enough of the suffering to vouch for it that it was a lot of suffering. I was right there with those baseball players experiencing their sadness. Maybe I didn't endure all of it if it was a blowout, but in spirit, I was right there along with them. And so it is that I too shall be in spirit right along with them as they win this year. As that is what they're going to do. I hereby am predicting it, declaring it, mandating it, whatever other words you want. The Athletics are making the playoffs this year. Bam. Said it. Write it down, everybody. The Athletics are making the playoffs this year. Well, Alex, remember, this demonstration of talking is Eric on 4 Adderalls plus an eighth of mushrooms. I normally am not this much of a talker without a looker at the chat at all. In fact, in a typical fashion, in a typical live stream, when I'm not on mushrooms, I'm responding to chat all the time. I'm quite responsive to it, and therefore I'm not capable of, because I'm not in that frame of reference of having these long soliloquies. Like the only thing that enables me to tell a very long, complete story about about what it means to be a fan of a team or something, and complete the thoughts, and maybe even eventually connect the USC team experience with the athletics team experience to be revelatory of some universality. The only way I could conceivably say all that stuff is by not getting distracted by anything being said in between, anywhere in the process of saying those things. So the only way I can successfully be a talker like this is to ignore everything else. And obviously, that's not implicit to me because I don't normally ignore everything at all. When it comes to words, I am the opposite. I'm not, I may be generative in this fashion that I am displaying right now, but without the drugs, my natural way is to actually be responsive to words, particularly receptive to them, having a hard time of not like seeing what other people are putting, or in the outside world, of moving through the world and not being impacted by what people around me are saying, hearing them, and I'm very word attention, like trap worthy or something, trap susceptible. So it's interesting for sure that I am capable of all this word stuff, and I absolutely am in the absence of other distractions. But it's not indicative of how I am normally. Obviously, anytime I'm on a bunch of amphetamines, then I'm extra ericy. But the beautiful thing to remember is that the recipe is not complete without the mushrooms. With the mushrooms, then it's the best of all worlds because I'm on speed and I'm on mushrooms and everything's golden. Today I earned it too. I made that type police video before I did all the drugs. I did some of the Adderall before, but uh, most of the Adderall before. I just took one more before when I took the mushrooms. Anyway, I got that type police video done. Not only did I get it done, but I was very pleased with the work. I didn't like rush it or anything. I did everything right. Even though I didn't feel like it, didn't want to, and had to kind of push myself through, I did it all. I'm pleased with the outcome, and I earned these drugs. That's the point. I earned these drugs. Unlike most drugs I take, I earned these ones, everybody. I wonder how I'd speak if I took the same cocktail of drugs Eric did. I don't, I mean, obviously, it wouldn't make you, even if it were to make you say a lot of words, it wouldn't make you say words in the same way that I do, or the same kinds of words necessarily. Or certainly not the exact words, but it wouldn't make you, what I'm saying, it wouldn't make you approach expression by a language any, like the modality by which you express yourself wouldn't change if it just increased the volume, right? So, like, you can see what happens if you put a bunch of amphetamines into Rachel and put her in front of a camera to live stream. She's very interested in doing so, but she's also still very reliant on the chat to communicate about stuff or some other thing to talk about, like in the news or something like that. Unlike me, whether you have on no amphetamines or a lot, same with Rachel. If she's on no amphetamines, she's going to be responsive to chat like that, or a lot. It's just a lot more visible when you're on the amphetamines. Um, the point is, it wouldn't make any difference as to how you are. Just it might make more of that. He's just fine like Al Capone. Well, am I just fine? Vegas would love for you to make that bet. You've got the Astros and the Mariners in your division. Playoffs are unlikely, said Deborah Klaus. Deborah Klaus, I got two words for you, and I bet you know what those words are already yourself. Wild card. That's right. You've forgotten about the fact that we don't need to win the division. We can still get into the playoffs, finishing second. I think that's very plausible. In fact, if ask yourself this question, Mr. Datboy Klaus. If you are the Mariners and you're asked, would you like to play the Athletics today or the Angels? What's your answer going to be? Obviously, you'd rather play the Angels. If you are the Astros and you're asked the following question, hey, would you like to play the Athletics tomorrow? Or you get a randomized team. Well, you're going to take the random team every time because you know the Athletics are going to be a tough beat. So Vegas and you are wrong about the Athletics. Okay? So is anybody else who says that they're not that good. You can just get out of here. This is exactly why I'm going to lose in fantasy football again this year. Because I'm going to stack my team with athletics and we're going to make the playoffs. And this year, my fantasy baseball teams are going to kick all kinds of ass. So I hope you've learned a valuable lesson here today, Mr. Datboy Klaus, about the athletics. That's what I am hoping. If there's anything to take away from this entire stream, there's only one thing that I hope anybody takes away from this is that Datboy Klaus was wrong about the athletics, and that even though he was just describing Vegas and what they think, doesn't matter. That in fact, the takeaway is the Athletics are going to make the playoffs come hell or high water. So if you were waiting till now for the takeaway from the stream, I'm sorry it took so long to get there, but there's your takeaway. You can stop watching now. That's the main point of the whole thing. And, it doesn't really have anything to do with Deadwood Close. The main point of the whole thing is the Athletics are going to make the playoffs. That's it. It's not even a prediction. It's a description, an accurate description of the future. I don't predict things like that. I'm just providing you an accurate, correct description of the future. Just trust me on this one. The Athletics are making points. So, now that we're all in agreement about that, we can also be in agreement about how Florida sucks, and I'm glad they lost. I don't like Florida. I don't care if it's football, basketball, or anything else. Just Florida can go fuck itself. And that's specific to the Gators, but it's kind of a general, a little bit of that carries over to Miami and Florida State too. But specifically Florida. Florida's like the Texas of Florida. Texas, I like better than Florida, and I don't like Texas at all. I'd much rather have Texas A&M than Texas. I like Texas A&M. In fact, yeah, I would go as far as say I consistently root for Texas A&M in football. In other sports, it's like who cares? Right? Texas A&M basketball team, nobody cares about that. Obviously, people are gonna have strong feelings about your Alabama and Georgia, SEC bigwigs. But I don't know. To me, they're less offensive than Florida. People might complain about your Notre Dame, so get out of here, Notre Dame, with your Catholic shit and stuff. Maybe people will say that, but not me. Because today we're comparing things against Florida. And Florida, in a general competition of shittiness, Notre Dame versus Florida, well, Florida wins the shittiness competition right there, hands down. Florida is way worse than Notre Dame could ever dream of doing. Well, who are some other bad people in the college football landscape / basketball? Well, in the basketball landscape, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is Duke. I have actually mixed feelings about Duke. They're fine. Nobody should condemn Duke just because they're good, right? And they're not, I don't hate them. They're fine. North Carolina and Kansas, I just feel bad for them in basketball. Right? Like, you used to be good like Duke, but now you're just all the time trying to be good like Duke. And then you got, of course, your football schools who they may be good at basketball too, but that's a secondary concern if you're good at football, obviously. Like Michigan. Well, if you ask any Michigan fan, you get one of two choices: win the national championship in basketball or win the national championship in football. Well, every Michigan fan, in fact, every sane person in the universe, would obviously pick the football. Nobody's going to choose a basketball national championship over a football national championship. And any school that's good at football. The only schools that would say basketball are schools like Duke that have a football team, but it really has no chance of winning anything, national championship usually. Occasionally they have some good years. And obviously at Duke, they're going to be like, oh, I'd rather have a basketball championship because that's just their way of saying, because we couldn't be good at football, we're good at basketball. And we become so accustomed to this idea that in fact we think it's better to be good at basketball. But of course they're wrong about that. It's definitely better to be good at football than it is at basketball. And that's why no schools that are good at football and basketball, if you were to ask them, which do you prefer, none of them would say basketball. Because they're not insane. None of them obviously say baseball or volleyball or any of the other things either, but because college baseball is dumb. It's not like the other sports. I don't know why, but there's no reason to care about college baseball. There's not a good reason why either. I don't think. There may be a good reason, but I don't know what it is. But regardless, college baseball is not something anybody should care about. And basketball, only if your team is winning, right? You don't really care about it in general, except for March where you have your brackets. That's the appropriate amount of care to have for this. Thanks. You should have be mildly interested and mildly pleased when say the volleyball team's winning, but just kind of hear about it after the fact. That's the correct amount of attention. For sports like, I don't know, gymnastics or something, or swimming, well, I mean, again, you'd be like, okay, well, that's better than hearing that we lost at those things, but you should not really care about them. So this is the normal way that how you should be a college sports hierarchy, right? Accordingly, the best colleges, the potential to be either a best college or a villain college, well, that's limited to just a few kinds of colleges, few institutions. Florida, Texas, USC, Notre Dame, others, you know. Washington likes to pretend it's in that group, I suppose, but it's not really. Occasionally it gets in there. USC doesn't really belong there because the basketball team's not good. And let's talk about women's team, and even then, it's only kind of recently. Yeah, the conversation of teams of schools that really have both good basketball teams and football teams, like consistently, let's say over a decade or so, not a big list. You might put Florida on that list though, and that's why they qualify as the shittiest. It doesn't necessarily mean they are right there. I'm just saying they qualify for the possible identification of this one is the shittiest. Um, I'm thinking right now about Rachel. I heard heard a little music from the other room or something, and drew my attention back to Rachel and the whole thing. And I'm not sure what. I guess I don't know what I'm gonna encounter when I do encounter it. Like, I think I dealt with the whole thing well, but yeah, well, obviously, when I fall silent, what does that mean? FI. FI has reared its ugly head, and I'm trying to process things in a way that I do not know how to process. I just feel like I'm in syrup. Uh, I don't know what to think about all that stuff. My main concern is not really anything other than when I encounter deal with her again, am I going to be like, am I gonna have to do work or not? I guess. Even you can see how completely how crippling FI is for me, right? Like I was going along saying these things, and I think about the whole racial thing, and all of a sudden I'm just completely unable to even be me anymore. Well, Mr. Eric. What have we here? And the thing is, of course, the reason it keeps crippling me is because I just want to know, like, okay, well, here's the correct thing. Now that it's been determined, we don't need to think about it anymore. But that's just not how it works with us, kind of thing. Oh, God damn it. God damn this FI complexity slash time dimension. That's the thing about dealing with stuff that's real time. We tend to think of it as being faster. I tend to think of it as being faster, like giving less time to deliberate in some sense. But it could also be slower, meaning part of the deliberation process is you just have to experience things for a long time. And I, you know, don't typically think of it that way, but that's an element to real time versus turn based as well. Hmm. Ah, when that refrigerator stops making that sound, it's like, oh, thank God, it's peaceful and quiet. I didn't realize that it was so loud before. That's why I think when the fridge goes off, I wonder if it's because it really was so loud, or I think it is pretty loud, or if it's just the difference that makes me think that. I don't know. Well, I certainly feel as though I lost my mojo a bit here when I engaged the FI matter. Uh, Again, and the reason is I don't know what I should do. Like, I've talked about it in full, and I don't know what Rachel's position on it is, and she's probably thinking about stuff, maybe looking stuff up. I don't know. But, ultimately, I don't really know how I'm supposed to feel either. I'm not sure how I do feel. Like, in some sense, I feel bad slash mad at myself for like not recognizing her emotional vulnerability slash. I mean, what I mean by that is like the fact that it was a scary moment, a vulnerable moment, and that she wanted me there with her. Um, Obviously, I understand that, and I do feel like I totally failed to put myself in her shoes in this moment. I especially get the whole like other people wondering why your husband wasn't with you kind of thing. I didn't think about that stuff, but ultimately, I don't know how to feel about that. Hey, Rachel,
Hey, Art.
how you doing?
Okay, I'm gonna take some medicine.
Okay. You want me to engage with you off stream?
What?
Do you want me to talk to you off stream?
If you want.
I mean, I'm asking what you want.
No, I was just coming down for my medicine.
Okay, so.
But we can interact. Let me just take my medicine.
Okay, sure. Um, I could give her. You could give her a big hug, sure. Um, I say just ask her what she wants. Decide if you want to do it, then follow through. I guess it's hard if neither person has that far. Right. Well, like on some level, whether or not I want to have this conversation depends on how it will go. Right. So it's hard for me to know whether I want to have it or whether it's going to be if it's going to be difficult. Let me go give her a hug um, and talk to her off camera for a bit.
Are you still watching?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It doesn't matter to me. I know we make mistakes. That happens.
Yeah, but no, it's not indicative of some argument. Yeah.
It's not.
No, and to me, I'm not talking about the one I was saying, okay? Because what you're saying to me all the time is that I might not be trustworthy, I might not be the person to be with, and a bunch of other stuff, right? That it forces me to be the one who says, yes, this is a good relationship. Obviously, you are happy. It's obvious by every piece of your message that I love you more than anything. And to the extent that I don't meet some expectation of yours or some instance, it's not indicative of any other thing. It's rather the anomaly, this confidence, right? Every sane person in the world would agree with what I meant. If you were not in this relationship, you also would agree with what I meant. That you, as a woman, have been given, let's say, 1 million pieces of data, and that if you were to pay attention to the totality of the data in the landscape, you would in no way, shape, or form ever have any concerns about any of this stuff.
I don't know about that. I really don't think so.
Rachel,
I honestly think that you're selfish.
okay, you honestly think that I'm selfish? I mean, Rachel, I'm saying, look at the totality of how I treat you.
We speak different love languages. I don't appreciate the same things that you don't appreciate. It doesn't work. It's not working.
Okay. All right. Well, I will talk to you when you are reasonable. Because it is the case that, as always, you are saying there's something wrong with me or the relationship, and I am being positioned to defend it.
You don't have to.
Oh, like I said earlier, Rachel, if it were the other way around, the relationship would be over. If I said to you all the stuff you say to me,
Well, maybe it is.
okay, well, I mean, can you think about like, hey, I'm maybe this couple of days, I'm not thrilled with Eric, but maybe I should not ignore all the rest of the time that we've had and all this other stuff. Subjectivities. It's like your feelings will pass, Rachel, but reality will not. And okay, the point is, oh,
I see reality differently. I think that it's gonna be different, and it's not.
okay,
It's like a disappointment.
okay, all right. Well, if you're disappointed because you don't get your warming oven, well, I'm sorry. I I do not know what to say about that at all. I think I'm going to finish that pack of cigarettes. I mean, I get it. Rachel is in her FI, probably converting SI stuff from her body into FI as well. Rachel, I'm not the one complaining.
I said I'm the disappointment. I disappoint myself.
Oh, you disappoint yourself? Fine. If you want to disappoint yourself.
I'm like a fucking puppy dog that follow you around like a fucking loser. I'm not like who I used to be. I feel like I've lost myself. I don't like who I am anymore.
Well, I think we've both felt that way for some sort of time. I feel like I'm coming out of it. It was obviously traumatizing to us, and moving here was a huge sea change and so forth. Rachel, again, you're the one complaining, not me. Don't make me explain why I'm not complaining about something. People. People and their failure to use words properly. Why you use me? Hold on a motherfucking second. That's not how this works. You're the one complaining. I told you you shouldn't talk to me like this or talk about the relationship like this. But that's critiquing the behavior, a specific set of kind of words and stuff. They're not complaining. They're not critiquing you. They're just saying it's not cool for you to do this, and it isn't. Regardless, who even knows if this particular state is representative of anything, or if it's just her mood in the moment? I don't even know. Maybe she was taking some alcohol I didn't know about it and crashed. That's possible, but I don't think so. She didn't really seem like she was on it. I mean, it would be fine for her to take it without telling me or asking me. I trust that she's not going to take too much of it. Like, by which I mean, I trust that she's not going to take more than that she's not going to fail to leave enough for me, right? But if that did happen, then that would explain that. And if she isn't, I mean, ultimately, she, what explains this is some kind of emotional crash or whatever. Her like wanting to follow me around, be close to me. That's totally fine. I appreciate that. I enjoy her being next to me and stuff. If she thinks, well, she should do something differently, well, that's fine, I guess. I'm not telling her to do that or not. I heard a crash. Everything okay? Rachel? Is everything okay? I heard a crash. Okay. I guess, a lot of couples are just kind of par for the course, kind of fighting and stuff, but I don't know. Well, I expect better for I get that it was kind of an instigating event that I was inconsiderate about, but I already knew that. Oh shit! Like, but what happened here? She's throwing shit around or what? What's going on with that? I guess she must have thrown it around. I mean, if she's gonna throw something around the cat, that's a good thing for her. Because, obviously, it's soft. But there's nothing I could do right now that's gonna help at all. No words I could say or whatever, because the words she's saying are words she should not be saying. And the only correct response to them is, you shouldn't talk like that. It's like, when she comes in and starts saying, like, you are so selfish to me. Well, it's conceivable that some other person could call me that. But for Rachel to call me that is completely deluded. Completely deluded. And of course, she then shifts when I say that to saying like, you and I speak different love languages. I don't appreciate the things of life language. Okay, well, that's, you're just describing how you're being insane right now. I don't know what else to tell you about that, but that may be what your current delusion looks like to you, but that's not reality. And unfortunately, while our respective feelings go away, words do not. And I expect her, like I expect any human being, to use words with care. say that on this evening, she is elected to toss aside considerations like fairness and correctness in favor of, and it should not be considered like how she feels right now. And I get it, dude. But Eric, she feels this way, and she's probably not feeling heard, and blah blah blah. I mean, what she's saying is batshit crazy. So there's no being heard, right? That I'm somehow too selfish with her is insane. When I say, why don't you evaluate the big picture, and she fails to do so, well, there's no failure on my part to hear at all. Nor would it help at all to validate those feelings. Indeed, it is I who am not being heard, and it is my feelings that are not being validated. But those things are secondary concern to the fact that she is wrong and I am right. So, touche to those who might have meow. And I'm not trying to be like, oh, be on one side or the other in a fight. This is not a fight. This is Rachel being stuck in a fight and being crazy accordingly. Maybe the hydrocodone is not reacting well with her either. I don't know. She's never taken it before. Of course. You're supposed to take it for pain, right? But being ssuartscire, I didn't call you crazy. I said what you're saying is batshit crazy. It absolutely is, Rachel. To call me selfish, all these things you're saying about me and whether compatible and all this other stuff, it absolutely is batshit crazy. Like if you link to your experience at all, we've been together for all this time, and you're suddenly doubting and wondering, maybe you can't trust me. I mean, for fuck's sake, woman, if that's not batshit crazy, I don't know what is. Again, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying the stuff you're saying right now is for sure. You have to be. You're doing nothing but shitting on all the years we've had together. You're doing nothing but ignoring every indication that I've given you, every word I've ever said to you, and all the evidence we have about me in order to say this stuff. You have to ignore everything. I do reassure her. I reassure her all the time. I constantly reassure her. I'm reassuring her now. What I'm saying is, at some point, her continual saying that it's one thing saying, reassure me again that I'm safe. Fine, right? It's another thing to say, I'm worried about whether you're actually the right person for me, and or variants of that, right? That is not me just needing to reassure her. That's her engaging in some unhealthy behavior. Okay? It's not okay for one partner to continually tell the other partner, make them have to defend the relationship over and over again, as I'm having to do right now. And people come out with this solvency like, well, maybe if you just do, but no, this is not about me and what I need to do differently. Okay? Rachel needs to stop this. It's ridiculous. It's obviously ridiculous if you look at any conceivable piece of evidence, right? Her concerns about me are ridiculous. Obviously, to anybody who's looking, could not love her more, take care of her better, etc., and empower her to do whatever she wants all the time. It's insane to imagine that anybody could conceivably think that, based on all of the evidence, that there's some deficit of mind that may be responsible for us not being the right relationship or something. It's insane and wrong and not acceptable for a partner to do to another partner. I get it. She's got worries and stuff. That doesn't make it okay for her to make me have to constantly defend the relationship and justify the relationship. And as I've said to her, if the roles were reversed, the relationship would be over a long time ago, right? If I was, like she is, susceptible to periodic in determinations about the relationship because of my feelings in the moment, it would be over. If I said to her, I'm not really sure if you're the right person, she would immediately be like, I don't think I am, then you're right, we should split up. And in fact, later on, if I tried to perfect it, she would be like, no, she would remember it forever because words matter, right? So no, it's not okay for her to do this. And also, that doesn't mean we're going to break up or anything like that. That is also part of the ridiculousness here. And accordingly, she needs to stop doing this, understand that doing this is not okay, and that's the only solution to this. Obviously, any solution that involves me doing something differently is not correct and misses the point. Yeah, we obviously love each other. This is not, we're not escalating anything. I'm not escalating anything, right? I don't think she's in a bipolar state at all right now. She might be, inconceivably, but this does not look like what I associate her bipolar states to look like. This looks like a dopamine crash to me. But regardless, I have dopamine crashes as well. And I have in the past, in emotional states, I try to blame her for it, right? And I learned from that, and I don't ever do that anymore. So the thing is, you think we need a vacation. Fuck off, show media. Again, you, I'm not logged in as the right account. You can go fuck yourself because you're getting the whole thing wrong, right? This is not indicative of anything about our relationship. It is a problem that Rachel needs to fix. If in fact it's a bipolar episode of some kind, well, then apparently she's not been taking her meds. And she should do so. But I don't interpret it as such. Oh, I know, right. Keep getting sidetracked here. The cigarettes are in the car. That's where they are. And I keep meaning to go there, getting like here, for example, locking the door and then going back in the other room. I don't know what the hell. But the cigarettes are in the car. So, the nice thing about this whole matter is that it's all very clear. Rachel's behavior needs to change, and it's not indicative of anything about either of us or the relationship. And that's all there is to it. I'm glad she made coffee. I could have some coffee. Go for that. Sounds good. No, it's absolutely not indicative of anything, right? Like, for example, if you have a couple that fights all the time, it's probably an indication that they shouldn't be together. certain kinds of fights, etc. This fight here is not indicative of any such thing at all. It does not represent how we normally are, nor does it represent to the extent that Rachel's saying things about the relationship or me, those do not represent an accurate depiction of how things are, me, or reality at all. So she may be in her feels about whatever, but that does not justify her making claims about me, the relationship, or whatever that are not correct. And in fact, she has an obligation to be a good relationship partner to not do this all the time. And all the time, what I mean is to not continually make me defend the relationship while she questions it. It takes different forms and doesn't happen all the time, then, shouldn't have used that expression. So the bottom line is that's not okay. She needs to stop doing that. And it's fine for me to say so. And it's also does not indicate that our relationship is bad or that we should break up or any other garbage like that. It's not an indication that maybe Rachel doesn't really love me. It's not an indication maybe I don't really. It's not an indication of anything like that. Everything I am saying about it is all there is to say about it. Namely, that Rachel needs to stop doing that, and it's not an indication of anything else. The end. I didn't make the coffee, did I? No. There's no way I made the coffee and forgot about it. I mean, I do plenty of SE stuff while not really making note of it when I'm talking, but there's zero chance. Could I possibly have made the coffee without really thinking about it? It's possible, I guess. That's that. If you're in the throes of mushrooms and Adderall and you're talking that much, then you do kind of unconsciously do SE stuff a lot. I mean, it's possible that I wouldn't have attended to it enough to remember doing it, but it seems odd. I should at least recall having decided to make coffee. Regardless, I'll drink it, whoever made it. It's weird that I don't feel more confident about the question. Maybe I did make the coffee. I don't think so, though. Oh, all this FI stuff. Can we just get out of here with the FI stuff, please? So, life's so difficult already. Lots of things are emotionally troublesome. Let's not make it more that way. Life's full of all actual bad things that happen. Well, sometimes I lean on her, sometimes she leans on me. It's one of those instances where I understand that she's experiencing a lot of emotions, and so my feelings can take a back seat. I get it. I understand how it is to be experiencing a lot of strong emotions and feeling like almost desperate. Like when I was having my challenges, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I need to like escape somehow, run out of the house and try to like, as though running someplace would have get me away from it, but it's obviously in me. So I understand that sense of compulsion that strong emotions can make a person feel, And it's also the case that it doesn't justify, you know, making me have to do this continual work in defense of a relationship that she herself would not defend if I were to question it even a little bit. It's not okay, and I'm empathetic. I understand the strong feelings. But I know and expect and will certainly get the wonderful relationship partner that Rachel is. And that, once she's on the other side of this, it's also the case, though, that she'll have feelings again. And the next time, I'm hoping that this time will be instructive about acceptable ways to express those, appropriate, like, targets of irritation, and inappropriate. I mean, I know Rachel is capable of understanding for sure that she's going to be deeply handicapped trying to intuit things about her subjectivities. Because intuition, obviously, is about the external world, knowing things for what they are rather than for how they link to you. But with her feelings, it's all about stuff that links to her subjectivities. So it's not going to be possible to intuit that way. Like, it doesn't work that way. For example, I might be able to use my intuition on somebody else's feeling because it's outside of me and I can intuit things for what they are independent of me. But it's impossible for me to intuit something when I'm too subjectively connected to it, because to correctly use intuition is to remove those subjectivities in your knowing. And accordingly, um, how you would intuit this situation if you were outside of it is vastly different than how you're intuiting it from inside of it. And you should trust the intuition of that external observer, Rachel, and not the judgment of this Rachel here. To the extent that you wanted to, slash, it's possible to, whatever else, like, I guess, apply something, it would be to try to, instead of trying to put yourself in my shoes, right? Put yourself in the shoes of you intuiting about us from outside. Like, pretend that we weren't Rachel and Eric, we were Judy and John. And observe what's happening without, while knowing you don't have access to the strength of your own feelings to determine things. Obviously, probably the most straightforward approach here is to say, put yourself in my shoes. But the problem with that is, put yourself in my shoes is going to provoke a, oh, I just see how more I'm a horrible partner and Eric should be with somebody better or whatever kind of shit, right? Whereas looking at the thing from the outside, pretending you're not Rachel and you don't have any subjectivities, well, accordingly, what are you going to judge the relationship as except absolutely golden? These people found each other, have been through thick and thin, a wonderful life, they clearly love each other, blah, 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 blah. So, that's why look at it like that is better than put yourself in my shoes. In this instance, I'm not saying in general. So I need to go get some of that stuff because so it sort of doesn't need it at all, but very safe and sorry. Well, Rachel, if you want to be informed about the matter, why don't you try just give it a shot, an attempt at evaluating things like I said there. Pretend you're Rachel observing this relationship from the outside who does not have access to your subjective emotions. And make a determination then about whether you and I are a good couple without referencing any subjectivities, like just what somebody else could observe. Losing faith. If anybody else were to double down on their wrongness like this, I would blow a fuse. The whole point of all of this, Rachel, is that we all feel strongly sometimes, right? But that doesn't make it okay for you to make me defend the relationship all the time. That's the whole point of this. And then you want to double down by making me defend the relationship again by saying you're losing faith. So let's not do that doubling down on your wrongness, okay? It's not okay for you to do this. We obviously are a healthy, happy couple that has no problems. And so it's absolutely not okay for you to do this. It's also not indicative at all of whether we're right to be together or anything, okay? So we want to sever the behavior that needs to change from the whether or not we're meant to be together question, which shouldn't have long since stopped being a question, obviously. No sane person would ever ask that question if they were being honest about us. You have chosen to ask this question because you have been rendered insane by your emotions. What I'm pointing out is hey, we all go insane because of our emotions sometimes. Here's a boundary. You should not do this for the following reasons. It's not acceptable. So stop doing it. However, if you continue doing it right now in the continuation of this episode, well, I'm just going to let it go. But really, no, it needs to stop. That's just Eric being Captain Reasonable. Is it polar FI or like fails to guide you correctly? 6 slot F5 might be a little more like guide you incorrectly. Could not be, it might not be a general rule, it may just be an observation about me and Rachel that's unique to us, but um, I guess you could say the hospital thing was my FI failing to guide me correctly, right? And right now, her FI is guiding her the wrong direction. So, regardless of whether it's illustrative of the slots, it is illustrative of this instance, what's happening right now, and what happened then. And the bottom line is, and everybody should is paying attention to be aware of this. The way out of this for Rachel is not the way she's dealing with it right now, any more than it would be for me. The way out for Rachel, the same as it would be for me, is through determining things rationally, not through her emotions. So it's not like I'm somehow being like, stop being emotional, woman, whatever, and just countervaluing an FI person's FI or whatever. No, I'm saying that it is the case when if Rachel's in her FI and blaming me, condemning the relationship or what have you, that the way forward is through less feelings, not more. As it has always been for us when anytime we've had a dispute, fight of some kind, we have not ever been ones to raise our voices to one another, except maybe at the very beginning. But I quickly learned that, in fact, Rachel and I were the opposite of wrong for each other. Wrong for each other is when there's some kind of disagreement, it starts as small and gets bigger and bigger because somehow that's how shit flies with you two. Rachel and I were the opposite. Whatever it was that might initially spark some anger or whatever, it was quickly diffused into a reasonable conversation. I think our conversations have gotten only ever more reasonable over time. Maybe at first it was a bit dictatorial, but you know, the point is that all of our conflicts have always been the right kind of conflicts. They've they've resolved through through calm talking about things, not through like, oh, fuck it out and you'll be okay, guys. No, not how things properly resolve. Obviously, it's just how you stop talking or addressing the problem. Those lot of people made me come over here. If you're wondering why I came over here, I can't blame you for wondering that. In fact, if you hadn't wondered that, I'd definitely be blaming you. So, and this dispute is just playing out. It will end up playing out the same way as those previous disputes. The way out is away from emotion. Because any dispassionate understanding of the relationship is wholly affirming of it. Rachel is obviously burdened with the downsides of being an INFJ, what I might call "is it okay" syndrome. Is it okay that I'm the way that I'm not? Actually, is it okay that I'm not like those other people? It's a very, very particular relationship with their subjectivities. I have an INFJ. The 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 least connection to subjectivities of anybody because they've got SI8 basically unconscious. Like maximally unconscious, I mean. And they've got FI6, which is unconscious-ish, but countervalued. Because of their relationship with SI, when they do engage with their subjectivities at all consciously, it's going to be through FI. So I think some of what happened with the hospital stuff is Rachel kind of translating her SI into FI. Of course, Rachel doesn't like being in her feelings. That's her sixth slot. And she's trying to intuit some resolution to this bad feelings, some larger meaning to explain it. But obviously, that doesn't make it okay to blame me or to say maybe the relationship's not okay. It's like we can all understand what our various propensities for failure in a given area are. And also, that doesn't justify certain kinds of bad behavior. So, for example, my cognitive function deficits explain why I didn't go into the hospital with her. And also, it doesn't, that's an issue that is not a matter of justification or not. Like, um, So the point I'm making is that my cognitive function deficit can excuse that, but it wouldn't excuse, for example, me willfully hurting her. So, same thing here. One can understand and excuse how Rachel's struggling to deal with subjectivities she's intentionally ill equipped to deal with. And, you know, it can excuse her, for example, not being affirmatively nice to me or something like that, or wanting to be alone, or various kinds of things. But it cannot excuse her blaming me and or questioning the validity of the relationship. So just very similar things there. It should be clear as day that in both instances that one is understandable and excusable, although maybe lamentable. The other is not excusable for obvious reasons. And so that's why, along with a complete understanding of what's going on, there is additionally a something to be learned here, right? Specifically in terms of behaviors. And obviously, this conversation in most relationships would not be on the internet. And some people say, Eric, why don't you just turn off the stream and deal with it? And this is a private thing. And, well, that's not the way Rachel and I work. And it's never been the way we work. All of our shit's always been on the stream, regardless. I went and tried to have it off stream, and she wasn't having it. She went in the kitchen and decided to talk loudly. Because, of course, when I went to talk to her, I wanted to talk about what I thought was significant, but she did not want to talk about that. I should note that what I wanted to talk about that I thought was significant actually is significant. And what she wanted to talk about was an example of the problem, not anything else. So, that went accordingly. You might say, well, Eric, why don't you just end the streams until Rachel gets over this or whatever, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I know maybe nobody's actually said this, but my point would be to anybody saying, Eric, why don't you do this differently? Why don't you say, Rachel, why don't you do this differently? Because I might not be dealing with things absolutely perfectly, but that's not the problem here. Okay, well, Rachel's listening to something. I'm not sure what. But I'm glad to hear that she's trying to. It sounds like she's not listening to something that's gonna contribute to this emotional whatever. So that's good. Acacia, it is for both of us to judge the same thing to be significant, namely, what matters is like, what's significant to everybody is that certain kinds of behavior are respected as clear, bright lines. Like, so for example, it's not okay for me to hit her, even if she might think it's insignificant or I might think it's insignificant. Blah. The point is that is significant in and of itself, and it does not matter what anybody's feelings about it are. Right? She might have felt it was significant to talk about whatever garbage she was talking about. But what was actually significant is that her toxic behavior pattern of doing this over and over again is not acceptable. That's the only thing that needs to be talked about. It is not acceptable for one partner to continually question the relationship and put the other partner in the position of having to defend it. That's not okay. That's the only thing that matters here. So it may be that other things are significant to her, but they shouldn't be, right? In other words, that's the issue then. If she's thinking those other things are significant and what I'm talking about is not, then that's the fucking problem. Okay, but it's not toxic of me to leave her alone in the hospital. I've already articulated that those things are very different things, right? Like, there's a clear, bright line between, oh, I should have been more thoughtful and I failed to put myself in her shoes while while taking care of every conceivable thing that needed to be taken care of and paying for everything, right? Um, that's one kind of thing. That's a mistake that I might make, right? That is very different than if I'm actually doing something toxic, like gaslighting or belittling her with verbal abuse or hitting her or any number of other kinds of actually toxic things. So if she's saying, in fact, that it was toxic of me to not go into the hospital with her, well, then that's the problem, right? She's incorrectly articulating things and being wrong about things. And obviously, there's no way to adjudicate this and say, you know, any kind of like partially your fault, partially their fault, whatever. No, this is a very clear cut issue, and the determination of it is, as I've said, to the exclusion of all others. The point is, if we're focusing on the hospital thing, we are missing what matters, right? Like it's like, let's say everybody's focused on what Jeannie did, like how provocative she was, instead of the fact that I hit her, right? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if that were the situation and everybody here is focused on whether or not what Jeannie did rather than what I did? That's exactly the situation here, right? Yes, whatever Jeannie did is what the hospital thing. But the point is, what Rachel's doing is not acceptable, and that's a long-term issue. The thing about the hospital, well, that was me failing to anticipate that this was going to be a super big deal to her. And my bad. Keep in mind that everything else I did the whole time was entirely indicative of me caring about her and stuff. So even though it was very important to her and she felt that I let her down a lot, it is not okay for her to say it's indication of me not loving her or that the relationship is bad, that she can't trust me or any of those things, because it's not an indication of any of those things. And it's unfair and wrong for her to do so. I mean, Acacia, you don't disagree with me here. You agree in full that it's not acceptable for one partner to continually require the other to defend the relationship, to say yes, it's a good relationship, to defend their legitimacy as a partner, their trustworthiness. You and I do not disagree about this. You and I do agree that that's not okay. And I know we agree because the alternative is for you saying that it is okay. And clearly that's not indicative of a healthy relationship. You are fully aware with your emotions of how that's not fair emotionally to one person, right? It's again, it's fine to reassure her, and I do frequently. It's a separate thing when instead of needing to reassure her that I'm not going anywhere or what have you, instead I need to defend myself as to whether I'm the right person to be with her. That's a very different thing. And again, Acacia, you and I do not disagree about this. You're just being stubborn. It's insane, unreasonable, ridiculous, and wrong to try to pretend as though something um, that's an acceptable kinds of within the spectrum of acceptable, like, I feel very unloved right now, or I feel those are all within the spectrum of acceptable. To pretend as though stuff that's clearly not is somehow mushed in with that ridiculous. You're wrong. You know it. And, Acacia, I consistently feel successfully and beneficially supervised by you and other INFPs. In this instance, you are absolutely dead wrong and you know it. And you know it. You definitely know it. Because if you are capable of putting yourself in the shoes of the people, right? And you recognize that it's not acceptable for one person to emotionally uh, to put the other person in a state of, I'm not sure about this relationship, have to defend that whole thing over and over again. It's not okay. It's certainly not okay when it takes the form of what you need to defend to me why you're the right person for me. It's also not okay for her to say, well, maybe I'm not the right person for you, Eric, and then make me defend that. Like, no, you are the right person for me, or whatever. None of those things are okay. And you well are aware of that. And it's important for the sake of civilization itself that we all agree on this. Because to fail to agree on this is to side in the favor of evildoers. Remember, I'm not saying that Rachel's one such. I'm saying that because she's not, she can't do this. And that appropriately is applied here. She doesn't say what she wants, and if you ask her if you can do something, she'll say yes, even if she wants to. I mean, normally I have an excellent read on Rachel. I understand what she means by pauses and stuff. But the hospital situation was a perfect storm of things. First of all, she wasn't giving me her normal cues because she was in a lot of pain. And and second of all, I didn't want to stay there. And I was primarily thinking about the fact that I didn't like it there at the hospital and the fact that we needed to get grocery shopping done. I wasn't thinking about that stuff, right? Like, yeah, normally I'm very attentive to Rachel's subtle cues of when she might hesitate instead of saying yes right away. Rachel and I have a lot of conversations about what is important to Rachel. And in fact, I almost never cross any boundaries at all of Rachel's because when something like that, when she does have clarity about what she wants and she doesn't get it, well, you know, it's like Armageddon. So look, I fucked up, but again, The most important thing is if anybody's paying attention right now, we're talking about that event at the hospital, they've been bamboozled, right? They've been bamboozled because they think that that matters, whereas what actually matters is her behavior of taking things like this. Keep in mind that in this instance, it was this thing. But in some other instance, it's something that is very much more minor that people would not be siding with her on. But it's the same kind of reaction. Like, first of all, no partner in the relationship should have to worry about how if they mess up at all, the other partner is going to interpret it as they should break up. I'm not talking about messing up, and this is where the clear, bright lines matter, right? I'm not saying messing up like cheating on you or whatever, but failing to meet her expectations, like making a mistake, failing, falling short of what you ought to have done, what maybe even in the moment you probably knew you should have done, or what have you. Those kind of mistakes will happen in a relationship, right? You're not going to be perfect. And sometimes you're going to disappoint the other person, let them down, as I did. So the thing that matters is not, absolutely not, the fact that that happens, but rather what's an acceptable response to it. So it's not fair to one partner to make them go, oh shit. Like when I fucked up, I was like, oh shit, here it comes. I knew it for sure. I was like, the reason I was so upset about it in the first place was because I knew for sure that it was going to be used against me in this way to force me to defend the relationship again, to force me to defend myself as a legitimate partner again. That behavior is unacceptable. And that's the only thing that matters. What happened at the hospital does not matter at all. It's just in this instance, it is much more appealing to a listening audience as a legitimate concern, right? Because it is a concern. I feel for her. I realize that I did not put myself in her shoes. I especially feel for her on the FE grounds that like other people had their significant other with them. And so I feel for her. At this point I believe I even apologized for it. Like I certainly regret it. It's certainly lamentable, and I wish I had done things differently, you know. But that's all going to happen, right? People are going to make those kind of mistakes. Rachel, I'm sure she's done things differently with instances with me. The difference is I'm not looking to use those kinds of mistakes that she makes to fuel some kind of critique about the relationship or questions about the legitimacy of the relationship or the other person, because that's not healthy and not acceptable. I should have been there. I failed, Rachel, right? I failed you on that. And your expectations were reasonable. I should have known better, etc. All that stuff. But that's very different than something like cheating on you or violating your trust in any meaningful way, right? I failed to meet your expectations, but um, any further information you want to make from that is the problem. The fact that anybody wants to make information about, focus on that rather than the larger problem is the problem. The larger problem is you can't keep me having to worry about, oh shit, here it comes. I fucked up a little bit. Now I'm going to have to have an even greater burden to affirm here. I have to make arguments that say this is not indicative of a larger point, but instead of an isolated incident, your feelings are not indicative of. It's like, it is not okay for you to continually make work for me like this. I don't want to do this stupid work. It's stupid and fucking obviously pointless. We're obviously going to be together forever, and don't do it. You know, it's not fair to me to have to continually fight to get to ground zero, right? Like okay, I'm at ground zero right now, but if I like walk in front of her for a little while and, forget about, don't pay attention to whether she's keeping up enough, then all of a sudden it's back down below zero. I have to fight to get back to zero, which is we're meant to be together and I'm not a bad person. It's perfectly fine for anybody to get their feelings hurt sometimes. And if she wants to tell me that, and I will feel bad about it, and I will try to do differently in the future. The point is, that's as far as any meaning can be fucking made from it. It's not okay for any further meaning to be made about it. It's not an indication about whether I'm a selfish person or blah, 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 blah. So she needs to knock that fucking shit off. He leaves her alone at the hospital. For fuck's sake, future of typology. I did everything a loving husband could conceivably do. Okay? I I made one doctor's appointment here. I paid for it. That doctor told to take her to the ER. I took her to the ER. I filled out the paperwork. And then, as being a great husband that I am, while she was being treated by medical professionals who didn't need me in their way at all, and for whom I could provide no solvency, I did the additional helpful thing of getting groceries, taking them home, putting them away, because even though it's her job to do that, I wouldn't want to burden her with that with this medical shit. Coming back, getting her, and trying to go inside. Keep in mind, trying to go inside before she was released, but being thwarted by the people at the front who told me I could not go inside because they were in the middle of a shift change. So, fuck the fuck off. I haven't mentioned that part, huh? I tried to go inside. They wouldn't let me go inside. It's like, this is what I talk about an abuse of language, right? It is true that I left her at the hospital, right? But to pretend as though that tells any story here is fucking catastrophically irresponsible. Because it was a shift change. They wanted me to wait until after the shift change. When I went back after the shift change, they said, "Can I go inside now?" That's when they said, "Well, she's coming right out right now." And I waited and she came right out. That's what the fuck happened, right? So this is one of those things where this happens a lot between people, not me and Rachel, where there is some confusion about something regarding which there should be no confusion because the people involved are in some kind of a relationship. Like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I'm not saying that Rachel's like Amber Heard at all. I'm just saying, obviously, the person who shits in the bed is the problem in that. There's no like, well, they were both sort of a problem. So the thing is, Rachel's not like that. She's not a bad, toxic, broken person like horrible people. She's just making a, she's just doing something that she shouldn't do, and she's doing it repeatedly with gaps of time in between. So It's time for her to stop doing that, and that's all there is to it. It's not indicative of who she is, not indicative of who we are, or how we are, or anything. It's just that's how it is. And any attempt by anybody to try to make anything else out of this, to fixate on the hospital or any other matter, well, you're just part of the problem. It's as simple and straightforward as what I said. No, I'm not comparing her. Can somebody fucking time this fuck out? I don't have the right. Oh, I do have it. Never mind. I can do it myself. I'm putting on timeout, and next time I get any kind of shit like that from you, I am hiding your ass because you're not being honest, right? Like, I expressly said, I'm not comparing her to Amber Heard. I'm pointing out the fact that in that example, one party is entirely at fault, the other one not. That's between the two people, right? In this instance, as I made very clear, Rachel and I are not like that couple, but Rachel is doing a behavior that is not acceptable. And it is clear cut. It's not, maybe it's my fault, maybe it's her fault, blah, blah, blah. Nothing like that. It's like shitting in the bed, it's not okay to do. Fly Guy says, if you view everyone in your life as temporary and you can treat them however you like, see how that works for you. Right. I'm not viewing anybody in my life as temporary at all. That's the point of this whole conversation is I view Rachel as permanent. I view our relationship as permanent. And accordingly, if there's I expect to see like results from this conversation, I expect them to be, have return on the investment for the rest of my life. I'm not at all thinking that Rachel is temporary. Never have for a second. Rachel, you, it's it's fine for you to question that. You can question that, right? Like, maybe I'm not in the right relationship, blah, blah, blah. But, like, I think we both know that you aren't asking me to seriously engage the question. Like, you don't you don't actually want me to say, okay, well, what would it be like if we weren't together? Maybe things would be better. But you don't want me to do that, right? Because it's like being a good relationship partner means you you assume it is going to work long term. You act as though, and then if in fact shit is shitty over and over again, eventually then you fight for the relationship saying, I need you to make these changes because I know we're good together, blah 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 blah. Right? That's how to be a healthy relationship partner. So you err on the side of yes, we're together forever, and you behave accordingly, but eventually you're forced to, after lots of fights, go, all right, you know what? Maybe I don't want to do with you. Fuck off. That's how to do it properly. So if you think about me and Kimberly, it was not the case that we were meant to be together at all, but I continually behaved accordingly as though we were, even though there was plenty of evidence pointing contrary. I fought in favor of the relationship and against that evidence because that's the right thing to do as a healthy relationship partner. In the end, it may have cost me in terms of I had to endure all that abuse and stuff, but I didn't ever stoop to being the bad relationship partner that she was, ever. Sure, I broke things sometimes. I screamed unbelievably. She enraged me so much, but I didn't do those unhealthy things. So the thing is, to be a good relationship partner means that it takes a lot to convince you that you might not be in the right relationship. If somebody tries to give you evidence to say, hey, you shouldn't be with this person, you're like, hey, fuck off. That's not convincing to me at all. I'm committed to this person. That, like, with you, if somebody else were to come tell you that you're in the wrong relationship, you'd believe them right away. So the point is, that's not fair to me. I'm not doing that to you. If I did that to you, you would understand in full how unfair it is. Oh, yeah? What do you actually need, Rachel? Besides everything you could possibly want and the ability to do whatever you feel like all the time. It is correct of you to not put your emotions first. You're not an FI person. Out of the conversation or the relationship? I mean, you didn't answer my question, right? Like, well, what more could you possibly want than everything you want plus the ability to do whatever you want whenever you want? I don't know how to give you any more than that. I don't think it's possible to give you any more than that. Okay. Well, Rachel, well, I'll know that you'll actually agree with me when you're not in this state. And I recognize that this is not indicative of how you actually think about me or feel about us or whatever. But stop it already. I got feelings too. Hurts my feelings you have so many doubts about me, both as a person and as a partner. I may not think that that is a good warrant for anything, but you know, I, I generally sense a lot of like one directional FI here. Like the other part of FI is put yourself in the other person's shoes. That's what I failed to do. the hospital. But it's very much what you're failing to do here with this whole issue. I mean, ultimately, that's what makes it, say, makes it on this side of a certain line is the fact that it doesn't validate FI on FI grounds. Yeah, we're dealing with some turmoil, but you know, it's mostly annoying more than anything else. Just waiting for Rachel to come back to sanity from her emotions. I get that she feels strongly that I let her down in that instance, but you know, this time it's something of somewhat more significance that's prompting these questions about the relationship, but that's just this time. The problem is that I have to worry every time that some mistake happens that in fact, oh shit, here we go. She's gonna use this to have questions about whether she can trust me and whether, how selfish I am and other things like that. Like, I don't need that fucking ontological assault. I'm sorry. It's not okay. I obviously you can't determine whether or not you can trust me based on something like that. It's ridiculous. And you can't determine whether I'm selfish based on the one thing that was important to you that I didn't do that one time, right? There's lots of things that have been important to her, lots of different times, and that's not a correct or fair way to evaluate what happened there. Most importantly, healthy way of dealing with relationships is as follows. If your partner makes a mistake or does something, you approach it as, that's not like you. What, what happened here? That's not indicative of who you are. You don't ever do the opposite. You don't say, see, this proves what a selfish person you are, and blah, 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 blah. That's always a bad, unhealthy kind of relationship approach. So that's not okay for her to do that. It would be fine for her to potentially say, I thought that thing you did was very selfish. But again, that would have to be included in and that's not how you are towards me. It really hurt my feelings because you deviated from that. It has to be like that, not the other way around. So these things are pretty clear, bright lines, and it's instructive to everybody in every relationship, what I'm saying here. Right. There's no picture perfect person, right? And so the fact that the fact that I'm not perfect, the fact that sometimes I fall short of her expectations, sometimes reasonable expectations, um, part of loving a person, and it means that you understand that you love the person and that they are human and make mistakes. That doesn't mean that suddenly they're a different person when that happens, right? I agree. There's no picture perfect person. You learn, you grow with each other, molded with love. And that's a wonderful thing to do. And so, in order to feel like safe growing together and all that stuff, it's important that both partners know that, well, it's the boat analogy, right? You get into a boat together, you are both rowing the boat. What you can't have happen is that one partner keeps threatening to jump out of the boat, jumping out of the boat, refusing to paddle, accusing you of whatever. Um, because if that keeps happening over and over again, then they're obviously not being a good boat mate. The thing to remember is this: nobody should at any point be disputing that Rachel and I have a great relationship and that Rachel has a great. There's nothing for Rachel to complain about in terms of I'm bad to her in any way, that I engage in any kind of toxic behavior or whatever. So regarding that, that matter is settled. The point is, what comprises behavior that is toxic? And one way that a person can be toxic in a relationship is to continually threaten to leave the relationship, question whether it's a good relationship, question whether the other person is the right person for you. What a person needs to do, they might entertain those questions once and then break up with the person. But to try to maintain a relationship through over the course of years where you're still fundamentally entertaining this possibility that you guys maybe are meant to be together. And it's not like, um, say, at first you're happy, but then you start having reservations that grow and grow and grow, right? It's like this periodic thing that happens every time, like I disappoint her or something, where she revisits the issue of whether we should be together. Well, obviously, that's not fair for me because I've signed on for a permanent voyage here. We're married, for fuck's sake. And I and she signed on for a permanent voyage too. This was true before we ever even got married. So it's absolutely unfair, unreasonable, and not healthy for her to then revisit the topic of whether we're signed on for a long term voyage or not, or whether she wishes she were on the voyage or what have you. It places one partner in the position of having to be affirming and defending the relationship, defending themselves, while the other partner is sitting there questioning things, getting the reassurance or what have you, and being unwilling to do any of the work that the other person's doing in defense of the relationship at all. So obviously that's not fair. It's not cool. It's also obviously not indicative of how Rachel actually feels about things. Well, I understand she was upset about it. I get that she'll be upset about it for a long time. But unfortunately, the reason that I was like, oh God, about it is because I just recognize it as another thing that Rachel's going to fundamentally use against me. It's fine to be upset and feel disappointed and for her to be, you know, feel let down and stuff, right? Because these things happen in relationships. I felt let down by Rachel, but for example, like check out the bank balance and she's wasted a bunch of money on something. It's a big letdown, you know? And I expressed to her how disappointed I am and how I thought we had talked about this and stuff like that. But what I don't do is then say, well, this is because of some flaw of yours. Like, this is because you're so selfish, or other kinds of unacceptable language. I don't say, I don't know if we should even be together. I don't do anything like that because I'm not doing toxic shit. And the difference between me disappointing her and her toxic shit is this one is temporary and will go away and doesn't matter ultimately. This one matters a lot. And it's indicative of how we treat each other fundamentally in a relationship and how one partner should always treat the other partner in certain ways and not in other ways. So I get it. This whole hospital thing, I'm obviously very much out of touch with how the rest of the world sees it and how important it was to Rachel. And I guess you know, everybody gets that I fucked up. I get that as well. I hear what you're saying about how it bothered you for a very long time. Again, let's all remember that I tried to go inside when I was done with the grocery stuff, but was not allowed to. They did not permit me to go inside. Well, the future of typology is going to get himself hidden here if he's not careful. That's for sure. Right. Well, whereas I ran the idea by Rachel and she said, yeah, okay, or whatever she said, I should have interpreted her whatever as something else, etc. Right? But I'm a dumbass. She's also FE, so she didn't want to say whatever and blah, blah, blah. Okay? So shit happened. Well, I don't. So there you have it. Maybe I won't hide him, actually. I'm not sure. I don't have a really clear sense of him over time. I'm not sure the extent to which this was anomalous or not. Well, I unhid him. Because I'm certainly not going to hide somebody just because they're like, hide me, see if I care. It's not, I need good reason to hide people. Not quite sure what to make of him. I mean, he's obviously wrong about this in that nobody's disputing that why she got hurt feelings or whatever, but to position it like so cleanly like that and ignore everything else is ridiculous. I tried to go inside. They wouldn't let me go inside. I tried again. They said, wait, Rachel's coming out soon, and then she came out soon. So, granted, that was in the latter portion of her time in there, but nevertheless, that is the case. And most of all, it's a distraction. It's a red herring from the thing that matters. Johnny Katz, you make a good point here. You make an excellent point. This has happened, it seems like multiple mushroom trips in a row. I cannot go through a mushroom trip without some fucking meowing happening. It's ridiculous. I earned this mushroom trip too. I completed that Type Police episode. Everybody wants to all, you know, empathize with with Rachel about this whole thing and stuff. I get it, but to some extent I don't, because if the roles were reversed, I wouldn't care at all and probably wouldn't even want her to go inside with me. Like, I can guarantee you that. So it's like that's why I have so much trouble with this whole like big deal thing. If the roles were reversed, I would not care at all. In fact, I'd probably prefer her not to be there. So that's why it's so hard for me to understand why it's such a big deal to her that I be there. I couldn't help. I nothing I could do. Right. From my perspective, I'm back there. I'm only going to get in the way of the doctors. So like, and I can kind of empathize with her feelings and stuff, but also, it, when I put myself in her shoes, I don't experience that really. I think, okay, well, if I were in her shoes, I'd be happy to have one fewer distraction, and her not with there. I'd be busy dealing with my pain and the doctors. I don't need anybody else interfering with the whole thing. The whole thing would be cleaner and easier. And wouldn't it be great if while this is going on, she went and got the groceries? Fuck yeah. I mean, that's how it would be if the roles were reversed. That's how I would deal with it. But I get it. Other people don't feel that way about it. Whatever. I mean, seriously though, can we all just, you know, maybe not make such a big deal out of it? If it had been a regular doctor's visit, she was gonna go into the doctors, get some tests done or whatever for some fish time, would she have wanted me to go in with her there too? I did go in with her in the urgent care when she had a UTI. I went in and with her, but I it was an in-person thing where we had an appointment and stuff, and or like we made the appointment earlier that morning or something. It wasn't like ahead of time, but it felt more appropriate for me to go with her and say like, "Oh, let me listen to what you're saying," rather than an ER. It's like if you think about the TV ER, you see doctors, they're pushing a gurney, this person on the gurney. Well, not the appropriate time for me to go, hey, I've got some questions for you. But I get it. That's probably not what it was actually like back there. I just like to imagine everybody running around, buzzers going off, beep, beep, beep here, and code this, code that. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I cannot believe it turned into such a fucking big deal. It reminds me of the big kerfuffle, obviously, back 27 or 28 years ago when I committed the horrible crime of not staying the whole night in the hospital room with my fucking wife who had just given birth, even though there's no reason to stay there and the baby was in a box in a separate room. I couldn't get her anywhere. Everybody got all upset about it. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Hi, Scotland. How you doing? All right, let's talk about something else. Hopefully, at this point, I'm not getting any more nonsense. So, let's talk about something interesting instead. Like, what you looking for? Okay. She's not inclined to talk to me right now. It doesn't seem like. Time to try to segue to a different topic, different stuff. All this FI
You
stuff.
won't even fucking listen to me when I say that you're 8 social. Like, goddamn. It's really hard being with you sometimes.
Well, maybe I am social.
Yeah.
So what? So my point is, Rachel, the reason I don't want to consider these things because you're always when you're saying this thing, you are saying it is like, here's a reason why we're not meant to be together. So no, I'm not in it.
It's things that bother me that like I don't voice because I don't want to cause trouble.
So how can me being 8 social bother you?
It doesn't. It's you not listening to me when I say that. I said, I think you might be an 8 social Enneagram type, and you like rebuffed me.
The reason, Rachel, is because I feel as though, and I'm afraid that this is going to happen, that you're going to use that, me considering and agreeing with that, you're going to then use it to make arguments about how we're not meant to be together.
Okay.
I can tell when you're motivated by that and when you're not.
Well, I mean, it is a difference.
Yeah, there are differences between us. Rachel, you're right. I do listen to you and consider you. And in that instance, maybe you're right. I should have taken more seriously or responded more affirmatively that you're probably right. Maybe I am that sexual variant. I just am a little bit, uh, a little battered woman syndrome about the whole like here's a reason why we're not supposed to be together, Eric. And then I have to say, well, Rachel, no, we are meant to be together. And can you stop this, please?
Why does it feel like something we're not?
Well, sweetie, the reason it sometimes feels to you like we're not meant to be together is because sometimes in any relationship, you feel like it's not perfect for you. Like, right now is not perfect for me. And this isn't an aspect of you that I particularly enjoy. But what matters is that healthy people in a healthy relationship don't mistake this temporary whatever feeling they're having for indications about whether they should be in the relationship or whether it's a good relationship. It's not fair to the other partner.
I mean, can't it be like can't you be in a bad relationship?
It is possible to be in a bad relationship, Rachel. And if you were evaluating this with your experience, you'd compare this relationship against relationships that actually were bad. I mean, I can tell that this is a good relationship in large part, or in some part at least, because it's not bad in the ways that my first marriage was, my second marriage was, my relationship with Kimberly was. I can articulate all the specific things that a bad relationship actually looks like, where you don't feel like you love me anymore.
I hate it. Like, I hate my temperament. I hate the fact that, like, I'm so effy, so I, like, go along with things when I really don't want to.
Like what?
A lot of things.
Right. Well, Rachel, I try to make an effort to at least read your signals and recognize when your hesitations mean things. I might not be as good at that as I should be.
I just have to, when I hesitate, it's just that I have to think if it's yes or no. It doesn't mean it automatically answer it.
Well, it's one cue to me that I need to slow down and make sure I've heard you. You know, that's all.
No, but sometimes it's me just wanting to please. And, like, I hate it. I hate myself for letting it get so far.
Letting what get so far?
Like, the people pleasing.
Well, like, I mean, if you think about it, Rachel, how much of your actual day that you spend on an average day is people pleasing? At most, the person who could be people pleasing is me. And almost every day, what are we doing? We're watching TV and stuff on our respective devices.
Yeah, because I can't do that. I can't people please that much to the where I'm not watching something I don't want to.
Right? No, Rachel, my point is you're not people pleasing at all on the average day, every day. Instead, you're doing what you want. You're not going along with something you don't want to go along with at all. It may happen on some instances occasionally, but if you look at the vast amount of data you have, almost none of the time are you doing that. Well, you know, I'm happy to give her a hug. I'm always happy to give her a hug. The thing is, you know, like I said, what she's saying about herself is not correct. She may very strongly lament her being too people pleasing in this one instance or something like that. But the idea that she let it go too far, that's ridiculous. She's effie tool. That's how she is. Sometimes that produces problems. And I understand that. I also, FE, absolute value, can be a problem for me as well. But yeah, this is one of the conflicts that we have when we have a dispute is that he makes statements that just ignore all the actual data all the time. We've got all this SI data to refer to, and she does not, she just ignores it all, forgets about it, doesn't think that it exists or whatever you, and makes her claims about stuff like this current moment, how I'm feeling, represents some general thing about the relationship. Like she hates herself for not telling me to stay with her at the hospital or what have you, and it's really important to her. She wants to blame me because I should have thought of that, and she should blame me for that, and not blame herself for failing to tell me. My defense here is not that she didn't expressly tell me. I have no defense, right? Um, the point is that is not a problem with her. It's not a problem with me. It was a mistake on my part in that instance. She shouldn't hate herself. She shouldn't hate me. You know, there's nothing else to be said about it, really. You know, we're really bad at processing kind of big emotions. I get that she's got a lot of big emotions associated with it. You know, it's like that thing where you dismissed what I was saying with the 8 social. First of all, I'm not Enneagram 8. I'm obviously 7 first. But regardless, the the social thing, she's right. I was not responsive and, you know, like honestly responsive on point regarding that thing. But that is, and it was for the reasons I articulated. Like I knew where she was going with this, and I just didn't want to fuel that fire. Okay, she's in one of those moods where she's looking for reasons why we shouldn't be together. So I admit I was intellectually dishonest in that moment and pretended as though I didn't think it was something to entertain as a possibility. You know, because I understood that she liked to look at things that were indicative of our compatibility and that being SX was indicative of that. But it should be noted, of course, that this is the one singular exception to every other instance where I'm always listening to her, hearing her, and responding exactly on point. So, yeah, she indeed, that did happen at one time. But, you know, to then paint it as like, this is a problem with our relationship in general or something is not correct at all. It's the exact opposite. No, I think hers, because Kara, in the moment in which when that happened, it was another time like this, right? Where she was, she had, her mood had soured, and as it does it, when it's like, if my mood sours, I'm not, I'm not thinking about like how the relationship links to my mood being sour. Whether her mood sours, it starts getting like, okay, well, you know, just say these kind of like passive aggressive things or things that like might I don't know. The point is she was in that mood when the whole subject came up in the first place. So I was not in the mood to play along with this. Let's be detectives and find reasons that why we might not be compatible that have nothing to do with our actual experience. Yeah, I didn't want to play along with that. It was not her way of trying to draw closer with me. It was expressly the opposite. And what's happening right now, in fact, still is she is looking for, in some sense with SI, I guess, or referring to SI collected stuff, incidents that are indicative of me being bad in some way, or the relationship being bad, or things that might be supporting evidence for a case against either me or the relationship. Well, obviously, if you do that work, it'll get done. Like, if I did that work, I could put together a big case as to why I shouldn't be with Rachel. But the point is, that's not what relationship partners should do with each other, right? I mean, I don't think it's gonna resolve right away. Rachel's gonna have to get out of the mood. And somebody earlier said, "Why does this keep happening on my mushroom trips?" I agree with that sentiment. Really, why does this keep happening on all of my mushroom trips? I don't know. Obviously, this is more of a battle talking wise than whatever it is I was talking about before when um, before before all this stuff happened. I always talk about like baseball, stuff like that. I was on a roll, just doing my mushroom things and having a good time, and then bam, you weren't meant to have a good trip. I wouldn't call this a bad trip. I have good trips regardless. It doesn't like these things happening doesn't ruin my trip. It just defines the tone of it, right? Like this one is I don't want to deal with all this FI shit, obviously. But I don't know. Like my basic thoughts about all this is can you just not be a problem, please? Like why do you want to be a problem? I'm not trying to be a problem for you. IDK was already currently unresolved. I mean, I don't know what her mood is. I'll know it's resolved when she's no longer conflicted about this, but like crying and apologetic and recognizing the error of her ways and so forth. Then it'll be resolved. There's no there's no other way to resolve it because obviously it's not okay for her to do that, etc. All this stuff. So, and I have complete faith that that moment will occur at some point. It's like there are two faces to loving me a lot. One of them is to really feel strongly how lucky she is, blah blah blah. But then sometimes it turns into this thing. Regardless, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't care anymore about any of this stupid fucking FI shit. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so fucking much. Time everybody start caring about Eric's feelings. I fucking hate this shit. Is hatred a feeling? Because I fucking hate this shit. Stupid fucking FI shit. You know, it's a burden I'm happy to carry, to be, the rock, the one who is always reasonable and who has the right position on us, and so I'm fine with having that overarching responsibility. But this is supposed to be a partnership. I can't believe I'm like forced by reality into just thinking about this over and over again. Fucking hate this shit. I just, enough of this fucking stupid garbage. Let's find something to complain about. I need a new lighter, that's what I'm complaining about. Let's find something to complain about. The world's worst game. Okay, now your turn. You think of something that you might be able to complain about. Wow. I don't like the fact that this light's not very on. Good, good. What else? Let's find something to complain about is a companion game to problem admiration. Oh my, that is quite a problem. Looks like it's going to be unsolvable. I agree. Well, what about this? Yeah, but this problem, it's robust. Play both games for the full experience. I don't like what we're having for dinner. I'm bored. I'm bored too. Well, it sounds like you guys are already halfway to playing. Let's find something to complain about. This is a special edition where you draw a card that then puts you into like the like extra game of problem admiration. We're obviously admiring the problem gets you more points, and solving the problem gets you 0 points or negative points. Obviously, let's find something to complain about and problem admiration. They need a third to complete the trinity, a third jewel in the crown. Um, see, what's another one like that? Let's find something to complain about. Problem admiration. And well, it would be something like, you know, ignoring what matters. So, here's some details. Tommy went to the store and he had on a red shirt and he had green pants, and then he murdered somebody. And then he ate his Doritos, and then he went home and watched some TV. So what's the salient detail here? Well, he went to the store, and he returned home from the store, and he watched TV, and a lot of other things. Good job. You just scored 1 point on ignore what matters. Does anybody want to play the full game, complete game where they're all integrated? You got first you find things to complain about, then you admire the scope of the problem, and then you ignore what matters. Oh, this big thing is so big. It's obviously never going to be able to knock it over. But look, it's being supported by just this one spindly leg. But look how big it is. I see. You've done a great job in the ignore what matters part. The trinity of bullshit. Find something to complain about, admire the problem, and ignore what matters. The real Triple Crown. It's like the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont. So, you know, I gotta go pee. Muted. I'm muted? I'm not muted, am I? No, I'm not muted. Kitty, do I have to? I think there is sound. Does anybody else have no sound? Can I get a feedback on that from anybody else? Do I have sound? Can you hear me? No, you. I'm not muted. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bone. Now I have clarity on that question. So I'm not muted. You're muted. You're not really muted. You just have the speakers off or something. Go ahead, eat your food. Eat it. I'm right here. I can't get any closer. It just wants to stand here. This fucking cat, I tell you. Meow to get me in here, but instead of like going, all right, well, I better get eaten then. She's not going to stand here forever. You just want to demonstrate to me how you're in charge. I'm just going to ease on up here, stand there for a while, look at you like, yeah, you my bitch. Then eventually begin eating. Well, you've always had the spirit of a dainty one within you, Trouble. I've always believed that. Okay, alright, I'll stop. I'll stop. Okay, alright. Wanted to get a little bit of hair off you. That's all. I mean, think about it, Trouble. This is hair that you don't have to lick off of yourself. Not that you would anyway, you just shed it all over the house. Pretend that you did clean yourself sometime. Well, now you don't have to lick that hair off. I licked it up for you with the comb. You are really like agitated right now. You're full of like tomcat energy. Wonder what's going on with that. Maybe picking up on the vibes between me and Rachel or something. He's all electrified, like a sign. Yeah. It's like, I can't even transition to thinking about other things without me coming back to, oh God, I got this shit to deal with. At the end of the day, it all collapses down to, can we not please? Having to do all this battle. God. I have become such a peaceable person by nature, but it seems like I have to do battle all the time. I'm not trying to do battle with people, but, you know, I guess other people aren't necessarily being reasonable. No reason to think that I like to do battle at all. Even though you might see me doing battle a lot and saying, no, blah, 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 blah. I don't like that. I much prefer to have people be reasonable. I mean, not have to, you know, continually repeat myself in different ways to get a point across. Okay, I should drink some water. I just coffee. I should eat some food too. Eat some of Rachel's leftovers. She's like, we don't speak the same love language, yeah? Appreciate your love. Yeah, I appreciate my love language, but you eat it. You have opinions about what you want. Like, I was making potatoes. She's like, I want onions. Like, okay. Sure seems to me you appreciate my love language. Which is acts of service. Pretty good. Even cold and 24 hours old. Pretty damn good. Hi, why are you so agitated looking? The cat looks like he's alive with vigor. What's going on, kitty? You sensing high paranormal activity going on right now? Well, let's rest your judgment on these kind of things. Watch out, everybody. We apparently have high paranormal activity. Everybody keep your eyes out for any ghosts, ghouls, spooks. What do they call them? Ghastly apparitions? That kind of thing. Alright, I've got my water. I've turned off some lights. I've got to go pee. So fight, fight, fight. I'm going to leave you with my pee with the most adorable nativity scene anybody's ever seen. You might be like, hey, Eric, that's not a nativity scene. But I'd say, are you sure? Okay, I'll let you outside. Go ahead. Go outside. You better not, you fucking thing. Oh, it didn't start the music this time, unfortunately. Funny, before I went to the bathroom, I thought about like I should go over and hit the thing, but then I got distracted by something. Anyway, oh my god, I hate this so much. I was thinking in the bathroom how much I absolutely fucking hate this stuff. And also how, well, I caused Rachel a lot of emotional discomfiture, so obviously I should get an equal amount in return. I guess fair is fair. I hate this shit. It's horrible. I don't want to spend any more time thinking about it. And TFB error. You will continue thinking about it until there's some kind of actual resolution. What should have been a story about how we successfully dealt with a medical problem and what a good job the ER did and stuff has instead become this horrible other story that's all about FI. What should be a TE story is just entirely an FI. Oh, I do deserve to feel bad. If I made her feel bad, I should feel equivalently bad about it. And I probably don't, realistically. So at least I have to incur this thing that I fucking hate. And so there's some equity there. I'd rather pay some penalty like this than just have the emotional debt unfulfilled. That's just the world of fairness. If you harm somebody or through your actions, you could reasonably have anticipated, blah, 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 whatever else you want to say about it. If I am responsible for her bad feelings about it, then I should feel emotionally as bad about it as she felt about it. But I don't, so it's a good thing then that I feel so bad about this because I fucking hate it. This is also not me feeling bad exactly. It's me really disliking having to be attending to these FI things for such a long time. So it's more like discomfort than it is anything else, I guess. Annoyance, frustration. What did I do with my cigarettes? I guess I left them inside. Alright, let's go inside and find them. I even brought a water with me and everything. I have a lighter, water, phone, almost everything I need. So close. Almost did it this time, Eric, but no, not quite. You didn't have cigarettes in the pocket because you did that last time too. You just took one out and you just put it right back. If you grow and learn from something, it's valuable. If not, it's needless suffering. Well, I mean, to some extent, obviously, I can grow and learn from this whole experience regarding keeping in mind what Rachel's fears are, what are important to her, and stuff like that. But obviously, larger takeaways are for Rachel to take away, not me. And she will with some time. You know, she doesn't want to be an unhealthy partner in a healthy relationship. She doesn't want to do stuff that qualifies as abusive, like continually question a relationship without any fucking cause at all, you know. She doesn't want to be like that. And sometimes it needs to be made explicit and like, this is not okay, here's why, etc. She's not going to end up disagreeing with it because ultimately it's correct and she doesn't want to be toxic or unhealthy. You make friends with pain, you will never be alone. That sounds like a pretty horrible deal. I'm not alone. I have my pain. That's not good. Being alone is better than being in bad company. Probably true. What does it say? Something's barely real. Kanye? Kanye's barely real? Or it says Canes. I think that must mean Kanye. Okay, autocorrect. What the fuck? I feel I want to eat something. Cane's really pain, not cane. Okay. I'm sorry you're struggling with autocorrect. I feel your pain. I feel it. What could be more frustrating than you type something, it automatically corrects something, and you say no, you go back, type it again, it does it again. Like, fuck off, autocorrect. Better than autocorrect like that? Like, because it changes everything you're saying to references about the Ottoman Empire? I need to clean this window. I very much need to clean this window. It's like smudgy for me pushing up against it and stuff, and now it's hard for me to see through, like going like this and try to see around the smudgy parts. It sees Ottoman and everything. Like if you type horse, it says, I think you're trying to type Ottoman. It's called AutoCorrect Plus. It's a special version of AutoCorrect that unreasonably weights things in favor of the word Ottoman. Start writing like, yeah. R-A, did you mean Ottoman? Are you referring to the Ottoman you put your feet on or the empire? Neither, autocorrect. I'm not talking about anything related to Ottomans at all. I wish I had never gotten this autocorrect plus. Yeah, they didn't really do a good job of explaining what they were plussing to regular autocorrect. I will say this whole conversation is making me wish I had an ottoman. Something besides the reclining chair that I could put my feet on. Oh, wait. I also have that little stool that I put my feet on that functions as an ottoman. I guess never mind. Maybe instead I feel like being the emperor of the Ottoman Empire. If I had to choose, I guess I don't need an ottoman, so I'll pick that other one. I don't want any of the responsibilities. I'll take the title. You can forgo with this bowing and scraping around me. I'm hoping this title comes with some kind of stipend, but you know, obviously I'm sane, and so don't believe in aristocracy. I don't know if it's true or not, but apparently I've heard it said on YouTube that it's been reported that when the police in England went to go get former Prince Andrew and take him to the station to question him about, like, basically improprieties committed when he was functioning as an ambassador. When they tried to get him to go in the car, he purportedly said, "You can't do this to me. I'm the Queen's son." Now, obviously, the Queen's dead. So, in that regard, what is that? In that regard, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to have said that, but what is that sound? Well, whatever it is, I don't hear it any longer. Some kind of animal, I assume. It sounded like something walking on the ground. I don't know. I can't really get any more information about this without, getting a flashlight or something. Oh, it's a beautiful night. Sky is crazy. I've learned from plenty of experience that it's pointless to try to show anybody the night sky on live stream, or just with a camera in general. I just cannot capture it at all. But, it's one of the things about living up here is that night sky is crazy. It's so different than living in the city, where you can hardly see anything. You can see absolutely every star. Go ahead. Doesn't seem like there's much of a moon tonight. That helps as well. If there's no moon or it hasn't risen yet or something, then the night sky looks especially crazy. I'm not really sure if you got a big moon, that's its own kind of thing. But in terms of seeing a lot of stuff that you can't see in the city, well, that's maximally so when there's not a moon. I remember one time I was driving home from the casino and there was a crazy meteor shower. Saw so many shooting stars. And that's the sort of thing that going to casinos. I mean, I would conceivably do to self-soothe, like, I were really bothered and frustrated and feeling, I guess, treated shabbily or what have you. Just be like, fuck it, I'm going to the casino. I don't feel that way right now, though. I definitely do not see myself going to the casino because I don't want to do that big drive. So, I'm glad that I got set up for Rachel in the bedroom. Wait for her to watch TV on the TV, and um, so she doesn't have to just consume things on her phone. So she's able to fully self-soothe in the bedroom, and not feel as though she's denied access to something that I am monopolizing access to. Obviously, in an ideal world, Rachel doesn't have to tell me whatever, anything about life. Like, I can anticipate how something might be unfair to her or it might not be pleasing to her or something, and get ahead of those things with a solution. And if Jay doesn't want to tell you about their boundaries, I just want you to be that super reasonable. They don't have to, which I appreciate. I like that. Obviously, it to some extent means I gotta keep on my toes about remembering that her FE is gonna be it's gonna prevent her from openly immediately disagreeing with something or whatever that conveying clearly what she wants necessarily. So I've got a kind of FI for both of us in that regard. Get off. You know, here I am still thinking of this stupid shit. God. So fucking not what I want to think about. Oh well. That's life, I guess. I guess I'm getting tired. But who wrote this episode? You gotta be kidding me, bro. I just watched you eat. No. I'm sorry, but no. Oh, boy, I sure wish I had some toilet paper or something to blow my nose on. But instead of getting some, I'll just continue wiping it on my shirt. Oh. That's no moon. Clearly, our moon is no moon. Of course, all the weirdness about the moon could just enough is easily, in theory, be explained by selection bias, but I'm just not buying it. Try a hanky. Well, I don't have a hanky. How about this? Does this work as a hanky? Thank you, Winston's mom, for reminding me. When you're feeling blue, everybody should always remember the important contribution and the critically important words of one Mr. Telly Savalas. Don't tell me you forgot about Telly already. Because I haven't forgotten shit. I remember the day I heard Telly say the question that everybody wants today, and that's what is the question? I'm gonna ask you now. Well, Telly Savalas said it long ago. I'm gonna say it right now. So don't you know what the question is? He asked, and you should know. Here it is. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? I said, who loves you, baby? I got a question for you. WHOLOVESYOUBABY. Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas. It's Telly Savalas. Go ahead and get out your diners club card. We're going out tonight, going out of the yard. We're gonna remember what Telly Savalas said. We're gonna commit it in our memory, in our head. He asked the question, is everybody ever since said it's who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas does. That's who. Now, of course, what do I have? I have the TV speakers up loud again. So next time TV goes to sleep, it's gonna be like, bleh. And nobody does ever ask Gregory's last name. Turns out, as rumor indicates, that he's actually the son, the illegitimate son, of Telly Savalas. One night, after using his Diners Club card to have a fancy meal in Vegas, he slept with a waitress. He seduced her, of course, by saying to her, "Hey Stella, how you doing? I've got a question for you." And then he said, "Who loves you, baby?" And she's like, "Oh my God, Telly Savalas does, and will tonight when we make love." Thus was conceived Gregory. Even though Telly Savalas didn't really want much to do with the child, she insisted that the child keep his last name. And that's how Gregory became Gregory Savalas. Unlike his father, though, Gregory does not ask the question, "Who loves you, baby?" Why am I in here? Because I got some piptails. Good for me. What am I not here to watch you eat some more? Why am I doing it? I do not know. I have watched you eat all that any person could reasonably be expected to do. Yet here I am, watching you eat some more in the dark. What would Telly say about this trouble? Would he approve? I don't think so. Well, he certainly is eating more. It's not like he's just standing there looking at it. Apparently he's still hungry, In general, cats, they're not gonna if some dogs, if you they'll eat as much food as you give them until they overeat and stuff. Cats don't do that. So apparently he must actually be hungry. I just don't know how any cat could eat so much food as he does. He eats way more than twice as much food as Capito, and he's not even twice as big. I would not be surprised at all if, in fact, he ate 4 times as much food as Capito. That seems about right to me. I've not actually measured it, obviously, but I don't understand how one cat can eat that much food. He eats an insane amount of food. It's not like he's very active doing stuff and so he needs all the calories or anything. He mostly just sits around and, forces me to watch him eat. Maybe, sits by my feet to try to prevent Capio from getting near me. He didn't do anything that requires him to have all these calories. I don't even think he getting any fatter or anything. He's just that's for some reason how much food he eats. I guess he's like me. Like people who it doesn't matter how much they eat, they stay skinny and they're super hungry. But seriously, bro, you eat so much. His age demand calories. I think I have to stop coming to these tournaments to piss off too many people. Who are you pissing off? I mean, I get that you pissed off Ruben at some point, and to me, that's okay, if you're pissing off Ruben, he probably did something that was, not super cool in some sense. But most of the time, it seems like the people you're pissing off turn out to be bad people. So I don't know who you're pissing off tonight, but what a filthy floor. What a filthy floor, and what a horrible failure Eric is for failing to clean. Got various responsibilities instead of dealing with stuff. I did do that Typology episode that I made myself do, but instead of being responsible in general, I decided it would be another good opportunity to do drugs and have fun. And now, in the aftermath of it, I have to come to terms with the fact that once again, I failed to prioritize various things that I ought to have because I decided to have fun instead. And obviously, all this emotional stuff is not fun. It's the opposite of fun. What is the opposite of fun? It's not really a good opposite for fun, huh? I mean, I do a pretty good job of cleaning most kinds of things, but I tend to have trouble dealing with the floors, and it's entirely because of trouble. If the floors weren't covered with all this cat hair, I would just vacuum. I like vacuuming, but I don't want to subject the vacuum to all this horrible cat hair. So then I gotta try to get the cat hair up before I vacuum, and that's why I just don't end up finishing the whole thing, completing the task at any point. Now it's so filthy I need to get like a carpet cleaner. Or I could do that in the more manual way, but it was very inefficient and dumb. So, God. Anyway, these kind of practical concerns exist in the world. More significant practical concerns exist, like I should get a job and whatnot. Um, and then there's kind of like larger identity concerns. Like I'm feeling like myself again. I'm feeling happy. I feel like I've come through the other side of a extended stretch of me not being myself in various ways. That's all good and stuff. There's there's the FI stuff like this where it's just I don't even know. It just brings everything else to like a grinding halt. Regardless, despite the fact that maybe I should have spent some of my time today differently, I'm not nearly as stuck in this self critical phase as I used to be. I say I hate myself, I wish I were dead, much less often than I used to. And it feels like I have a more reasonable set of expectations for myself, and I feel more capable of accomplishing, small things on the way to significant things or whatever than I have in a long time. So there's a lot of good stuff going on in general in terms of larger life narratives and such. I don't feel nearly as much as though I'm just waiting to die like I did for a stretch of time there. Obviously, all this FI stuff is just like, oh fuck, that machinery broke down again. We gotta repair it in some fashion. It's just this needless, annoying, like gumming up of the way things are operating. Mm, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. And I suppose I only have myself to blame for it in terms of the precipitating event. But, oh, dear God. Who would have thought such a entirely successful medical event, that the entails all the ideal situation and outcomes for any trip to the ER, namely immediate and certain diagnosis and specificity within the diagnosis, solvency, and assuredness that it's not a long-term problem, blah, 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 blah. All of that wonderful story turns out to be a catastrophe. What a nightmare. They're like, talk about an unseen hole in the ground. While I'm busy focusing on the health stuff, solvency stuff, I didn't see this FI hole right there. I just stepped right into it. Maybe I like partially saw it and was like, I'm gonna pretend it's not there or something. I'm not really sure, but I stepped right into it. And I was like, well, I'm sure this is a fairly shallow hole. No, little did I realize that this hole was so big and so full of spikes that it, in fact, dwarfed the whole medical matter and rendered it moot somehow. Oh, God. And worst of all, compelling me to continually think about it without any adequate resolution because, everybody's got to process their feelings. Oh, how horrible. How very horrible. Could anything be more horrible? I don't think so. I should be talking about whatever. I could be talking about holes in buckets. I should be talking about vacuums. I was talking about it before. I keep stumbling right back into this horrible thing. Like, oh yeah, there's this thing. Ugh. Mm. Well, well, well. Yeah. Well, well, well. Well, 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 what a horrible smell. Oh, this stinks like FI. Just kidding, FI people. You know I love you. I think FI is wonderful. You know, when it's when it's doing its proper ways. I love feeling happy feelings. But the other kinds of feelings, not so much. No, but look, it's important to feel sad. I know it's important to feel sad, but I don't want to feel sad. I don't like feeling sad. And can we not, please? That's in general what I think about FI a lot. Is just okay, okay, but can we not, please? Overall, it was as mushroom trips go. Could have been worse. Could have been better. I mean, obviously, I always like the tripping part, but I don't necessarily like what I have to deal with when I'm tripping. And I don't necessarily deal with things well in some understanding of things. I don't think I dealt with this poorly today, but sometimes if it weren't Rachel, I'd be much more likely to be like all mad and yelling and stuff. But I basically always deal with things well with Rachel. She's my precious angel. So accordingly, she gets a little bit of special treatment. You know, she wants to double down on her wrongness. Okay, well, I'm just gonna point it out. That's not cool, but since it's you, we'll just kind of let it slide. The trickster likes few things better than tweaking the nose of the doubters. They exist in a liminal space beyond proof, crossing boundaries at a whim, promising hidden knowledge they will never share. Thorn Quackenbush, the curious case of the talking mongoose. I mean, Thom Quackenbush? Is that really that person's name? Thom Quackenbush? That sounds like something that I'd make up. Like once upon a time, there was this author named Thom Quackenbush who wrote a story called "The Curious Case of the Talking Mongoose." Sounds like it's shit I'd make up off the fly. Well, my trickster function, my polar, it may be a lot of things, but it is not any of the following: tweaking the nose of the doubters, existing in a liminal space beyond proof, crossing boundaries at a whim, or promising hidden knowledge they will never share. My blind spot is not any of that. Is that really his name? It's not his pen name. It's his actual name is Thom Quackenbush. Right, this happens. I look up people's names and like in the TV or movie. I'm like, that cannot possibly be the real name. His name cannot possibly be. Um, what's that fucking guy's name? Cord Overstreet. That can't be his name. It actually is his name. That's his birth name, Cord Overstreet. So joke's on me. This other lady, I looked up her name. Her last name is something like Dark Moonblood or something was her name. Like, that cannot be her real name. That's her real name. Dick Buttkiss, right. That cannot be his real name. Dick Buttkiss. Yeah, I figured Ruben that it was pronounced Tom, but I decided to go with the Thom instead for comedic impact. Uh, well, Dick Butkus' real name is Dick Butkus. Funny how I named can just make or break a person's destiny, much like Israel, Abyssal. Funny how a name, right? Well, didn't make or break Dick Butkus. He has an award named after him and everything. He so exceeded the limits of his name that people nowadays are okay with there being an award called the Dick Butkiss Award. So it just goes to show you, if you were you were over the shoulder of the Butkiss family and watching them name their son Dick, you were saying, "No, don't do this. You're dooming this child to a life of misery." You'd be wrong. In fact, it took a long time for me to even realize it was a funny name because I grew up just hearing about like the Dick Butkus Award and stuff. Thought it was kind of like a football thing and sounded normal enough to me. Well, that's how it is if you get introduced to something like that as a normal thing first, then you realize later, wait, that's not normal. Dick Buttkiss doesn't even sound like a euphemism for anything. It just sounds like two things in the title of a porno. Dick, butt kiss, granny boobs. Something like that. My brother had sports cards and I read it there and had giggles about it as a kid. Understandably. I mean, I remember when I was at my ex-wife's house and um, there was some football game on, and I said something about somebody having won the Dick Butkus Award, and Katie, who was in the room but I wasn't really talking to, it's like, wait, the what? Like the Dick Butkus Award. It's like, are you serious? Is that really a thing? I had to explain to her, yes, yeah, that guy's name really is Dick Butkus. Yes, there's an award named after him. And when I was talking about it at the time, I was just actually talking about the award being the player and how good he was. He won this award. I was not thinking at all that there was anything strange about referring to the Dick Butkus Award. So, you know, obviously that's one of those things that normal for me to talk about in football terms and I don't think about it. And then a non-football person goes, wait, that's not normal. I go, yeah, well, you're right about that. But it's easy for me to forget about that part when I'm using it to talk about football. That's a long name. Well, I mean, I don't think Dick Butkus is a very long name. If you mean Thom Quackenbush, that's a fairly long name. If Dick Butkus and Thom Quackenbush got married, they might change their name to Dick Thom Quackenbush Butkus. Usually people don't hyphenate their first names, but I'm imagining that Dick Butkus and Thom Quackenbush decide to do that. So Dick Butkus becomes Dick Thom butt kiss Quackenbush. And Tom becomes Tom Dick Quackenbush butt kiss. And together, they're known, of course, as the Quackenbush butt kisses, or they'll also be responsive to the butt kiss Quackenbushes. Dear, make sure you invite the butt kiss Quackenbush children to the party. I have. I've invited all their children, whose names are obviously penis, vagina, boobs, areola, nipples. That's their 5 children. 5 children of the butt kiss Quackenbush marriage. Productive marriage. It produced 5 children. And their father, Dick, was necessarily, understandably, interested in continuing his family legacy of naming the children after sexual organs. Hence his children's names. Of course, when their oldest daughter, Vagina Butt Kiss Quackenbush, started to make it in the movie industry, people said, "Is that just a Nepo baby, or does she really have talent?" Well, I think she's proved her worth entirely all of us with her one-woman play entitled "I Am Vagina Quackenbush Butt Kiss / Butt Kiss Quackenbush." It took the New York theater district by storm. With one theater reporter writing, "This Quackenbush shit is crazy." Tom Dick is a good name, yeah. You think Tom Dick's better or Dick Tom? Yeah, maybe Tom Dick. Tom Dick is better. Tom Dick. Well, the thing about Tom Dick is he's got a nice like cadence to it. I guess Dick Tom has the same kind of cadence in some ways, like the first syllable's accented, but Tom Dick, Tom Dick sounds like, like like Kubrick, like Stanley Kubrick. Got that kind of fall off quality to it. And I think that Tom Dick Butt Kiss Quackenbush really does roll off the tongue nicely. Tom Dick Butt Kiss Quackenbush. It's got that da quality to it. So that's why you should name your child Tom Dick Butt Kiss Quackenbush. Well, what are you doing, Eric? What's going on here? I'm just not doing anything. That's the point. I'm not changing the current equilibrium to a different state of equilibrium. I'm just persisting. The Tragic Tale of a Man Born with Dicks for Thumbs, starring Dick Buttkiss. "I'm sorry, I can't shake your hand." My thumb's a dick. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I don't need to shake. That's cool. We just elbow bump. Oh, don't want to do that neither. My elbow's a vagina. It's just coincidence that starting Dick Butkus. It has nothing to do with his name. He just was the best of the actors who auditioned for the role. He drew from his years of football experience. He said to himself, what would it be like if I had dicks for thumbs? This reminds me of the time that it was 4th and 9. Their offense, they were trying to run some play, but Dick Butkus, was not having it. It's just like this. I may have dicks for thumbs, but I'm not going to let it slow me down. That's why he did such a good job with the role. He was able to really put himself in the right mindset. I'm getting stoned, and what's wrong with that? The president seems to be just fine. I mean, yeah, he really immersed himself in the role. You know, he had some special gloves put on that looked just like his regular hand, except his thumbs looked like dicks. And he went around town, be like, "Hey, before I engage with you, I just want to let you know I have this very unfortunate condition." And people would be like, "But Dick my kid, I've never seen your hands have dicks for thumbs before." He's like, "Well, it's a sudden onset condition. Over the course of the last few days, my thumbs fell off and then these dicks grew in." I was like, "Oh my God, that's horrible." He's like, "You know what? Don't feel bad for me because I am a fighter. I'm going to show that a person can have dicks for thumbs and live a successful, happy life." Anyway, that experience obviously informed his performance a lot in the movie. And it was very convincing. I don't think anybody's ever seen that movie walked away thinking, I don't believe Dick Butkus had dicks for thumbs. They're like, oh, I believe it. I'm surprised now after the movie to see pictures of him when he doesn't have dicks for thumbs. That's how convincing he was in acting the part. Oh, oh, Dick Butkus, you're a real treasure. National treasure, Dick Butkus. Maybe that's what Quasimodo was really hiding. You mean dicks for thumbs? If men could unscrew their thumbs and their Richards and screw them on in other places, I mean, I just personally, I'd leave it right where it is. I have no desire to move different things around. My thumbs are perfectly placed for the purposes of grabbing stuff, and my dick is perfectly placed for the purposes of humping and peeing. I didn't choose this life. The algorithm chose it for me. Is that how it works? If only reality were as responsive to us as the YouTube algorithm. You know, YouTube's great and always doing an increasingly good job of directing content that you might want to watch to you. Life, on the other hand, is not continually making an effort to be like you want it to be. That'd be cool if it was like that. You walked outside and you're presented with several options. Would you like to get in a car crash? Or would you prefer to avoid that car crash and make it to work safely? I'll take that one over there. And then reality learns from this what do you like. He doesn't like to get in car crashes. Imagine if you got them cross-threaded and they stuck wherever you put them. Oh, right. Well, there's a very good reason to not move your dick to your thumb and your thumb to your dick because whatever the mechanism by which you're doing this, I would not trust it to have permanent switchability at all. It's a good point. Very good point. You wouldn't want to get stuck in the wrong place. So, the point about this algorithm thing, and at the end of the day, don't we all just want to know, like, what's the purpose of life? Why are we here? Why is it this planet is by all appearances, the actuality of it is the only planet with life on it. We might posit that there's life on other planets far away for various reasons, but we've never gotten any indication from the universe at all of life anyplace other than on Earth. And it seems to me that it's highly plausible that given all the unique things that all have to align perfectly for Earth to be the way it is, it's very plausible that Earth is in fact the only planet with life on it. This is just trying to posit a potential observable reality. And then we have to go to the question of, well, what does that mean? So, like, if you found all different kinds of life on all different kinds of planets, you know, it would potentially be indicative of some kind of natural process linking to certain kinds of conditions or something. Ultimately, we just don't get to know, I guess. You know, so very much want the answer. I want to know. Like, it would seem that different answers would be informative about I guess the value of having lived a life. Like, is it did I live this life because it's serving some goal in general that's that's not my own or any other individual's? Or was it just another iteration of a not infinitely but close enough self-sustaining, self-replicating genome, that has no meaning. What would it mean in terms of how I think about things if I were to know that it did have no meaning? I'm not sure. And I'm not sure what would be convincing that it doesn't. Equivalently, it's impossible to know how I would deal with knowing that it does have meaning because I'd have to know the specifics of it. Like, if it means this or means that, well, it's going to impact how I react to it. I'm getting super tired. I'm like falling asleep almost. This is the kind of tired where it's like it impacts what I'm saying and how I'm saying it. And it's like slowing down and just being like, oh, it's bedtime for sure. Or if you mean for you, good night. It is bedtime for me, but here I am anyway, not going to bed. Off plants be an awful waste of space. There's got to be other intelligent life out there if we're the smartest thing the universe has to offer. It's really sad. Well, I mean, personally, I think the question boils down to one of the two possibilities being most likely. Either there's lots of life everywhere that life could conceivably be sustained, it is, or we're unique. I think those are the two possibilities. We don't really see any indication that life is common, but that can be explained away by a variety of things. So, obviously, we don't really have any way of determining that life is on something far away unless it has intelligent life at a certain level of development. We might be able to pick up on cues like that, right? But when I think about the conditions that Earth has to have had to be what it is, which includes this uh, highly atypical moon that has a great deal to do with why life can be so successful on Earth. Um, Other factors like obviously distance from the sun, kind of radiation from the sun, a bunch of other shit, right? Like, where exactly did Earth's atmosphere come from? Does anybody know the answer to that question? Where did Earth's atmosphere come from? Like, I get the way that, I guess, say Jupiter, right? It's got a bunch of gas or whatever. That's just, I guess, coalesced down from a bunch of stuff in the solar system. I'm not really sure. Right. Where did we get our atmosphere from? Where did all the seawater come from? Good question. You normally don't think of when they model a planet or whatever, they're not like, okay, so here's this body and here's this body and here's a bunch of water. I guess the answer would be something like, well, it was a massive comet that had a bunch of frozen water on it. Okay, maybe, but like, where did the comet get all the water from? I, I don't know where it got all the water from. So theorists believe Earth's atmosphere originated primarily from volcanic outgassing. Okay, that makes sense. That makes absolutely makes sense. That volcanic activity would produce gases and they would, to some extent, be retained by the Earth's gravity. That makes sense. It explains an atmosphere comprising carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, whatever else volcanoes make. It kind of makes you wonder, how was it even burning without any oxygen? But I'm sure there's some kind of oxygen around somewhere, I guess. I guess you get burned without oxygen. So, followed by secondary contributors from meteorites and eventual transformation by photosynthetic life. All right, so this is the correct use of the term evolution. It went through three stages, the atmosphere did. Transient early hydrogen helium atmosphere, then a thick nitrogen atmosphere from volcanoes, and finally oxygen rich air. The atmosphere did evolve over time. Unlike you know what. So that's interesting to find out. I did not know that, but it makes sense. That's where the atmosphere came from. And where did all the water come from? Do we have an answer to that that's as satisfying as the atmosphere question? Like, yeah, where did we get all of that water from? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Maybe there were some space clouds that space rained it onto our planet. Maybe that. Astronomers believe space clouds bearing space rain came and rained onto the Earth billions of years ago. Don't you think it's funny that the Earth's 70% water and humans are too, right? Or did organisms modify it over time? I'm not sure what you're asking there. Did we modify water or did we modify Earth? Did we? I mean, obviously, life modifies Earth a lot. Comics, I think, hold on. I will hold on. I will hold on. Where did all the water come from? Obviously, an important question. Because probably the number one thing about the planet is the way that the tides move water around in a way that allows it to be an environment where things can live rather than just be stagnant, you know? It moves it around the right amount. Earth's water likely originated from a combination of primordial water trapped within the planet's building blocks and later delivery by asteroid bombardment. While earlier theories suggested comets, which actually do often contain water, studies show the chemical composition of water is in hydrogen-rich asteroids better matches Earth's ocean water, specifically chondrites. Okay, maybe that's where the water came from. I don't know. I still not really feeling satisfied by those answers to the larger question of why Earth is the way it is. Of course, a very good argument is selection bias. So these things that seem super weird and impossible or whatever, they may actually be that, but also the reason we're able to observe this one is that all the alternatives were selected against, and this was the only selection. This is the only one that survived. So we're having to. Um, so, so the things that make this situation unique for survive the selection are not going to be informative about, like, for example, it seems very unlikely that this would have happened. Surely it was designed this way. Well, no, selection bias says it didn't happen this way accidentally in some sense. It's just, it happened all these various different ways, and all those other ones were selected against. And that's why we only see this. So there's certainly that to be said about suggestions like, well, this impossible combination of things. Surely there must be something to it rather than just a bunch of random shit happening and bada bing, bada boom. Not necessarily. However, there is, of course, no satisfactory answer for the question of how life comes out of no life. Sometimes scientists have attempted to, like, well, if I put these organic meows with this meow meow, maybe something will add a little electricity. No, it doesn't work. You can't you can't start with things that are fundamentally not alive and then make something be alive from that. So that means there are two possible explanations. One is life already being alive came here via meteors or whatever. Certainly, I could buy that. Or two, something else. Like, I don't know. Basically, anything other than that. Okay. Regardless, it just pushes back the central question of, well, how did life come about from not life? The fact that it came about from not life someplace else and then traveled here does not answer the question. And the thing is, I don't think we'll ever be able to turn non life into life because, I mean, shit don't work that way. Life turns into non life, but not the other way around. Yeah, the whole Big Bang thing. Not at all a satisfactory answer to fundamental cosmological questions. Like, well, a super long time ago, there was a super dense thing that blew up. And that's how everything happened. Okay, well, why was there a super dense thing? How did the super dense thing get there? What happened before that? you know, why did it explode? These kind of questions. Okay, well, regardless of whether there was air for it to make an explosion, the idea of the Big Bang Theory is once upon a time, a long time ago, there was this super dense thing. It was just everything, but it was all smushed into one thing, okay? Imagine everything in the whole universe, but smushed into one little thing, okay? And then one day it exploded. What? How is that an explanation? Why was it all smushed into one thing? That's just how it was. Okay, well, what made it explode? It was too smushed into one thing. Okay. This does not seem like an adequate answer to anything to me. You know, why? Why was it that way? And what was it like before that? The real trip is if you can either create or destroy matter and energy, and yet we are comprised of both, that means the molecules that make up you here before you got here. Okay, well, I get it that every person is made of recycled molecules in some sense, but let me tell you something. I don't owe those molecules anything, all right? I left behind those molecules a long time ago. Oh, sure, this part of my leg, maybe you were once silicon, but right now you're my leg. You can just stay that way. The California Institute of Science recently conducted an experiment which was able to confirm that quantum entanglement is real. We were all once one. So I don't think that that experiment actually proved that last part, really. We were all once one is not true. Like, I was never the same as a basketball. Not right now, not before, not ever. So, obviously, just because some molecule in me has been used before in something else doesn't mean it can lay claim to me having to associate with what it used to be. Not on my watch. Confirm quantum entanglement is real. Well, I mean, the thing about that, I don't think anybody's disputing the phenomenon exists. Like, thing A being unobserved, two closed envelopes, two entangled things. This one opens, when you observe it A, and then this one instantly becomes A. You know, like that whole thing. That phenomenon exists. And it's correct, it's correctly described as such, you know. But why it's that way is still very much in dispute. What it actually represents, still very much in dispute. Oh my God, you guys. Look who is here. It's the man himself at Steve Billings, the Asylum. Boy, wasn't I just saying a little while ago, you know what will really make this party start hopping? A little bit of Steve Billings action. Stephen Orville Billings. So yeah, I'm not advocating for some alternative specific theory to the Big Bang. And I'm not even saying that they're wrong about a long time ago there was a dense thing and it exploded necessarily. I'm just pointing out that that's not a satisfactory answer to things. Nobody's going to be satisfied with that because it does not answer the only questions that matter, which is why was it like that? What was it like before that? Oh, well, just endlessly expanding and contracting, an endless cycle. Okay, but why is it like that? How did it come to be that? You may have an endlessly repeating loop, but that doesn't mean that it didn't come to be that way in some fashion. And I want real answers. I don't want non answers and, reductionist, materialist non answers. No, this is the answer. All we need here to know is that this is what the universe did a long time ago. And that's all there is to say. Nothing else to see here. Totally inadequate, obviously. That's just totally inadequate. I want a real answer. Well, Eric, you're going to be disappointed then, I guess. I guess so. Because I'm not going to get any real answers. Thanks, Ruben. I appreciate it. You're doing God's work there. You will accept non answers or I'll call you dumb. All this speculative stuff masquerading as science these days. This whole like multiverse, endlessly branching timelines representing every conceivable way that every particle could break on every quantum level decision or something. Obviously, complete nonsense. Absolute nonsense. We have no reason to think these other universes exist at all. And the whole idea is like demonstrative of somebody making bad inferences from quantum stuff. Entirely bad inferences. Just because something behaves in a way that we would say what it is undecided or uncollapsed until we observe it. And so, in some sense, it could be both here and there at the same time with not it being determined. That therefore, because of the way that this light slit experiment goes and shows these multiplicity of potentialities from one frame collapsing into another frame, that therefore each potentiality actually splits off into its own universe. But of course, the ridiculous thing is, if they all create their own universes, then why are we able to observe them in this universe? Right? So, these sciencey people sometimes really make me shake my head with their embrace of speculative nonsense. Just because you can, for example, do math that assumes different dimensions than the ones that we intuitively know, three physical space dimensions and time. Um, does not mean that there's actually other realities in other dimensions in some way. It's ridiculous. It's not the case. It's absurdly bad reasoning. That's why one of my favorite documentaries is called What the Bleep Do We Know? They need to make a sequel. Still don't know. Right. I think it's a very important message to say, look, here are spots where there's an orthodoxy that's pushing hard that says we have this answer and it is the answer. And the reality is we don't know. That answer they say might or might not be a possibility, depending on the kind of question and the kind of answer. But it certainly is not the case that we can affirmatively declare that is the answer. Correct answer is we don't know. That's good work to be done for sure. Because people are very much prone to wanting an answer, even if it's the wrong answer, over the answer being we don't know. The interesting thing about math is suddenly our world ends and all books are destroyed thousands of years from now. When other intelligent life evolves, the Bible will be completely different, but mathematics will be the same. Well, uh, sort of, I guess. Like, we use base 10, but you could imagine a math where it's base 7, base 8. It's also the case that we have our math that we have because it has a lot to do with our use of zero. And you can imagine maths that don't include zero that behave very differently. It is the case that no matter who comes to try to address the problem of how big is this circular rug, uh, some questions like that, that at some point they're going to discover that to answer these questions about circles, they have to use pi if they want some kind of mathematical measurement. So that's kind of true, but it's also the case that like it's kind of like it's not unique to math in the sense that people, regardless of how they come out after this whole civilization reset, are still going to need to make certain kinds of distinctions. So their words might be different, but the statement connectives in their talking will necessarily convey set relationships. And we don't typically think about that as math, but it's as true as the thing about math in the sense that with math they may use different words, would use different words for each of the numbers, but presumably they'd have some kind of equivalency in quantizing the world. But it's even more so with simply making distinctions with language, like distinguishing between the subject and the object, for example. They're going to have certain language will necessarily have to include a certain amount of meowings, right? I'm so tired. I don't know. Sometimes I'm not sure whether it should be like, okay, you were way unhinged here, is why we have all these problems right now, or what have you. Or whether I'm like, you're fine, you feel like yourself, you're happy, you're having a good time. It's a lot better than it was when those things weren't true. Hmm. It's a struggle to calculate such stuff. What about zero? Well, if you don't have zero in your numbering system, then you can't do base whatever. No amount of math can tell you how to form the experiential distinction. Math can only operate in math. Yeah, I think math makes certain kinds of distinctions that are applicable to certain kinds of physicalities, and words draw other kinds of distinctions where where numbers are not where numbers don't help because whatever you're dealing with isn't meaningfully converted into quantities. Oh, god damn it! I got all this. Oh, oh, I don't want to deal with this shit. Get out of here, FI. Oh, I gotta wrap this up very soon. I'm gonna have another cigarette for sure. Math doesn't govern anything. It describes things. So, like, our ability to describe phenomena in math is great. And there's lots of stuff we can describe mathematically. And we can see that we're describing something that repeats in various ways in various places. Like this kind of thing has this kind of curve, and these other things here, which are seemingly in different areas, have exactly the same kind of curve. But that's not math governing anything. It's like it's understanding about something that's provided by our ability to correctly describe it mathematically. And I've made fun of this position before. Like, math is the logic of quantity. How could it possibly be underlying everything? Language can do all the things that math can do, though not, its specialty is obviously much better to not use words, right? Like to use numbers instead of writing FOUR, writing out all the things in words. That would be a bad way to do it. But language could deal with things like that, right? Can deal with math and math things with not even directly using the words for numbers, even, but using some kind of analogs or equivalencies. But there's no way that math can do the things that language can do. They're both languages. Math is a language that's been optimized for a specific kind of purpose, and so it's great in that it's perfect for that purpose, and it's nice and clean, and there's no mushiness about it. It's wonderful. But accordingly, because it's narrowly constructed to do a specific job in specific ways, it's not nearly as comprehensive or just like universal in its scope as talking. So if anything were to be underlying everything, it would be words, not math. I get it, it's harder to conceptualize words being underneath everything. Like, okay, Eric, so you're telling me that this spiral of this shell is best understood because as being an expression of words rather than this mathematics thing? Well, let's call it a tie on that one. Let's call it a tie. Obviously, if you want a precise understanding of the spiral, it might be better described by math, but I think the underlying reason why it has a spiral is because we came up with a word for it. Obviously, this is proved by the fact that if we don't have a word making a distinction for something, then it doesn't exist as a distinction for us. Accordingly, spirals did not exist until we named them. And that's one to grow on. And that's why everything's based on words and not math. That was the one subject in school I hated was math. I much more hated science in general than math. I didn't like biology. I hated chemistry. I don't really remember taking physics, but I think I would have liked that better than either of the other two. It's funny how like the school presented math, the sciences as like easy, harder, hardest. Physics being the hardest. I was like, well, fuck. If I hate biology, then I'm gonna hate physics. I'm sure I would have liked physics a lot compared to the other two sciences. Chemistry was just no. Get the fuck away from me, chemistry. You could not be conceivably in any universe more boring than you are. I'm sorry, but get out of here. course, that's the kind of wrongness that schools are going to perpetrate because they don't have cognitive functions informing them. Like, they don't have the capacity to say, or the understanding to say, TI heavy people will prefer geometry and physics. TE heavy people will prefer algebra and chemistry. F's take biology. They don't have the ability to do that, but if they did, life would be better. Nobody benefits from generalized wrongness like this is harder and this is medium, blah, 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 when actually how hard you find it has everything to do with your cognitive function stack. Chemistry is not harder than physics, vice versa. One of them is hard for people with, I guess, in my case, countervalued TE. Some of them are harder for people with weaker TI. None of them are F things by nature, but F people have to T a lot in school, you know? There are F things in school. Like a lot of English classes want F stuff, even though in my mind they shouldn't. Obviously, you get your drama and I don't know, maybe even there's some F. History is like has a lot to do with F, but also SI, you know. You could conceivably get away with writing some paper that empathizes with some disenfranchised group and tells the story of it, positioning them as a victim or something, and that be rewarded. So you could have F stuff in history, but obviously F is hugely important in driver's ed. You cannot pass your driver's ed class without really feeling it. Health class, you know, learning lessons like cold water is a watery grave. That's a lesson that you need to feel. I don't want to die. I feel that. Therefore, I don't want to go in the cold water. A lot of rewarding of feelers in that, you know. You could also say orchesis. That's what it was called. Orchesis. I remember it now. I'm talking about when I was in high school, there were two distinct groups of girls. One group of girls was the cheerleaders, and they did cheerleading stuff. But then the other group of girls was called orchesis, and they were this dance group, but the main thing that they were committed to was being as sexy as they possibly could, with like as little clothes on as they could get away with. And obviously, during the assembly time, which was always like boring, like, oh God, assembly. Oh, this is not class. And then all of a sudden, when the orchestras came around, all the boys were like paying attention all of a sudden, cheering and stuff. Orchestras, that's what it was called. I couldn't remember what they were called the other night. Let's be as slutty as possible, girls. This dance is called I'm Fucking Somebody. Eh, eh, eh. Oh, so silly. I don't. If I remember correctly, there was very little, if any, crossover between those two groups. The girls who were cheerleaders were not in orchestras, and vice versa. Of course, could be remembering faultily. A long time ago. What were they called? Orchestras. Yeah. Like orchestra, but this is for some reason. I don't know why they're called that. It should have been called the Slut Squad. I've got to go pee. Here's some bonus kitty time for you. Which kitty do you want? They're both adorable. I'm going to give you trouble this time. I gave you a Capillo last time. They're both living their best lives right now. Oh, kitty. What a comfortable boy. Well, it's not that late right now. I'm pleased to discover it's only 12:30. But I'm very tired. God damn it. Computer goes to sleep. Look, if I got the live chat going, computer, you shouldn't go to sleep like that. The honeymoon phase of being productive is worn off. Now I'm like, blah, what's it all for anyway? Yeah. I hear you, bro. I hear you. More so reliant on our feeling motivated and whatnot. And, well, these type police videos are motivating to me. Like, the one I put up today has 122 views, which is fine, a ton or whatever, but it's got 18 likes, 100% likes. The one of yesterday or whenever, dear Kristen, that one has 443 views, 54 likes, 100%, and 32 comments. The one before that, 336 views, 29 likes, I think it says, or 20 likes. 100% again, no dislikes. 27 comments. So, that's obviously encouraging. Today's a little slower going so far, but, Kristen and INFJ Circle have fairly large viewerships, I think, so that might be somewhat responsible for that, or if we just need a little more time. Regardless, it's encouraging that it gets so much positive response. Been waiting for this one, wasn't disappointed. Can't wait for this one. Hello, what about tri-types? Blah, 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 blah. Thought I was 8, but I'm a 7. Let's say I feared being bored more, not living at the fullest and wanting control. 783. Okay, well, maybe you are a 783 and not a 784. But I don't think those reasons you articulated are reasons to conclude that. Catherine Farr's maybe not wrong about the idea of tri-types. Like, hey, instead of wings, let's identify how everybody is in each of those three things. That's correct, but what she has to say about beyond that is not correct. She's just slinging nonsense. Like most people, attributing a bunch of personality stuff to Enneagram is more properly, and only properly, attributed to cardinal functions. I know that none of you here was the one who made that comment. And I get that by not responding to the comment of what I'm saying, he doesn't get the benefit of me correcting that. But nevertheless, and so forth. I'm eating some food where the brain gets in. Wi-Fi especially got me thinking. Makes me ask a lot of questions to which there are no clear answers. These kind of matters for a defined solutions, the sort that I seek. I have a good generally in conversation. All participants share the knowledge that the other one does not possess. Sounds good. I'm down with that. Hi, Ahmed. I am going to end the stream very shortly. I need to go to bed. I also am feeling like FI distressed because there's distance between me and Rachel, and I really don't like it when that is the state of affairs. I'm hopeful that when I'm in the stream and go in there that things go well. Obviously, I am putting it off. I'm putting it off and continuing to stream here just for the sake of putting it off. And accordingly, it seems only fair that I have another cigarette. That's what one ought to do when one is putting something off. You know, I've got conflicting inclinations, one of which is I want to close whatever distance there is between me and Rachel because I don't like that when we're not on the same page or what have you. But the other one is I don't want to deal with the opposite of that, which I don't know which way the wheel's going to turn, so it ends up being a wash. And being a wash means it lands on the side of, well, let's put it off a little longer. Working on projects and socializing temporarily makes me forget about not feeling cold. Well said, sir. Well said. But a more positive way of putting it would be doing those things makes me feel more whole, right? I think it's good when I'm working on projects, socializing. It's a sign that I'm successfully being me. It does also go along with me not feeling so empty. But Probably because it dispels the emptiness of idleness. I dispel the emptiness of idleness with my magical wand. Another word for that, sloth. Indolence? Is that the word I was looking for? Yeah. Layaboutery. Lackadaisy. I'm obviously not gonna feel good about myself when my predominant quality is lackadaisy. It's like, seriously, you couldn't even get one daisy? You know, it's a complicated question. One I wrestle with. Like, to what extent have I just internalized some projected frames of reference that prioritize SE and TE as absolute goods? In other words, being productive is a good thing in and of itself. And to what extent is it actually true? You know, is it just me internalizing somebody else's projection, or is it reflective of actual how things should be? I tend to lean towards the second one. That people aren't meant to be idle. That they need to have things that they're doing that they think are meaningful, and maybe that's part of the issue for both me and Rachel. Is we don't have adequate clarity about what we want to do, and so in a longer term sense, so we end up doing what we want to do in the short term, and then we're not quite sure how to process what that says about who we are, you know. Well, we all got struggles, right? Ours are enviable struggles. Failure to be self-disciplined when the world doesn't require it, you know. Certainly not the sort of thing anybody should complain about. And of course, Rachel and I are not kind of prone to complaining about it per se, so much as we are toward not liking ourselves. You know, I obviously, a lot of the times, don't like myself very much at all. I don't like myself very much right now, and I don't know whether that's correct or not. Like, do I deserve to shaking my head at myself and my failure? To some extent, yes, and I don't know. Of course, the reality is people should be kind to themselves and not determine whether or not they should like themselves based on whether they deserve to and after behaving accordingly or something. But, you know, accountability is very easy for me, but not accountability to my emotional self. Two things are, to some extent, opposite ends of the spectrum. Protecting yourself emotionally and so forth, well, that tends to go along with not being accountable, not wanting to admit your own culpability or come to terms with the full extent of it. So it makes sense that somebody who's good at being accountable in general is going to be bad at loving themselves. After all, they're correctly evaluating a bunch of stuff, but almost all that stuff is going to be stuff that needs to be evaluated, right? It's not going to be like, you don't evaluate the instances where you did a good job. Those are instances where you don't need a postmortem. So, it ends up being a endless litany of successful critiques of the self. After all, I couldn't possibly be biased in evaluating any of these questions. Even though, of course, when evaluating such questions, it would be more healthy for me to be biased in my own favor. Yeah, that's how the way the world works. You get one thing at the cost of another thing. Objectively, the things I got in exchange for things I gave up are not things anybody should want to get in exchange for the things I gave up. But that's just objectively. I wouldn't want to be, I couldn't possibly be anybody other than who I am. And, it's just because it's objectively not a good choice doesn't mean that I am not unavoidably subjectively attached to this person that I am as the best way for me to be. Obviously, if I were, I don't know, some type that's good at loving themselves, like an ISFP or something, then I would not have that area of problem, but I'd also have other problems instead, and I wouldn't have my areas of strength and so forth. So I'm doing a pretty good job of putting off this transition here, but I think very shortly that time is going to come to an end. Oh God. Oh God, oh God, oh God. I do not like this stuff. Oh. TFB for little old me. All right. Maybe I should start meditating or something. Maybe you should. Maybe you should start running, start meditating, start, turning over new leaves left and right. I could turn over a few new leaves myself. But you know what they say? It's difficult to teach an old dog new leaves. I find that to be the case. As always, I fail on SE grounds, even though I know I need to prioritize that. Nothing's changed. Same as ever was. Same thing I've been fucking dealing with since I was a little child. Same thing I'm doing right now, putting off something that I don't find immediately fun because I'm a permanent baby. Oh, it's not easy being a permanent baby, you know? The other thing is with relationships that you use your emotions to enter them, but then you need to ignore them to stay loyal. Well, I think the way it works is you may use your emotions may guide you into the relationship, but that once you're in the relationship and it's stable, you understand that you're no longer going to experience the limerence of first blush of love or what have you, and it's a instead of a period of state change, it's a period of equilibrium. So accordingly, the healthy understanding of things is that emotions in that state of equilibrium that pop up are just noise that are not representative of anything. Obviously, if you get enough volatility in that state of equilibrium, then it probably represents oncoming state change. Also, people don't change much after 50, so don't try to change them. That's who they're going to be. Fact is, Casey Jones, people don't change much after one. Yes, you can have negative impacts on people's eventual expression by doing negative things to them in their childhood. But beyond that, people do not change at all. Like, I had exactly the same struggles with expert sensing stuff, accomplishing tasks that I was supposed to, doing my homework or whatever. Exactly the same problems when I was a child as I do today. I have changed in that I've learned a lot over the course of my life, and it's informed me in ways that make me a better expression of myself now than I was when I was younger and didn't know certain things and made certain kinds of mistakes more frequently and more significant versions of those mistakes. Some of these things I learned not when I was super young at all, like when I was in my 40s or even, yeah, I guess, 40s, early 50s. I'm currently 54. It's not like a person stops growing as they get older. It, in fact, the opposite. I feel more grown than I ever have before. But that's the consequence of suffering. As I had more opportunities to suffer and greater significant instances of suffering, it's produced a breadth to me that I didn't have before. I still haven't changed in any meaningful sense, but I am a more wise and mindful version of myself than I have been ever before, you know. So yeah, the fact is people don't change much at all from birth. Forget about after 50. Well, I think that's my cue. I'm gonna wrap this up and go to bed and deal with this stuff here. So thanks a lot for being here, everybody. It was a wild ride, obviously, from start to finish. So I'll process how I feel about the whole thing over time, I guess. I love you all. Thanks again. See you later.